verticals. Desk was mentioning it. It's super well drilled for Carmen Court.
Yeah. Guys, I am really sorry.
They were looking so well honed.
And there's always a little bit of danger when you allow your opponents to plant against you so often that you wouldn't be able to pull it off. You know, most teams, even the great ones, are only converting something like
the things which happen,
third of their retakes. But these teams at this event are looking to try to change that. So this makes it feel like it's something similar over towards B, but it's not a full commitment.
Which I think should not happen. Late nahi hona chahiye tha mere ko.
So they're getting information the entire time. Magnum has just been egoing the angle on B.
But I got somewhere late. पर वो मेरी गलती थी. भाई मेरे को मेल लेट आया. मैं मेल चेक करने के चक्कर में.
So they don't even have that util to clear this angle. Up top though, yeah, crosshair placement. You got to take a gamble if you play in that spot. It could come from two different directions, and so gambling incorrectly there. Life is the one to capitalize.
Magnum though, still with ultimate. How does FPX deal with that?
Down with a wingman, clears out a bit of the site. Now the plan online, but here's the lockdown.
Oh, yeah, denied from even going for that.
They can't go for the plan. Time. They have to fight this one. FPX have to make a call to do so, but now detainment. It's going to be happening anytime soon. This is a round basically done and dusted.
कुछ तो दिक्कत हुई है. मेरे को डिले क्यों दिखा रहा है?
But with time like this, I mean, there's just no chance. You have to kill everybody. It's not there for FPX.
Guys, because of some reason,
complete tactical outplay there by KC.
Delay दिखा रहा है. We have to restart the stream.
In terms of the ultimates that they have available,
या फिर हल्के से delay में चलने दो. I guess हल्के से delay में चलने देते.
FPX didn't come up with a game plan quickly enough to try to challenge it before it went down. Didn't have a game plan to try to increase the tempo. And I think we're just expecting to get the plant for free. They're thinking, all right, KC, they've been playing retake this entire time. They're just going to use lockdown. We're going to be able to play the plant. And Aeon could not get that spike down.
ठीक है guys, थोड़ा सा अगर delay है, आज के लिए bear कर लो.
Just fundamentally is fantastic as well. Been playing super far back on B, almost conditioning that they've got nobody playing towards B main.
And let's get settled down.
And then they're playing these one and done angles towards A. I mean, yes, Martin ended up falling, but they've just been doing such a fantastic job. And like you said, you know, too delayed in terms of just thinking about the game plans. Can't call one step ahead.
This is also the second timeout for FPX, called already. So if we, you know, framing this in the context of FPX
अपनी जो super chat से गई वो बंद हो गई है थोड़े time के लिए.
So heavily looking for a potential good beginning to Madrid. This is a disaster. They had their chances early on in some of these rounds, but the later that this is going, the less and less chance it looks like they're getting as Carmen Court polish things up a little and get comfortable, get into the groove. Down 0-6 without any timeouts remaining. If they don't end up winning this rifle round that we're about to watch, it's a disaster zone.
That could be dire.
I mean, they are quite literally running their heads into a brick blue wall right now. They cannot find a way through.
Now, are they going to get conditioned? You can see elements of it from Carmen Court again. Like I was saying before, they weren't playing anybody up close towards
कल से we will try guys. नहीं हो problems.
Carmen Court, I think, are hoping now that FPX make the decision to start contacting into B.
तब तक you guys make sure you hit that like and subscribe. भाई साहब, Martin बीच में ऑफ लगा के बैठा है.
Uy, shot missed and go to wide.
But they haven't heard the dash. They know that Martin has not left that in a hurry. There they hear the shot from the operator, and Martin's going to bait that out, make it feel like he's still there, and try to rotate, to anticipate this attack side rotate that Berlin is calling.
Yeah, and he is. He's already called it for the rotation, the troops on the move.
सीधा ये जाएंगे.
Guess what, Martin? Again, one step ahead.
Let's see.
Oh, he still has the dash in his back pocket.
A hit happens for FPX.
A lot of flashes that he has to dodge here, though. Leah, Dizzy, both broken.
Nice shot, Nare.
I mean, the rage is back towards rafters there. Dizzy.
नहीं खड़े नहीं रहने दे रहे. Are they going towards 13-0?
Players there. Now there's 45 seconds left. Could pivot into a different direction if you want to, but FPX looking a bit indecisive. Just a pause in the play. Not a paranoia.
अगर FPX ऐसा खेलेगी तो Chinese reason का GG है फिर तो भाई. Chinese. 3K 4K. Oh yeah.
Almost there for the ace, but 4 kills.
Ace था बाबा.
But 7-0. The scoreline we're looking like. The round differential is immense right now, and you're truly seeing it. I mean, we said on paper it was going to look like one of our more one-sided matchups, but Carmen Court, in almost just every element of the game right now, they're ahead of it.
And they're destroying them. Kakuga said on the desk, trying to break the Lear and the Dizzy in one go. Narrate's like, yeah, bet. Just rinses them both before FBX can use them to get into the site, and then swings around for 4 kills afterwards. FBX are getting pasted. And I think it's a really interesting idea, right? This is one of the most one-sided matchups you could possibly see on paper. But what does the parity look like? Everybody was saying, you know, anyone can win Madrid. There are chances for even these teams to be able to make upsets.
Even Magnum himself, you know, coming into this, they're not going to make a mistake of prior teams. You know, maybe they turn up to these international tournaments, they expect to have a freebie, an opening match that just is so one-sided, but I'm of course still showing him respect.
Absolutely. Yeah, Magnum said, quote, if I had to rate FPX in terms of macro, I think they have a lot of gaps. And then he said, but it's Valorant. Anyone can lose. Martin, under pressure though.
Yeah, Dizzy in his face though. It does fade away. He's just...
19 HP.
Damage done, but no kill collected. Smokes at some point surely going to be fading. How are they going to get this fight down? They really don't have any options or tools.
Autumn ne uta liya operator.
A gap available with that op drop down. Autumn picks it up.
They might. They have to try. Actually, they have to try it. 19 HP पे एक operator है. एक Vandal, एक Guardian है. Fight कर ही सकते हैं.
Round to the back along with the molly. Players all over the place. Thrash to lead the charge. Entertainment there. Shin round to the side, but doesn't expect Berlin.
NT. First round.
On the board for FPX. Thrifty win.
And that one basically set up by Autumn getting into a nice spot. Martin has been caught out in a number of these moments.
First round, guys. First round.
And this is the opening. He had a chance trying to take the timing. But then Autumn also finding this pick onto Tamashi.
Guys, if you want to watch it in Hindi,
that sets up the player advantage.
go in the description. आपको हिंदी का link भी मिल जाएगा.
Can they work this into a little bit of momentum and make it less of a one-sided matchup?
Mastercard Thrifty.
Back into the action, you're seeing it. Line in the sand drawn in terms of the skirmish.
Berlin has the operator.
The operator, yeah. I mean, he's TP close.
Yeah, of course your IGL Omen has the op. Angel emote.
Now an attempt for them to try and get themselves into the side wall. Definitely impeding them. Dash to the top here. Dizzy in their faces. Everybody not able to see really anything at all. But FPX granted the site now. So plants online for them. A forward position here, playing inside the pit. This is really going to test.
Ulti भी खींच दिया plant के बाद. Autumn को frag मिला narrate पे.
Towards the back of the side, just really.
Live gets one as well.
And here it is, momentum.
एक round actually वो एक round का ही खेल है. एक round मिलता है ना.
Maybe you can start to keep this going.
That's huge. Didn't even have to use all of the ultimates at their disposal. Still have the Thrash available for them in the next. And
तीसरा frag है Berlin का वो operator से.
Much more aggressive post-plant positions. Put pressure on KC before they can get into retake spots. Look, Narrate's just flooding out heaven there thinking, yeah, they're going to give us this space for free. That's what they've done every other time. And FPX have brought battle to them. Amazingly enough, those 2 rounds have actually been enough to knock down the economy of Carmichael. So we're not seeing a full buy here.
I think the money would be flourishing, but instead, okay. At least Martin has a rifle.
Here.
Really quite aggressive into mid.
Very aggressive. But Martin hasn't been able to do too much from these extremely aggressive positions. He's the danger in the round. The rest of KC mostly playing for a little bit of plant pressure and then the retake. Martin's been the dice that they roll to see whether he can find value. And this time, just missing the timing of FPX.
Be here. भी मिल जाएगा. Full retake वाला scene है. Wally से plant delay होगा हल्का सा. सेज जो mid पे खेल रही है देखो. अगर मैं वही बोल रहा था, जो सेज mid पे खेल रही है वहाँ से frags अगर मिले.
Yeah, and it's a spot where Autumn can't actually hold for Berlin to get into position. It's a bit of a freebie there actually. Carmichael giving it. Decent damage there, actually.
Yeah, diligence being shown with the util to clear through most of this.
KC have a wall to work with.
Oh,
there's a thrash on the other side. Martin, what a peek.
What a turn, no straight there. And here it is,
Bhai!
down of life. War can't save you from that one.
Great awareness from life. Adapting to what Karmine Corp have been doing.
एक तो रेना कॉम्प खिला रहे हैं.
Be able to get picks over the top of the wall. FPX holding on in these post-ban situations. I mean, Ayang is like lining up a shot with Martin and Tomaji's right behind.
एक तो खिला रेना कॉम्प रहे ऊपर से ऐसा खेलेंगे तो हो गया भाई.
To win in 3 rounds in a row with the potential to make this quite a competitive half.
Yeah, you wouldn't think it. You would not think it if you were only tuning in for the beginning, but they have the chance. Slow warp. Used here, Shin feeling the danger now. The heat turned up. That isn't okay. Slow warp. Don't think it was intended for that one. Molly's being used. Snake bite here close, and there it is.
Shin
actually
gaya.
bouncing into that wrong angle. Martin can't evacuate. Can he stand his ground? Can he hold it down?
Martin
The answer
gaya.
is no.
And that's probably going to incentivize Narrate to try to make a play here instead of just playing.
They are having heavy bay hits.
We get to see now. Do they trust the system? Do they try to go for the hero play?
Down here, Snake
Life
forward,
takes one.
tucking behind the box, out into the
Okay,
open.
life को Magnum ने उड़ाया.
Bank on the rest of his teammates. Lovely move from Ayang.
जमा होगा भाई.
Nasty
ए,
stuff.
मैं बोला जमा होगा तब तक राउंड पलट दिया था.
Get a go of it.
So close! And Berlin, the player with the open hand, goes for the rifle to win the 1v1 at the end and keep this momentum going for FPX. KC making a good job of it despite the fact that they were down players. But this opening play as Shin swings to try to relieve pressure from Martin. Martin can't quite get enough kills to help. Final round of the half here, and KC are going to be knocked down to 4 Bulldogs. There is a great chance that FPX get up to 5 and rewrite this terrible beginning they had to Icebox.
That's just insanity.
7-5 हो जाएगा अगर ये राउंड चिपक गया तो.
The pick got popped down over towards B. No immediate pressure. So Tomaji might think that the rest of FPX are looking to work down mid or over towards A. Martin once again alone on A.
ये एंकर कर रहा है वो जेल की तरफ घुस के.
But generally, FPX have been able to either dodge or deal with it. It's slow and somewhat ponderous, though, for FPX in the first 40 seconds of this round. Now they're making a commitment to deal with some of Magnum's utility in mid and create threats and pressure around. A leg.
Oh, it's betrayal. And there it is, sets up Autumn for an easy one.
No possibility of that being res.
आगे दिखी ना.
It's now being offloaded, dash towards of Autumn. Top of the box, just spotting head of Shin. And
Nice.
that one off, but Berlin's caught into the mid flank.
And now the ult online. Magnum has that retake ultimate that caused so much pressure for FPX previously.
Could be opting to use this as a really forward backside position. FPX are trying to fight this one. Then they realize, at least now that the lockdown is down, but do they have any util to try and fight this one and clear it? Out and through, they don't need util, man! They got guns and weaponry still, locked down. Didn't get broken. 1v2. Plays out a dodge here from FPX, so the positioning is going to be known and noted.
Shot.
Right. How do you hit that into the 1v1? Wingman. Exactly the partner in crime that you'd want, at least taps out of position, trying to force Life out into the open, but it's a guessing game for Narrate entirely, doesn't know where he is, and Life playing time.
Spam padega and it is 7-5.
And how the bloody hell did FBX salvage that?
What a ridiculous comeback. We were all ready to talk about how it was playing out as expected.
I was expecting a 30 kilo man.
FPX fire back with 5 in a row.
1 enemy remaining.
And a lot to do with the rifling coming online. I feel like Ayang has just woken up.
That one thrifty changed everything.
They're fired up. They're feeling it. Life on his feet.
They certainly are. Let's send it down to the analyst desk to break it down for the half.
Thank you very much, guys. What a great half that was. A nice comeback from FPX, but Kukuka, it all started with a great chain of rounds coming from Casey.
Yeah, exactly. And it was a perfect example of what we were discussing, right? Those retakes coming in, the protocols being completely sharp up, coming in from Casey. I think that round 5 is a perfect example of it when we would see the exchange range of the ultimates from get-go, and they know exactly where to put the pressure and how to address everything that is going on in the map by the positions that they expect the other players to be in. The follow-up from each of the players, it's clean. But then after those 7 rounds, something changes in FPX. Maybe.
And for FPX, I think the adaptation was really good. In these post plants, once they got that spike down, once they got that space, they were using that second Dizzy refresh to fight forward and get space in these late rounds and really punish KC while they were still getting their util in hand. That's the X factor of this team. They will sometimes pull out these hyper-aggressive rounds where they stop you from setting up the way you want to play. It was really good on that comeback.
I think it was a little bit of both, right? We have a KC that maybe is getting too comfortable because everything is working, and an FPX that, you know, starts making a little bit of mistakes. We see, you know, the flashes being a little bit separated one from another, but then when they realize that they just have to disrupt that and just keep pushing a little bit more, that changes. Now, coming into their defense, as I said, it's very complicated to defend this map without a sentinel. The aggression has to be there. FPX is very known for that, and they have to keep it up if they want to keep that score up.
It absolutely does, but if KC wants to close this map out, they have the fans to do so in this arena right now. There's not a huge amount of fans out on day one, but every single KC fan feels like 10 of them.
Yeah, shout out to the Gentlemates fan as well in the Gentlemates jersey, but this blue wall, it is looking so strong, but I'm going to send this back to the casters and see if KC can close this one out.
We'll see if they can close it out, but listen, FPX, kind of momentum behind them as well. All it takes is a pistol round. You've got an even
next
match,
level shits are happening.
And, this is a team, and I mean, a reminder, I think this is an FPX squad that's got a bit of a chip on their shoulders from the previous international appearances. They want to turn up to this event, and they want to really prove as well that teams should be paying attention to them. They want to teach teams how it's done. They've literally said that themselves. For Carmen Core, left reeling a little bit, I think, as well, off that string of rounds, but we'll see. It's a new half now, getting started with a pistol.
And it looks like there might be a clash of B main to begin this one.
Let
very
us go.
Quickly. It's an unusual spot to fight over. Not too many teams trying to fight this area aggressively. But FPX have got a pistol round strat that involves them pushing down mid off the back of this pressure.
Yeah, the Viper Wars.
They've actually
so
abandoned it
chaos.
very early though, Brent.
I mean, it is surely you collect
Oh bhai, Berlin 3 maan gaya push karke.
Get the hell out of here. Dealing with the util single-handedly. I mean, a man was basically alone. And now, how do you clear this one up?
तीन मार गया बंदा.
Lovely peek off with the dizzy. That is a
And it's done for.
Finish.
I don't want to hear any more about the blue wall. Tell me.
And
about
it
the
is done for.
That's ridiculous. I mean, how has he managed to pick up 3 there? That protocol of jumping through the one-way, I think, is a really nice idea. First player jumps through, drags the crosshair as the game
Crazy
plan.
shit.
Perhaps doesn't quite drag it far enough in that situation because they're swinging almost exactly into Berlin's crosshair. It just worked so well. Bottom of the scoreboard and comes out like that on the pistol. That's what you're saying, Brent. It only takes that 1 round.
They are being swamped in this position. Lifeswan doesn't know which teammate has it back. Okay.
3v3. 2 bulldogs recover होंगे.
Here. Dash forward to the peak, Ayang.
They want to get aggressive and defend these weapons, I think. But Kamikor aren't even going for them.
No, not quite. Wall up onto the high ground. Really just.
कौन चढ़वाता है भाई?
Easy kill for Ayang. Autumn there. Can't quite land the shots there with a Marshall, but finally a bit of damage done to the body. 100 left, 1 player left standing. It's Martin. Yes, the plant down, but this is a really difficult situation to try and win.
अरे गन मिलती तो कुछ होता.
Very surprised that Kamikor played that round so quickly after they got themselves into a 3v3. If they'd slowed things down, I believe there were 2 bulldogs lying around for them to be able to try and pick up.
Actually, हाँ, गन रिट्रीव करने के बारे में सोचना चाहिए था.
And then all of the danger just kind of trickled away. See how Young deals with that boost play. It's quite a nice idea from Kamikor, but something we've seen a lot from these Sage teams. And you wouldn't have believed it if you only watched the first 7 rounds. But 7 in a row, straight back for FPX, means the game is tied here on Icebox.
The game is even, Steven.
2 players survived in a prior round here for FPX, so there's not too much danger, but guess what? The Avengers are bloody here. I mean, listen, the amount of players
Nice one, Martin.
that 4 position belt, not really accounted for.
Nice one, Narek. 1 number. मैं ये dismiss वाला झोल झपाटा अलग ही चलते रहता है.
It's all being watched for.
टीपी पकड़ लिया.
I do respect it.
I love the idea. But FPX take a gamble, shove 4 players in, and KC, that discipline that we were seeing from them all throughout EMEA, I think that's the first round where you really see it exemplified here in Icebox. All down to 1. Looks almost impossible.
So it's just going to be looking to do that.
Surely, surely here the
कोई
streaks
बात नहीं
are
guys.
broken. We don't see another 7 in a row for KC, right? It's not even possible.
It's really not. I mean, at that point,
You end the map 14-7.
yeah, dusted. Maybe we get them to skirt the rules. We'll do first to 16.
Gun save कर रहा है.
FPX though really have shown that they're not willing to just roll over in these kind of games, especially when they're pushed. I mean, they certainly come into this one as the underdogs, but I had a chance to talk to Berlin before.
भाई 7-0 था. 7-7 हुआ.
Better do you think this version of FPX is compared to last year's? You know, if you were following this team in 2023, okay, they looked all right. They were making it to some of the international events. Since then, they've added Life, who's up towards the top of the scoreboard for them here. He's been a big player for them. And Berlin said 2.5 times better.
It's very precise.
Let's go
Where
guys.
he got that from, but
I
he's
know
a
watch
lot more
party
confident this year than he was
super chats are
in the
needed.
last,
Actually,
when
तुम
they
लोग
were only able
बोलते
to
हो कि
get
super
one
chats
map
चाहिए,
and
super
2
chats
global
चाहिए, but
appearances.
right now it's
No
not
numbers.
possible.
2.5 times, maybe enough to try and take it against
Grimmy
them.
wall.
Play.
Cool idea.
All to boost themselves up. Berlin
पकड़
though,
लिया इसको.
deals with the trespasser.
Tomasi को
through
पकड़ा.
mid.
ओई Magnum को
Where's
भी
the follow-up?
पकड़ा.
Ayang watching it for any sort of passerbys. Only 3 players now left standing for Carmine Court.
Looks like a read to me that they were expecting Berlin to be playing B. You know, both of those controller players for FPX fighting over B.
Shot Yarshin.
They baited out Lysor there, who swung off the back of a paranoia that was extremely optimistic.
They are so damn aggressive though.
Willing to take the risks, aren't they? I mean,
Yeah.
Ayang has just walked up all the way
Flank भी
behind.
देखते
And
रहना
all of
पड़ेगा.
this in a player advantage situation where you don't need to force fights like this. It's a round winning or losing play probably that Ayang and Life have gone for. Carmine Court are well and
Babu
truly
flank there.
trapped here. Though I don't believe they know it yet.
No indicator. Contacting.
ना yellow clear हुआ है.
Gunplay can carry them through a round like this one. Looking behind them, no, not to the side, not expecting a player out towards Yellow Berlin.
वही बोल रहा था ना yellow clear
Spiked
हुआ है
up.
ना
Martin,
flank
2
है
players
clear.
up for them.
लेकिन
Martin,
Martin भाई.
how's he doing this?
No way.
No way to Carmine Court.
नरेट हेलो.
That's outrageous.
ये राउंड नहीं था Carmine का.
Them cornered, caged up, no exits. Utility being used from the back as well. And Martin ducks, bobs, weaves, and picks up 3.
You are joking.
How have they done that? I mean, the first pick, lovely. But then this kill before getting the dizzy, and then a jump flash into the
Nice.
Stand up now! All right, a bit of fire with these Carmine Core players in their first time on the Big Masters stage.
Getting heated.
They are heated up. They are raised up.
Players here. Ball is made to refight. What a shot. Still,
Whoa,
aggression
Martin.
showcased here by Martin. His teammates are going to be there with him. Got his back live. What?
You see,
Shin
Casey
देख
had
ही नहीं
no
रहा था.
idea that was gonna happen.
Even a possibility. Yeah. Just no idea at all.
They didn't even think of that as a timing that FPX could have chosen for some aggression. You can see how the unexpected nature of how FPX plays can catch teams off guard. But thus far, Martin in the last round and this has managed to bail his team
Frankly,
out.
Shin देख भी नहीं रहा था वहाँ पे.
Knives out. No gun.
Nice.
Watching for the mid aggression.
And Ayang, they should have some idea, was over towards A earlier on. That dizzy was used. His shooting's been fairly good. But the most likely outcome here is that he just goes down and gets a thrash online for the next. This game has
Plant.
been so
ओई plant भी
streaky.
नहीं हुआ.
There's only 30 seconds left.
To deny it.
I don't see how he's
Cut
able
off.
to convert. And KC are going to be able to respond with 3
He
in a
be
row.
like, plant रोका मेरा. मैं खुद plant करेगा.
7 to tie it up. Now, would you refer to this one as a back and forth game, Bren? Because technically, it's gone back, and then it went forth, and now it's going back again.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. By the technical definition.
yeah, but it really has not been competitive in the
अरे.
round-to-round basis.
No, no.
Very streaky.
Move कर रहा है वो देख रहा है.
Very streaky.
Autumn's going to get an op online and try to peek under tube by the look.
Guys, those who are new, make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe.
Very early on, but we'll see.
Autumn
Early pick. Wow, okay. Tomazee, Thrash. Used to see if they can
gets
clear
one, Berlin
the
gets
way
one.
through B main. Yang is open to the window here. Lurk timing could be brutal. Lurk timing could be brutal. Spots the head. Spots the head. Magnum is racing ahead, man. Doesn't want anything to do with this. Look at him. Ducking straight into the floor. Maybe anticipating a repeat, but no, he's backing it away. In the meantime,
yeah, speaking about repeats, Berlin in a player advantage situation.
Revive दे सकता है Shin mid पे जाके. Mid revival का खेल बन सकता है ये.
Unnecessary for sure, and Berlin does get punished for it.
Raise him on mid.
Shin's gonna play for this one. Portion of the wall broken, but that's all good.
Yeah, thankfully.
Wall बर्बाद हुआ मतलब wall टूट ही गया था.
There's only 45 seconds left. Walking their way over towards A. Starting to get a move on though. What util do they have to try and clear close? They are, I think, quite scared of the prospect that life could be just in a one and done. Especially when he's playing Reyna. Does he see
Empress I.
just on the belt there? Looks unlikely. Orb in his face.
30 seconds left.
Players approaching rapidly.
Shot.
In position. It's a double face as the orb goes down.
Only 20 seconds left here. No real utility as far as I can see for FPX to deny this one. Magnum is really
yeah.
has missed the timing.
Yeah, he has, but he's going to be making a call at least for his team here. Over to buy some time.
Shot miss किया narrate पे.
Claiming it. He's
Narrate ने clear up कर दिया. वहाँ पे Magnum आ ही रहा है अभी तक.
Messing around.
This is another situation where KC lost players early on in the round. They weren't expecting the op to be on that sight line. It is entirely possible for the Viper to throw that mid line up without exposing any part of their body. But Autumn caught Tomazee at the beginning of the round. And Berlin ended up making a mistake when they were up, and it just opened the door for Narrate to take over. Narrate for Karmic Core, one of the North American imports over to EMEA, has been lighting the world up. He's been looking unbelievably good. But certainly one of those players that we don't know quite how they're going to perform when it gets to the Masters stage. Are the nerves going to be there? And Berlin goes walkabouts again in this round.
Nice, Martin.
It's happened so many times now.
But इतना aggressive जाना क्यों है solo?
Yeah.
Just waiting for the aggression.
Yeah, and it's very, very.
Without TP, you can't even escape. अगर तुम pick ले भी लेते हो, दूसरा pick तो आएगा ही आएगा यार.
FPX have got to be careful. They've clearly got what it takes to be able to bring the game to Carmine Corp. But this is giving me flashbacks of the finals they played in VCT, where they arguably should have beaten EDG, and they let so many of those advantages slip through their fingers. Here comes Ayang with the play again.
Autumn ने ये उठाया.
Gets one kill. Maybe setting up Autumn.
Nice, खत्म. भाई खत्म कर दिए.
Carmine Corp. Not even kicking with three of their players. Just got to try and hunt out where is life.
पता है flank है.
Yields up now, not letting anything slip.
Kata.
Humiliation time on the grand stage as Karmic Core up to 12.
For our first knife kill of Masters Madrid. Do they really count when you've got the Thrasher Tain on them? I think it is the disrespect.
Yeah, I think they shouldn't personally. Don't think we should be recording those in the stats, but...
Yeah, this is very well dealt with by KC. You can still see some moments where they're not quite anticipating what FPX are going to go for, but for the majority...
Knife him!
For the majority, they have got this on lock. The anticipation of Berlin's push at the beginning of that round and the way they executed was immaculate. They're looking for that punish again onto Tomazee. It's not there.
Not going to get it.
Yeah, this time playing a little safer. Doubling up with Magnum as well. KC, one round away, 5 chances of converting. Keep it clean.
It's going to be their aim. Tucked to the corner, that's life. Avoiding the initial flash across from the
अरे
box. Not accurate enough to win that fight out, but dismiss.
Dude, एक मारता है, ऐसा निकलता है, ऐसी repositioning है जिसका कोई limit नहीं है. चार मार दिया, एस मार दिया, what the hell? भाई,
If the KC players are trying to keep him rooted in that seat, they've well and truly failed in round 20.
अबे ये क्या मजाक है?
I mean, he's the only player that's actually able to evade the way that KC are playing, because he can get one, get out, and pick the most awkward timings through all of their utility.
The heck, भाई
Springs
खड़े होके कूद रहा है वो पीछे से आके चेयर ठीक कर रहा है
Feeling it, definitely feeling it. Back into the fight. Back into the action. Calm and cool, slow and steady. It's their approach to begin.
It's like they need only one round.
You know how aggressively FPX are liking to play, and they do have both the duelist players. Dash still available. Dismiss there if Life gets a kill. Lots of exit strategies, but here we look at this. I mean, they're just holding. 4, it's still Life claims it.
He's on fire.
लाइफ अलग ही खेल रहा है आगे जाता है एक फ्रैग निकालता है डिसमिस करके पीछे आता है
Magnum's one away from having a massive ultimate, and they're sneaking around underneath them. Life goes for the re-clear.
It's a dizzy.
Magnum दो मारा.
Magnum is there. On for the 2 there. Yang drops down. Dash is there. Martinez finds it.
2v2. Lefora versus
2v2. This could be it to seal the map.
Magnum and Martin. Berlin कहाँ से आएगा? Berlin अब बाहर से आ रहा है. Lockdown लगा. It's done for.
Hoping that they can punish, but no. Just granted the kill. Berlin, the IGL.
It is kind of done for in this map.
All on the line to keep his team in the map. Paranoia available. Smokes still there. Wants to walk though. Doubled up. They're dominating the position. If he chooses to just peek ever so slightly into it, there was going to be a shorty ready and waiting. More smoke used. Tap. Force them out into the open.
Khatam.
No easy fight.
Bola na,
No easy
khatam.
exits. That is Carmen Core. Sealing it up. Nice and pretty for map number 1. 13-8.
Well played.
A bizarre opening to Masters Madrid.
Not bizarre. भाई 7-0 से कमबैक किया 7-7 पर लेके आए फिर 8वां राउंड जीते. This was somewhat like ठीक ठाक. चलो गाइस यू गाइस वेट मैं मेरा डिनर लेके आता हूँ 5 minutes एंड आई विल बी राइट बैक टिल देन चेयर देखो मैं आया. We are back, guys. जब तक इंटरव्यूज वगैरह चल रहे हैं.
Ready, we prepare it, and I don't know. People don't understand, but FPX pretty decent team. They're really strong aimers, and yeah, it just I expected that they gonna
I don't know.
shoot hard,
Where
and hit
does
hard.
score?
So yeah, it's kinda. But about us, yeah, I didn't say anything, to be honest. It's just all like props to our teams and you and Ahmed. They prepared them also. The mentally wise, that's yeah, we are ready. So I don't know. I'm just happy we won.
Full trust in the team, gotta love it. Let's hope that Carmen Cower can close it out in map 2.
Oh, if N is happy, I am happy. What a start it is for Casey here at Masters Madrid. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and Kakuka. It was a great start, and Kakuka, and also a very convincing way for Casey to close it out.
Yeah, exactly. It's also not the fact only that they managed to get that first win here at Masters, it's the fact that they managed to mentally reset for what was happening on the server. I think that Eng was very right. FPX can shoot very hard. Like the rounds that Live was having, how they were just pushing onto them and doing this kind of things we were talking about before, how they thrive in the chaos. It is something that Casey had to overcome and did.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I think they looked really good in that second half with their game plan on how to shut down the aggression that even on the defense was being brought out by FPX. It's kind of hard to get
All
out
करके
of
बता
this
देता हूँ
space
guys.
and punish people who
बंदे
have
को
pushed up
बताने का
when you
everything
only
is
have
sorted.
that Gecko. But I think they play around that one piece of utility, even though you can't combo it with another flash very well. For me, that second half was a showcase of just how strong Casey's fundamentals are.
Yeah, Mimi, let's take a look at round 18 because not many people can deal with K-Core's pressure. And unfortunately, FPX couldn't do that either.
Yeah, not many, including FPX in this game, like you say. But this round was pretty cool for me. The way that KC are scaling together into this site, and also I think it's a showcase of how FPX's comp really does show some weakness. Running no sense.
Because the guy is not picking up right now, but it's okay. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe, man.
When you have this initiator comp where you're trying to set up those combos, you leave gaps like
यहाँ टाइमिंग हुआ, उधर से नरेट ने पूरा गेम ही पलट दिया. वो मैं एकदम वहाँ से शिफ्ट वॉक करके आ ही रहा है.
Explosive and just going in for the kills. He said that he wanted to pick when he got to Madrid, so he's definitely doing so. And I love that we have this stats for him. We were talking about the versatility, the feeling comfortable, and I think that this was a perfect.
I would say, guys.
It absolutely was. He said he was just gonna swing.
भाई साहब करमाइन को अपने जो गेम दिखाया है.
Take the fine, take the fine.
He did swing in this one. I think that when KC is willing to, in the late rounds, take a little bit that risk and let him go crazy when he's feeling it is really good and adds an extra dynamic.
भाई साहब,
I mean, this is the thing, he
Wingman,
does this on Gecko,
Hero
he will do this
Chotu,
on Fade,
Teddy
as we see
Bear,
later.
everything is
Which
fit.
version of Narrate do you guys think is the final boss of the Narrates?
I really like his Gecko.
I'm
honestly.
on the Gecko train, yeah, but I'm
It's
a big
so
fan of
hard
Gecko.
to play Gecko solo initiator.
Yes.
He does it so well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that he has a very good balance on how to support the team, how to go on those more aggressive plays, because he's the kind of player that can do it and will do it without shaking or having like second guesses. When we see him moving around the map and taking the right covers and making the right choices, everything is very well wired in his head. So I think that is why I like the Gecko, and also because he can just like.
You have to do the voice. It's too good. Wait, also
She's actually the voice actor.
I am actually Carnalito.
Yeah, can you please share that? Because I feel like it's a way better name than Wingman.
Carnalito, yeah. It's not even the Spanish one. It's in Latin America. They call it little boy Carnalito, and he's very cute.
Carnalito.
Carnalito.
I vote that we only call him that from now on.
I'm ready for it.
Carnalito. But we do have
Voice artist है भाई.
You believe it? Warming up in the AIM Lab shoot around. I need his sense, I need his game sense, everything, you know the meme how it goes, because he's able to perform EMEA on LAN, and it's great to see that Mimi, he's also able to perform on a global stage already as well.
He just had to get out of an A.
Oh!
He was good.
He was
when
getting
he was
held
in
back.
it.
He was getting held back.
It
by
was
NA.
actually. He is what your ranked teammates want to be, in that it was he needed the right team, right?
Yeah.
He can probably.
Honestly, he
Guys,
did.
guys,
I think
guys.
that there is a lot of similarities between the case of Narrate and some other players in KC. And for
एक
example,
सेकंड,
Alpha,
मेरे को पीसी पे कुछ तो आया है नोटिफिकेशन. I have to check, and that is much more important right now. I hope you guys understand, because तुम लोग सपोर्ट मेरे को करते हो, मेरे को पता है.
not be what he is today. But going back to Narrate, love the fact that he's feeling this comfortable, that he has this sassy personality outside and inside the game, and he can bring it to the international stage.
He absolutely can. And we've talked a lot about the coaches today, but I think you have to credit the IGLing of this team as well. Magnum played with Fnatic right at the very beginning, famous for the ill-fated Sky Flash at the end of Reykjavik. But since then, he's been grinding down in Tier 2. He's a name that I think a lot of people had forgotten. But now he comes back in with this KC roster and is absolutely a pivotal part of this system they built. We saw some great adaptation and mid-rounding on that map, and I think you can credit a lot of that to this guy Magnum.
Yeah, this is the thing. People don't. People forget that he was never IGL before. He only started IGLing on this team. I also love a moment we had EMEA where N called attack pause when they were like 11-1 up, and he did that a lot back in Gander. And we asked him, "You're 11 up. Why are you calling attack pause?" And he's like, "Look, I want us to close out the game, and I heard Magnum make a call, and it was." Just the wrong call. I had to step in and be like, Magnum, look, I appreciate what you're doing, but you should not be doing that. You should be doing this. And he also said that as time went on, he's had to do that a lot less. His trust in Magnum has grown a lot over the kickoff period. And given the fact, I don't think they called a single timeout, right? I don't think.
No, I mean that's what Eng was saying.
Yeah,
in the interview, right?
Yeah.
He was
hearing the right thing.
Magnum must have been saying all of the right things.
Many people might think, yeah, after you lose so many rounds in a row, why didn't you call a tech pause? Eng is hearing everything, and if he feels that the right calls are being made, and to every problem they're already thinking about to fix it for the next round, you don't really need to call that tech pause. Do you think that your team is going to be a little bit thrown off the game? You don't want to interfere too much. You think that first tech pause, attack pause was enough? Why do it again?
I think you also have to remember that those pauses also give your opponent a chance to talk to your coach. I think we've heard from like Mini before that sometimes he wouldn't call pauses because he trusts his IGL more than the opponent's IGL.
Talking about Fnatic.
I thought you were going to say he trusts the other coach more. I thought you were going to say that.
No. But it is something to think about always, of like that trust in your IGL. Once you build it up, it means you can save those pauses for that perfect moment. And I mean, right now, I don't think that game ever fully got out of hand for Casey. They started losing those 3-4 rounds in a row, but the last round, they turn it back around, they fix it, and then go into the second half quite strong.
Yeah, and he didn't need to talk to his players, but his players were giving it on the server.
Verification check.
There's some trash talk from the last
guys, some smiles in your face.
Oh,
hey, play the game, play the game.
So it's just Tomasi.
Tomasi, by the way, another youngster. If you remember seeing him last year in Seoul,
everything is done.
It was completely different, right? I think that the environment that they have created, how they're living everything on stage.
Tomasi over there.
So I watched some of the Carmen Core vlogs this week.
Did we get some viewing from Martin already? Not yet? It will be there.
I really thought we could go a long time without bringing that up here.
No.
I'm kind of disappointed we haven't
एक मिनट guys, सिर्फ एक ही मिनट रुकिए.
But what I'm not disappointed in is what I was saying with Tamezi being such a great emotional leader. But we're into the agent select here already. Carmen Core, we saw them play the Fnatic comp and beat Fnatic. But for FPX, this is one of those maps where they pull out the chamber ban.
Yeah, exactly. Funny enough, even though Casey has a very good record on this map, this has never been their choice. This is the first time that they actively choose this as their battleground. It was always like either the third map or something that other teams picked up for them in EMEA.
ये आज रात को गाइस देखना पड़ेगा कि क्या है. मेजर इशू है ये कि रात को देखना पड़ेगा है क्या चीज. बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स आ रही है. ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं. We are there.
Beyond just the chamber, has a solo Gecko initiator, which I think is a lot harder to make work on this map. If you go for hard execs, that Dizzy gets broken, which honestly, map 1 KC was doing a great job at. If they can continue to do that, I think they can really punish this dive player. This is an opportunity for KC to close in too.
Yeah, well, things are going to get a little bit harder for FPX here. It will be KC's map choice, and it's time to send it back to your casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get to it then. Map number 2. For Carmen Core versus FPX, I mean, listen, map 1 was an interesting one, to say the least. I mean, very streaky in terms of the rounds with Carmen Core. You've got to expect, you know, these guys are phenomenal on Lotus. It's a map that they've taken, you know, many a strong team to. They look really primed in this map. They have a ton of great ideas. But now, you know, how are they going to be dealing with FPX, especially life on the chamber? This guy has been a standout in the past, and now he's going to be looking to do a little bit more. There's a smoke here. Haunts. Dealt with taking
attacking comp
back the rendezvous, but well,
FPX
trying to help out his team.
If FPX doesn't get 10 rounds,
decision, actually,
minimum 8 rounds.
The exit with the rendezvous. just looking to try to find a timing. Now they're headed into Magnum's setup, where the turret is going to take contact. And this Viper wall, previously used by teams like Loud on this map, going to allow KC a really nice C retake.
You can see from Magnum's setup here with the nano swarms. I mean, it's just to make sure they can't cross past the wall, buys time for the rotates. As they hear now, the spike's going to be planted.
Nice
shot onto the target. A fight into the back of the site. They're not clearing the corner.
Clear किया जाते हुए.
Snaps it back around again. They want to really just take the fight in a battle straight to them. FPX are not messing around. Shin.
ओए
Doubled up, stacked up. They give him a freebie.
पीछे भागो.
Kills now. But a 1v2 and 17 health to do it.
Almost impossible. He doesn't have very much information about where the others are positioned. And life. With the sheriff just watching this smoke. Gonna put it down.
वो अगर चेक नहीं किया होता ना, एटलीस्ट 2 से 3 का था.
Quite ready there for the aggression, at least a second wave of things.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looked like they were ready for the aggression, if anything. I mean, Narrate is tucked into the corner, has his pick, should have been able to pick off Autumn. Oh, that glance behind. And yeah, it's just the fact that Narrate isn't able to hit the
Bait out करवा ही दिया था.
In that split second. But certainly, I mean, to your point, FPX pushing so deep. They were taking a fight against Shin and Spawn, basically. And if that's the adaptation that they use, going from map 1 to map 2, to keep trying to fight Kamikor at all times, never allow them to set up for the retakes, I think that's a very good strategic idea.
Works well, it really does.
And you said as well earlier, Brenda, Kamikor have got a lot of experience on Lotus. They feel very comfortable there. The desk was talking about that too. But they've also played mostly against more meta compositions and relying on having a great understanding of how those work, the timings those take, the utility that they throw. They had very good specific anti-strats in EMEA too. This FPX team does not play conventional Valorant. No. And the composition
A stag side पे क्यों जा रहे हैं लोग? मरने के लिए?
And it's going to be a little harder for KC to get a read on.
KC showed her hand, really, that the stack is over towards A, forcing the pivot now.
पट से 2 B pivot कर लिया, पट से.
Stop this. I saw back position, almost asleep at the wheel there. Needs to call for reinforcements and backup here to try and play this crossfire. Setup, Bulldog, singing true, finding their marks, very wide.
Nice shot.
The second shot of the Outlaw is enough to shut that one down. So should be very clean and clinical round here for FPX. Second one now for them.
And it's also close to getting Ayoung's ult online, so I would assume he's going to try to chase.
Berlin no मिला वो final.
His first ult point. Don't worry, we don't need the Gecko ult anyway, I suppose, as we head into the bonus round. It would have been nice to have it online. Still possible, of course. Ayoung might get it for post.
Let's go Odin online.
With something like an ult or pick up and a plant. KC, the war machine starts to rumble. Tomashi picks up the Odin.
One enemy remaining.
This team as well, Kamikor. Warbang lineups. I mean, you're seeing FPX as well take a turn with it as well, initially in the prior round, but now we're getting started. Just trying to punish that peak. You can hear the shoulder just sticking out of life. He goes for another one.
Very bold, very confident. He was dominating in the individual fights when it came to Icebox, so I can respect that level of confidence. But KC, punishing him there. And despite the fact that there were 3 players from FPX defaulting over towards Mound at the beginning of the round, they don't actually have any control there. Double smokes, and Ayoung's Dizzy has had to be used twice already in the round just for Mound control. So they're still 10 seconds away from using that in any kind of push into C.
Shin smokes as well. I mean, they jut out just far enough to really put the fear into FPX, wondering if there could be a player lurking and creeping. The door is going to be hit there with a switch.
Guys, everybody is asking for that AdSense में हुआ क्या?
Dizzy, everything offloaded all together.
भाई util.
He needs some help from the rest of his team.
ये क्या हो रहा भाई?
Juking side to side. How does he get the 1 kill eventually? Falling. Backing away here, Narrate really wants to respect this one, doesn't want to toss away his life, wants to play for the full retake with the rest of his team now.
Net कर.
Actually denied there, that's a perfect placement of the nade, yeah.
फाड़ दी.
Kill.
I mean, if anyone was going to go down, and I thought it would be Autumn on 30 health, but Lysol just tanks it. Maybe not hearing that in the moment.
खत्म कर दिया भाई. वो नेड ने बहुत कुछ किया.
Taking out all of it, leaves it to Berlin. He's just got so much working against him. Berlin, hello. Here's your time to shine, but Tomasi.
But Odin.
Shuts that one down right quick. So bonus round conversion not there, but he made it a hell of an expensive round. I mean, listen, only one player surviving.
Yeah.
KC.
Absolutely.
महंगा तो है.
I mean, when Lysol goes down,
महंगा तो
KC
है.
are going to have their pick of that one. It's going to be an easy battle, but Berlin once again in a pretty similar manner to what he did in round 13 on
30
Icebox.
seconds left.
Being able to get way more value from a position than you would expect from him makes it very damaging to KC's economy. So now, Kalmincore coming into the next round have a Bulldog and a Judge to work with. Martin is playing Judge Raze here at the front of B to start this round. FPX haven't been wandering close to B, but I wonder if they're going to try to set up some kind of trap here on Mound.
A chance of it.
Open the door, blast pack
52
out,
HP हो गया ना rate.
crazy with the Judge perhaps.
Yeah, I mean Shin's position is really quite far forward there.
The problem is, the more space that you give them over towards A here, Brent, the more that you're going to allow A-Young to get set up with the
Magnum
flash,
को दे दिया
push
Odin.
Magnum into uncomfortable positions, and get plants down on A. So this is, despite the fact there's a Killjoy and an Odin playing on the A site, this does look a little weak.
There it is now, Thrash. Clearing out towards tree. Magnum smart enough to give up the space. Be free gained now. The plant down for Berlin. Unconventional plant spot.
Retake पे आओ फटाफट.
Post plant doesn't allow you to play from stairs.
क्या क्या है retake के लिए? एक paranoia है, दो flash, एक paranoia है, एक दो TP है. एक nade भी है ना?
Here's the initiation, the moves in with the Judge,
नहीं.
eventually shutting down that threat.
Nice
Martin
Tomasi.
can't get anything done, but
Nice
Kalmincore
Nare.
still there with the rifles. Off to the side, Autumn inside the smoke. The rate.
Save करो भाई.
Last player left standing. It's 1v2.
No time, save it.
Guessing himself, wondering if he gets another one, could be played, but no. Now making the smarter decision here, so saving a rifle, running away with it. So FPX up to a third round.
Yeah, getting themselves into a really nice position. The thing
Three,
that
two,
catches Kalmincore off guard there when they go for the retake are the unconventional swing timings from FPX. As soon as they hear the paranoia double blast pack come out, FPX don't respect it, they swing into it. And that catches KC as they go to try to push off the back of the utility, taking gunfights at unfavorable timings. And you'll see here Berlin just manages to catch this one. And you also have Autumn coming out through the smoke. Perfect timing to try to catch Martin in the back. The damage that they did on the bonus, capitalizing there. And leading to a really nice beginning to this map from FPX.
That's fantastic. And keep this one going as well. Listen, generate the ultimates, keep using them to just snowball your way forwards. I think the more rounds as well that FPX get and start accruing is that question you brought up earlier, you know. Kalmincore, they've been playing against the metacoms. How do you deal with something that's a little bit less standard, especially against a team that plays a little bit less standard too? You know, FPX, we've been seeing them play. I mean, they don't shy away from a lot of individualistic plays.
No, not at all.
Shin tucked to the corner. Will he be taken out? Yeah, and dealt with. Winning the showstopper there against the weaker eye.
Yeah, so expensive, but starting to build up to, you know, a Viper's Pit for the next as well, so the ult cycle is still not in a terrible situation, even though they felt it necessary to invest that. They're in a great spot to be able to close this one out too. The weaponry is not great on anyone other than Nare.
Oh, Northern players down for the double face. Autumn.
He says ult use किया. Ult use किया, ठीक है, उसने 3 ult point वापस ले लिए.
Steadily building his way back up to his own ult that he just expended. 4-1 here. FPX might be starting to run away with it. Important round coming up now.
खुद का ult उसने rebuild कर लिया.
Kalmincore be able to get some of those rifles online, but they don't have any big ultimates of their own, really. Yeah, I mean, okay, Martini's one away. Maybe if he gets a kill, get the showstopper too, but it's imperative, really, that they put a stop to FPX here.
Especially if Lysor starts getting into position to pit on the site. Because we saw that on Icebox, that the pits and the more aggressive post-line positions really messed with KC and the way that they wanted to approach things.
Let's see.
Early fight. Here, my life. Doesn't expect that Shin has already crossed one way. Might just see the feet.
Not quite. like catching it.
Fine.
Oh, has he got a glimmer of it there, perhaps? I don't think so. The boombot used from Autumn
The spam.
as life forced to teleport away. Autumn has not quite cleared Thomas yet.
Yeah, it was broken. It gave the indicator. It gave the indicator for Autumn.
Great movement to be able to escape.
Really heads up as well. Knowing that the
भाई
movement was
FPS
cleared,
ने वापस से
expecting it,
momentum
it's like,
पकड़
okay,
लिया है.
potential there behind the box tucked. First kill for
You
himself,
can
50
never
seconds now.
ever rule out Chinese teams from any of the games.
The A side. Magnum is here, ready and waiting with the setup. That's the Nanostorm still. Paranoia goes wide. He's holding an off angle. This is really quite aggressive. And Autumn just offsets the movement ever so slightly enough. Flank around Shin. They weren't expecting that one with the TP, but he's only one man. What can he do? Paranoia glides TP in face.
No way.
No way. No
Whoa!
way. Shin.
Ooh!
That's monstrous.
He will just take it.
Nowhere near. Sticking this one through. Where's the defuse, but not a clue. Still half on it.
Oh!
Puts him to bed, puts him to rest.
What a kill to end that! And what a play from Carmine Core. An attempt to try to set that up.
Shin was crazy.
And timeout called. That was an enormous investment. I mean, the play that they went for there, Nightfall into the Omen ult. They had no idea that Shin was all the way back there. They had no audio cues. Paranoia, so they have no audio cue on this either.
भाई मारा है Shin ने पकड़ के.
Set up for success.
अयो.
Life shut it down.
I said at the beginning of the round, that was a pivotal one. Economy going to be reset here for Carmine Corp. Instant timeout called.
Yeah, this is now serious danger. KC
Will it go to map 3?
for how to go for a retake.
या Carmine Corp comeback करके 2-0 करके खत्म करेगा FPX को lower brackets में भेजेगा.
Combo still gets stuffed. And Autumn is currently sat 12-3 up at the top of the scoreboard for FPX. Finding so many good timings. His awareness in that round to be able to pick off Tamaji early on. In the previous round, to be able to catch Martin as he went for the double blast.
Madrid crowd
playing wonderfully here.
Pride of OCE. Stepping up here onto the big stage.
And so many conversations about, what do the communications look like within FPX? Because Autumn isn't super comfortable with only speaking Chinese inside the team, so they have
life is 6-1.
Is it worth it? Well, if he plays like this, it is.
Yeah, it definitely is.
And Life, who was at the top of the scoreboard on Reina, is still 6-1, barely been punished.
मतलब life को सिर्फ aim agents दे रहे, no intelligence.
Double control given up. FPX happy to do so. Autumn also one away from his ult.
Yeah, and look at how that round is about to spiral the ult economy out of control for FPX. This ult cycle is getting monstrous.
Magnum is tucked here, has the stinger. Too much util, still finds the kill. Just taking the timing as well, knowing they were going to explode into the side, and he backs away, so...
एक मारा.
Toss away his life for no reason. Plant.
This is going to be difficult though for Carmine Corp because they're going to come back
into this. यार guns नहीं है ना.
Potentially big ultimates if Autumn or Lysor are able to get a pick.
अगर एक मिलता है Martin को, they will just move ahead.
Try to stack one of them, the plant.
Yeah, potentially, because Martin's now going to be coming back in. Nade, rebounding, snake by ults, offloaded.
Nice shot, Autumn.
What a shot, what a shot!
Nice!
Indeed. The players are top lane.
Nice!
Rifles matter not. Carmine Corp on display.
Oh, भाई क्या मारा है?
Number 1 seed from EMEA.
Just a bit too passive from FPX. Thrifty. Resting on their laurels, not remembering the game plan that they had coming in. And that's our second MasterCard Thrifty of the series, I believe.
भाई क्या मारा है?
From what we'd seen earlier on, when Carmine Corp were fighting aggressive post plants deep into spawn.
Shot यार.
Like almost the most passive way that you could play this situation. Not
क्या काम aim है यार, एकदम flashy नहीं है, कुछ ज़्यादा मेहनत नहीं है. They just stay so calm.
Is demonic right now for FPX. Online. They have literally everything, yeah.
It's a rubble fight, not being contested early by FPX, so it had nothing to do with it. KC not even really using too much util of their own.
एटलीस्ट FPX को 8 राउंड चाहिए और अगर कार्माइन को आप 4 भी निकाल लेती है उनके लिए बेयर मिनिमम 8 है, इनके लिए तो मैक्स नो मैक्स 4 है. So 8-4 पे both the teams will be happy.
It's just holding angles where he would be able to catch people, you know, blast packing in with an ultimate. He's looking to try to catch Autumn in a very non-committed place, Magnum, but one where he can just catch headshot sightlines.
ISM flying out towards B. Narrate's going to be calming this. You still
not a full commitment though at all, is it?
No.
It's just supposed to feel fakey.
All over the place here, but really there's not too much behind it. Still, okay.
ठीक है.
peak,
Shot यार. He is crazy.
Shuts that one down. Now to show
पूरा C खाली.
Or lay it out on top of it. Magnum, he's out of there. Vacates it. Wants nothing to do with it. Side control going to be gained for them. It's being lost all over the place here with Thomasy losing that one.
Dono flashed there.
A little bit delayed here, but FPX are the ones that are coming out on top. Kill feed, filling up with red, and that's all they're seeing right now.
सब utils फोड़ी, एक बंदा भी फोड़ा.
Shot with the discipline, Shin. He's setting the aim just enough. 1v2. Does he still?
Re-aim कर लिया.
He's worried about those aggressive timings.
Is he saving it? The big question.
Fear in his heart, causing this to be a retake. Sorry, a save. Meaning that KC are in a whole right
Is
now.
he saving
A whole
it?
lot of trouble. FPX still with some big ultimates that they didn't feel incentivized to use there. We were watching that fight happening over towards the defender's side spawn. Actually, the big deaths happened in Waterfall.
Yeah.
Those are kills that I think either happened over the top of or through a smoke, and obviously that first pick is massive. But yeah, just as that smoke was about to bloom, it's a one-way actually from Berlin. That's so nice.
Interesting ideas.
Lovely idea. And not something that KC was set up to deal with. It is an attack-sided map from everything that we've seen, but FPX here are looking so much more successful than they did on Icebox.
They have to be much more successful. कमाइन को अब 4 राउंड्स में खुश हो जाएगी. FPX 8 में भी शायद खुश ना हो. Because अगर लाइनअप देखोगे, they're having Riz, Chamber and Gecko.
It was Magnum with an Odin, and now Aang.
भैया ना breach है.
His way towards A again, but Berlin with the spike on B. So there's a serious potential that this becomes an A fake with the Gecko ult into a B pivot. That's going to be challenging for KC to deal with.
It depends on the success of these A players. Berlin does have the ult tucked away to reposition to A if they are going to find a kill, but no.
वही वाला है ना.
Wide.
A पे अल्टी पल्टी कुछ नहीं है, खाली A फेक किया, डोर खोला और B पिवट कर लिया.
Be attempting the backstab.
Weird though, because that means no pit available on site.
Lockdown. Close forwards here with a Thrash. I'm going to seek to try and fight this one really far back.
Monster on the Lulu, Magnum.
Nails it with a detainment. There's 2 players there. They can't actually enter the fight, but really, they've done the damage here with the bodies. Nothing to break this lockdown whatsoever. Life was being pressured onto that position. Once more detainments across the board. Narrate sticking forwards here. Sees half on the board. Magnum.
Nice.
Just seeking to delay. He's got his teammates back. Aang forcing out the wingman. Horn drops down, rebounds half on it. Really needs to swing wide. Magnum.
Whoa, nice round. भाई वो KJ अल्ट ने अच्छा काम किया. उसके बाद जो अपर पे फाइट लिया, that was crazy. अगर वो फाइट नहीं जीतते तो प्रॉब्लम आती.
But I like the ideas actually from both teams. Sure, we didn't see the pit on the site, but we did see them save that Thrash for a post-plant situation to try to challenge the lockdown. Unfortunately, the fight.
यहाँ पे मैं यही चीज, ये मैग्नम के जो 2 फ्रैग्स थे वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बन गए थे. Even third one.
If he hadn't picked up both, there's a great chance that
well played, boys.
Push forwards, get the kills, break the lockdown, and it's a round done and dusted.
Guys, those who are new, make sure you hit that like and subscribe. बुरा लग रहा है यार, सुपर चैट्स नहीं दिख रही है ना, वो प्लस का साइन नहीं दिखता है ना इतनी मेहनत के बाद, बहुत बुरा लगता है। कब तक नहीं रहेगा, दैट इज द बिग क्वेश्चन। बचाया शिंदे। फिर भी बर्लिन ट्राई कर सकता है, ट्राई कर सकता था अगर स्पाइक हाथ में होती तो, बट स्पाइक थी नहीं, अल्टी खींच के भी मतलब होता नहीं।
But now FPX rifles back on board, and this is where the ult cycle has declined a little bit here for the attack side team, but they haven't really been able to find use out of this pit.
10-10-6-5-3 Martin is 3-10 right now, वो प्रॉब्लम दे सकता है।
Discuss what the round game plan should be. I feel like the game plans have been good from FPX. Generally speaking, apart from that one round, was it round 7 I believe, where they just played a little too passively. For the rest of it, they've been up, aggressive in Karmine Corp's faces, forcing the duels, utilizing nice pieces of utility like the one-way on C, the thrash to push the lockdown over towards B as well.
Really proactive calls being made by an FPX team that, honestly, I thought were going to be riddled with these communication issues, you know, having to really translate twice, you know, Berlin having to talk and describe these game plans throughout. It led to the macro game of FPX.
Let's go, Carmine, let's go, Carmine, let's go, Carmine.
That's really been the case. I mean, they have been rapid in terms of the way they've been pressing the issue, forcing KC to react to them. And it's been by hair's breadth, really, in terms of KC being able to win some of these rounds out.
Guys.
Maybe they can even it out. Maybe they can make it 6-6 here. Timeout is being taken by FPX because they're feeling that struggle now to hold on and maintain this lead.
I know AdSense वाला scene तो अब हो गया है, but we can hit 1800 subscribers soon.
I think found it a little difficult to tell exactly where FPX have been moving around the map because they're playing
कर दो
far back.
Subscribe तो कर दो यार, subscribe share कर दो, subscribe कर दो.
That kind of thing. But generally speaking, Karmine Corp are taking a more passive approach to the defense, relying on those good retakes. And that's giving FPX a lot to work with. Here we see KC start the round with 3, ready to play around A rubble. A very classic setup here on the defense.
Just a one-way used.
Okay, TP out.
Berlin hoping they hear the sound cue of that one. Viper's pit drop down.
C पे entry नहीं मिलेगी सर आपको.
And Narrate actually saved all of his Fade utility. Didn't throw any for the rubble fight at the beginning of the round. They're not worried about that area of the map. KC have maintained control of it at the start. And now you can see both teams saving a lot of their utility.
Utils यूज ही नहीं कर रहे हैं. ये फ्लैशी प्लेस साउथ एशिया में फ्लैशी प्लेस दिखते हैं, पैसिफिक में भी फ्लैशी प्लेस दिखते हैं कि ए रबल का कंट्रोल लेते हैं, डबल सैचल मार के नेड मार के रेज आगे जाता है विद द सपोर्ट ऑफ ओमन फ्लैश और समथिंग.
Ready to receive, still it gives them the space. Haunt. Really, actually,
nice shot ना रे.
They're lucky to be alive, backing away. Meanwhile,
एक नंबर मैग्नम, लेकिन यूटिल नहीं निकालनी थी.
Oh, that's wild.
He's ripped away Narate's head.
And he's just swinging through an Anaswarm there as well. He's opened the round up so wide for FPX. Looking to try to get another.
Hey!
Young's been such a beast in this series so far.
Hit drop down. Berlin's watching for it. You can hear it. The rumbling
Chalo.
steps. That is 7-4.
I was asking for 8-4 and I think I'll get that 8-4.
Difference maker.
By the way, guys, make sure you hit that like and subscribe.
A seize, a haunt, whatever, at the start of the round. But he did Prowler B main and he found out that there was a lurker there. But he thought it was only one. Magnum is about to pull out his turret after killing Life there because they are so convinced there would only be one B lurker. They're getting caught off guard by the unconventional way that FPX are playing. And it creates moments like that where KC have an assumption that is wrong and it bites them in the ass.
Money is just absolute
terrible
purchases for Karmine Corp. Working with scraps to the final round of the first half.
Money is actually terrible. भाई ए से मांग लो एक आधी गन, वो दे सकता है.
A favored fight, taking it with the numbers that they've got, but for now, space given and granted for FPX out towards C mound.
And Ayang picks up his ultimate. So FPX really
हल्का सा अगर एक आधा राउंड रैंक के हिसाब से खेले ना तो मजा भी आ सकता है. Reason is nobody expects you to play like ranked. Wild push या कुछ. B entry, B planted.
Forward sound cues missing, taken away. Plant still online for it. No, he's just spotted. Everybody watching
Nice
towards
shot.
the wall, but that is a nasty shot by Tomazi.
Nice shot.
Would have blocked that angle up. Actually, might just be through to Smoke here. Oh, sound cues live. He's really just got to rely on his aim. Smoke finally blooms and blossoms to cut off.
Life की life उसकी aim पे थी.
It's coming in right from the side. Tomazi sticking. Half already has to get off.
Done scene, खत्म scene.
The full wrap around and an 8-4 finish for this opening half.
Very nice ending there from FPX. Good way of adding extra layers into that. And a very competent attack side on a map where KC have been very dominant in EMEA. It's an attack-sided map in general, so don't count out the European squad from being able to.
मैं तो बोल ही रहा हूँ 4-8 बहुत हो गया.
Is now firmly on them.
And now Carmine Cup will win the pistol, will win the anti-eco. Bonus भी convert होएगा.
Thank you very much, guys. It is a great half and a nice start from FPX here. But let's take a look at a Verizon high-speed moment of the match, because this one goes to Shin. And what a play this was, Mimi.
Yeah, it was impressive, right? But this round started off so good for FPX. They got a huge advantage. And then Shin, I mean, just incredible instincts to get behind instantly on this TP and almost win it. But he did lose the round in the end. And that's the story of this half. It is FPX up 8-4. And for me, this was a very different FPX from
Class था ये वाला. ये वाला play class था भाई.
Super aggressive, pushes it in the late round. It was instead them playing really good fundamentals. Starting off the 1-3-1, pressuring the extremities.
ये वाला play literally class था.
Making really good reads and actually out-calling Magnum to get ahead.
Yeah, I think they out-mental the plan that K-Corp originally had for this map. If we look at the Viper wall that they were using from the attack, it differs completely from what we see in EMEA. We were talking about the Odin, Tomazi going crazy on that. It doesn't hold a lot of value if that position is not going to be held by them.
But this does get risky in the second half. This map, as the casters were highlighting, it's a lot harder to defend on, even with FPX having this lead. And I think on this defensive side as well, this is where we really get to
गलत
see
रहेगा
what
FPX
this
के लिए.
team is made of. They have to be on top of these rotations, because Karmine Corp is a team who's really good at selling these little fakes, at playing into the right site in the mid round, and then having super strong post plants.
Yeah, it is a healthy lead, but a pistol could change everything as we head back into the second half. With your casters, it's Brennan Saito.
So for Karmine Corp, I mean, backs against the wall with this one. Hefty lead for FPX.
I don't think so. It's much hefty.
This pistol round buy is really interesting, actually. We've got 3 players with sheriffs online. Shin on attack side Omen has bought 1 smoke and a teleport, so he's clearly planning to get value out of that as part of their pistol strategy. But if they're going to end B here, that means that they're only going to have 1 smoke. They're going to fight Heaven aggressive with the Viper wall.
Oh, again trying to disrupt this one. FPX cracked open the wall out towards C.
Martin थोड़ी सी HP lose करेंगे.
Nice.
Nice.
Leaping, boundless man.
Go for that. Go for that. Take that.
Can't withstand that kind of pressure. Interlink now. Paranoia. Sent flying. Corners cleared. Making sure they're there with the diligence. Nade rebound.
Shot Magnum.
Holding down the ground. Forwards. It's the approach.
Magnum with 1 more.
With this guy, he's just rattling off shots. Left, right, and center, straight from main. Finally smoked off. Berlin diffusing. Half, sticking. Hello, gets off of it, but now damage is done. Snake bite tap. They've got to realize this now. Surely with the time.
Nice.
They all collapse.
मैं क्या बोला था?
Karmine Corp.
अब यार dark sided map पे देखो क्या होता
There's
है.
a little bit of danger there. Turns out, Tomazi, he had his orb and a snake bite on the plan. So not too much danger. Berlin was maxed out at only being able to get half on the spike. This is the play, though, that really wins them the round. They're not just fighting Heaven aggressively with the Viper wall. They're planning to swing through their own Viper wall to be able to hard clear out anybody that was looking to try to play retake in that area.
Woo.
Great pistol round strategy.
A crazy round.
Gives them a chance.
Still going to be expended by KC. control towards a rubble, but a stack of 4 players.
Take that orb. Fight for that orb.
The weapons, they do have the util, and look at that dizzy connection. Which way is the fight?
Oi, oi, oi!
Blinded up, FBX!
भाई बचा लिया.
But eventually, it's the Bulldogs that carried him through it.
Yeah, after that initial wave of utility, got the first 2 kills for FBX. They just couldn't quite hold on. As soon as the KC players could see, they shot back.
Nice.
And Life tries
बचा लिया भाई. महंगा राउंड है. 2 weapons गिरी, but बचा लिया.
down to Berlin. We've seen some outrageous situations from Berlin so far in this series. He's managed to pick up a Bulldog. But I think this would just be a little too much. He's gonna need a freebie.
Karmakor haven't really been offering too many of them.
Will you expect?
There's an option though. Magnum's just jiggling the corner out towards Link. Berlin making sure to clear everything before he starts to
This
approach
damn
now.
close.
1 smoke. 2 smokes. Freshly rejuvenated.
He's found a timing past Magnum, but he's set up a crossfire. This triple setup is so strong.
You just don't win it. There's too much to account for. Too much to
खत्म.
account for. So,
जो contact पे peak हुआ है.
surviving here for Karmakor. 3 rifles to carry into the bonus.
The Bermuda Triangle post-plant setup, you ain't getting out of that one.
You can't do it. Can't do it.
So yeah, this is going to be a fairly potent bonus round, but not the most that we've seen. There was a little bit of damage there. Also, something to keep in mind, Autumn was 12-3.
Contact peaking and it's over.
So you look at where he is on the score.
Guys,
right
guys,
now.
guys.
He hasn't
Those
been
who
doing
are
too
new.
much since that absolutely electric beginning.
Next match में मजा आएगा. देखते हैं अभी next match कितने बजे start होता है, because मेरे को नहीं लगता ये map 3 जाएगा. Match जल्दी चालू हो जाएगा.
Like Autumn or Life to really make sure that they can close this one out.
Berlin trying to make the most of the Odin spam. Well, that util was used just to set Shin up into a forward position through rubble. Now the second wave is going to be used early on here. I mean, talking a minute 20.
So that would be the thing.
Now Karmakor could look to try and go all the way back over towards A. Berlin.
Dry pickings नहीं.
Oh,
Nice. Timing पकड़ा.
Berlin, what are you doing? They are wild. Oh no, I can feel it. The danger's
Now Shin won't.
and it's there. FPX now forced to try and do a lot more.
Shin will not
Wide into the open, like
ever bear you with that Odin. वो नहीं करेगा. मारेगा वो.
Life has to make a go of it. Wall, fade.
Timing.
Counting for it. Spike dropped down. He's brought this into a 2 versus 2. Definite chances here for him.
Serious opportunity for FPX to be able to recover this. Oh, that's a ton of damage onto Life though. The Odin spam perfect, but he might have distracted for Lysor to find a timing.
What happened to backside? Shinny's just on top of the ropes, man.
पकड़ो भाई on site है.
This post plant now gets so much more difficult.
यो क्या हो रहा भाई?
How do you cut up these angles? How do you find the right fights? How do you isolate them? He's not even clearing Shin. Tucked.
खत्म. पता ही था अगर एक Odin drop हुई वहाँ पे.
Should have been more dangerous than that.
Take that, Odin.
Shin somehow manages to make that one look easy by pushing with an Odin into heaven. But it's the player on the other side. It's Shin's opposite, Berlin, who just threw the round away so early on. This is an anti-bonus. You have an economy advantage to clear the round out. And he just wanders out through.
अब यहाँ पे equalizer आएगा. जो मैं predict कर रहा हूँ, Loud को support कर रहे हो.
And I think he just got completely lost.
मैं तो Loud को देखो. The thing is, Americas में I support 2 teams. First is Sentinel, second is Loud.
From him throughout this series.
EMEA में most probably everybody supports Fnatic. My second team is Heretics. Pacific में it's Indian team and Paper X.
Half-bar eco, whatever you want to call it. They throw a ton of utility at a rubble and they over-rotate immediately, so they have the stack. They're trying to force Karmakor right into them. They're going to get
Khatam.
granted. Martin can't see
Khatam.
anything yet with the Phantom in his hands, making short work at him.
3 मारा. Okay, is denied. मेरे को लगा इस भी मिल जाएगा.
Feels his position. Earns a kill because of it.
35 HP है Autumn.
Any more danger in this?
Now, with the stack dodged, KC should be able to rely on their discipline to get them through this one. No problem. The time's an
Oh,
issue. Autumn's
everything
stuffed
is
in the
dumped.
corner.
Every
There's
fucking
no
thing is
idea
dumped
these two
right now.
players are so close.
He's getting bullied. Lunch money taken.
बस यही मत बोलना क्यों क्या हो गया
The high-low setup. Very little chance and opportunity, and so 8-8.
यही में I support a player, not team, but I support a player.
Because I talked about it on the attack side for FPX. The ult cycle
Texture.
is just
भाई global में खेल
Look
चुका है
at what they're starting to get up to. Nightfall, lockdown, available.
भाई साहब global
Those are
में
gonna
खेल
start
चुके
to
हैं
build up. The pit and the showstopper. This composition has so many tools to be able to chain stuff together on the attack side.
One enemy remaining.
Go, guys. Nice.
And this now might be a little too late for FPX. They had their opportunities early on in this half to make it dangerous for KC. Round 15, round 16, getting that stack that you called out too, and yet weren't able to convert on them. Now they need some hero plays. Because if you just look at things, all things being even,
everything is 8-8 right now मैंने बोला ही था ये कार्बाइन को आपका गेम होगा मेजर दिक्कत ही वहाँ आ रही है जहाँ चेम्बर आ गया ना लोटस पे सिंगल सेंटिनल के रूप में वहाँ प्रॉब्लम्स आनी ही आनी है बिकॉज या तो तुम बी पे अपना ट्रैप डाल सकते हो या तुम सी पे अपना ट्रैप डाल सकते हो मॉलीज है नहीं रोकने के लिए
Yeah, but the thing is, if you have those round losing plays in big situations, they're actually worse than the round winning plays that you get in some other spots.
The fans are jumping भाई साहब Madrid है यहाँ पे फुटबॉल वाला कल्चर हाँ अब तो नहीं है ना उधर क्यों ऐसा क्या हो गया है जेंजी के साथ कुछ लफड़ा हुआ है
I mean, speaks volumes, I think, about Carmichael's ability to turn situations like that, but also for FPX. I mean,
now life has his
They were tossing some of those situations.
operator in his hands
With things like going for those mid-round.
but will operator work out
Possession of the round, even though you were up players. It's a very risk-positive play style that FPX have, but they can bite them. This is where you gotta try to take.
will that operator work out bada question
9-4, whole cacophony of util used to try and clear out towards the C site. Shin's ult just
दो players on side भाग गए
Looking to try and put pressure on anybody who might be anchoring into the site.
TP मारा अच्छी जगह पे
Shin might have been able to get huge value out of an ultimate there, but they're not overstepping themselves and overreaching. FPX are now going to be in a retake with life.
But
popping. No
अब
ults to
अगर
work with.
KJLT यूज होती है जो हुई दो मेजर अल्टीज यूज हो गई है
ults, util, paranoia, but it really doesn't do enough damage to clear this one out.
enough
So
nothing damage bro
FPX forced to run away, tail between their legs.
Yeah, the mosh, the nade.
it hasn't done anything time भी buy कर लिया
Here comes the approach. Satchel's in, Dizzy's there, but Wingman follows it up, stunned up. Well, cosmetic in nature. FPX still. All here now. Shin, last one left. Having a defuse. They're watching for it. They knew he was there. Barely enough with the time.
And what a retake from FPX. They hit the commit button and they won all of the aim duels. And they'd already used such big pieces of utility too.
How did they retake him off?
दो मेजर अल्टी यूज हुई
I mean, look, no paranoia, no nade, no mosh. Just being able to win the raw fights.
एम डुअल जीत
Particularly
गए
those kills against Martin and Tomasi there, being massive difference makers.
कोच का मूड वहीं खराब हुआ है दो मेजर अल्टी यूज की हो वहां पे भी राउंड तुम लोग पिवट नहीं कर पाए
Expected to win and did not. Big ultimates used too. It's broken their ult cycle.
What a time lure for FPX. Same opening for Carmen Court. Out towards C now. Lysor. That is. The Snakebot going to be using. Wow, okay, just spamming straight through. That's one way to clear the pit. If he didn't get it, at least my team with a showstopper might have.
बंदे अभी तक आए ही नहीं है
But Martin being able to entry the showstopper and Tomasi being able to get the pit online as well. They're fighting tooth and nail for this. Making sure that they don't get pushed into an uncomfortable spot.
Real uncomfortable.
मतलब सिटी फाइट करनी है सिर्फ
Choose to take this one. The pit blocking off all the avenues out towards Waterfall. Thrash. Might be the answer here for Ayang. Berlin can't work his way through that one way. A lot of util being used to try and push them back, but look at how difficult this is. I mean, you're just clearing one section of the ult detained. Did catch, I believe, the one.
Thrash तो got ahead, but it won't be possible to push him out.
Just dominating that one angle. Looks to really just step towards them now.
क्योंकि भाई बर्लिन भागना पड़ेगा आपको
Out of there.
But what a response from Carmen Core. Kept it simple, used the ultimates, got themselves a round win. And that
The
builds
fuck?
up the
The things are
economic
happening
16
haywire
that they
right
have.
now.
But now it's 9-9 with all of the big ultimates starting to try favor FPX. You know, it's going to be a while before Karmic will have those to rely on to be able to string around together like that. It does feel like Lotus is very based on what ults you have online. FPX, economy disadvantage, but it might not feel like that if you end up running into life. KC just looking like they want to focus on mount control into the C hit.
It's the same hit over and over again. Deep smoke that Shin places down. Everybody plays inside of it to dodge any attempt of a flash repeat.
Nade
This feels like they're just punishing
clears
the
out
on
backside
the other side.
Yeah.
They're not worried about running into life.
in the
Swimming,
side
man.
instantly. भाई C hit बहुत easy है without KJ.
Autumn
They are not going at all at A भाई. ये जाना ही नहीं है.
who wants to use it in this, any chance of it. Attack
Easy.
from the rate. With the spike, they are trying to force out at least some util.
बस plant करो आराम से post plant खेल लो.
Sticking and committing into it.
It is freaking just like that.
Backing them away with the right.
Narrate ने Berlin को फोड़ा.
Passive position, just giving up basically the back section of the site.
Does Autumn choose to ult? Down 4v5.
Would be a
Nice.
crazy one. That's essentially a solo swing there from Lysol. Not really set up for it. Life onto the flank.
Flank भी पकड़ लिया.
Team of his position.
Narrate burst down. Autumn. Flank भी तोड़ा.
And these last
Cut
two
on one
rounds
side.
have been just what the doctor ordered for KC. It was looking on a nice edge that it could spiral out of control, and instead they've kept it so clean. Only that one round going the way of FPX. And at this point, FPX are going to have to try to come up with a different way of holding on to C. You look at how Karmin Core are taking mount control at the start of the round. Shin throws a smoke, they get a teleport into the smoke, they have double faces in case anybody's playing aggressive. They can use Fade utility there as well. Prowler when they get in. It's all very rigorous. Look, there's the smoke that you can
Guys, coffee आ गई
see.
थी मेरी.
Martin's inside of it
That was
instantly. They
important
can
for
swing
me
out this
अभी.
in a variety of directions. Avoid any dizzy.
बार बार C hit. अरे यहाँ पे भी C hit कर सकते थे. A hit का सेंस ही नहीं है. जरूरत भी नहीं है.
But they haven't neutralized the danger on the opposite side of the map.
No, looking for a re-clear here, but it's a high-low setup. Safety at least for some of the players. Now Storm got to respect that one. Berlin dropping down. Nightfall now being used to clear. In the midst of all of this chaos, Berlin, man, he was setting up another one-way smoke.
Nice.
Still with the rifle traded. Shin rips that one away from him.
ठीक
15
है.
seconds left.
Trade.
Efficient. The attack side around here for
But close clear करने के लिए अगर Nightfall use किए हो, ना post plant के लिए बड़ी util है, ना side clearance के लिए बड़ी util है.
Want to get in a situation where you're trying to exec with only 25 seconds left and there's a showstopper on the other side. KC hoping that any stack over towards C would have been dismantled at this point because of all of that rubble pressure.
Feels like they're going to be pivoting into a B, A to B almost, with them opening the door up, but
high-low.
Set everybody out towards C in the place.
They are going towards C.
Autumn, it's popped off the old high-low setup.
Nice.
The rate's already there. Dizzy avoided, but no, just catch
15 seconds.
15 seconds left. Has to deal with this player. He's got the spike in his hands. No teammates. Nowhere near at all. He's got to try and force his fight.
Nice.
Ray wins it.
There's
8
no way.
seconds. He's got to get this plant down.
Plant मिल जाएगा. Well played. Ulti खींच के जो bait out करवाया A पे. Now it's a 3v2.
So far, and trying to win this round almost on his own, waiting for the cavalry to arrive.
Born spotting it, avoiding it. The bullets hailing.
Nice shot.
His head just peeking.
भाई Narrate जो खेल रहा है with that fade, it's crazy.
Disgusting. The Des was talking about you like his
Fuck.
like his fade.
क्या play बना रहे हैं?
Dumpstering people.
No matter what he plays.
Playing like this flex initiator role. Sometimes we'll see him on duelist and you can see why when you look at this guy's talent. So many duels here that weren't favored. Where it looked like an FPX player.
Well played, Narrate, yaar. Well played.
Marshall. Marshall, can you look at me for a second? Oh my.
He is enjoying.
Shin's happy about that one.
Just time Karmine Corp setting the sights over towards A.
I don't think so.
And the push out scene
FPX
from
is winning
FPX,
this
they knew they had to
series.
change something up.
और ये हारोगे,
Magnum's
lower
got the lead
brackets
on
में
it. Alright, so
जाओगे.
they were aggressive on C. Let's try and push it into A fast.
Nice shot.
Is that? Spam through, catch onto Berlin. Didn't stand a
Martin,
chance
take
there.
that. Kisko.
Well, they catch
Nice
the push,
one.
Yeah, Magnum is watching for it, knowing that.
Another duel though, where Lysol could have found the timing.
Now they seriously don't have any
Karmine Corp
kind
player
of
comes out
money.
on top, readjusting the aim.
It's fallen to pieces. Ayang.
A दो मारा लेकिन A को भी मार
Two
दिया.
of them, but not enough to withstand the pressure for the players there. Now a deep push from Life. He's the last one left. Hold up, rotations. Players.
क्यों रोटेट करना है? यही जाओ ना, इतना लंबा तो क्लियरेंस कर.
Shin's seen the barrel. He's seen the barrel.
खत्म, बच गए. भाई क्लियर कर दिया. A जाओ, प्लांट करो.
Karmine Corp one step closer to taking the series entirely.
Now do they have money to buy Vandals?
As soon as
They
KC
have.
onto the attack side, navigating danger, putting together some
They
excellent
have.
rounds. Chaining ults,
ओए होए होए होए.
defense,
ये कुछ भी था.
reacting correctly to.
ये कुछ भी था. ये कुछ भी था. ये भाई अगर रैंक्ड में हो जाए ना, ओ भाई.
Even matchups on paper.
तो हैकर बोल के आदमी को तंग कर दे
At
पब्लिक
least a
को.
map, maybe a match win. Show the global stage that they were capable of so much more than they've done in the past. Now they're one round away from getting knocked into the bottom portion of our Swiss stage.
Face your fear!
Nightfall suspended once more. Prowler connecting. Magnum holding.
Autumn gets
watching.
two.
What is that by Autumn?
Those are amazing.
Hell of a time to come alive. His team definitely needed it. And the
Life gets two. Shin as well.
He's got his ult. Picks up the spike. Repositions now. But guess what? Berlin might be one step ahead. He's running his way back over towards A, anticipating this kind of reaction. A plant, though, won't be pushed back. So Shin has a chance to close the case entirely. 1v2. Ayang has the ult. A lot of util. Shin reveals his position. Thrash. Oh, bunny hops online. Wide swing and face there. Paranoia repositions out wide to the side.
8 bullets, man.
Shot
5 bullets.
Snaps to it. Shin!
ओए हे भाई शिन प्ले अच्छे बनाता है बट क्लोज आउट करने पे रह जाता है.
Ayang is the one to do it.
What a recovery in that round for FPX to find 4 kills off the back of Guardians. 2 players, the 2 star players, Autumn and Light, just being able to pop. Those initial kills though, Autumn, again, I keep wanting to mention, he was 12 and 3 at the beginning of this map. He's still only got 17 kills. If he can wake up, FPX can still bring this
भाई
to
केसी
overtime.
बंडल.
The big, heavy-hitting firepower from FPX has got to come online now when they need it most. Otherwise, KC...
Narrate is on 25. Shin is on 21.
First time I've seen a bit of aggression on the defensive side here from Life. Horns dealt with, smoke forward, so many positions to look for here, but a Boombot now, look at the levels to it, the layers to it.
Out.
Boombot Prowler, you have to respect it. Rendezvous back now, and here comes the C hit. Pressure there. Martin. Swarm at his feet, but now does a snake bite to try and respond, and a flood defense by FPX is caught. Dizzy missing wide, facing.
Lysol.
He's got his 2 there. Narrate.
बट नहीं छोड़ रहा भाई, नरेट नहीं छोड़ रहा ना, मैग्नम छोड़ रहा.
That's the big problem now. Extraction is the name of the game. KC, Magnum's trying to cause some chaos, see if he can pull people away from the C site, threaten some kind of wild lurk, but would they really push through Waterfall here to retrieve the spike? Or is it all a fake?
Subterfuge being thrown into the mix. There's a haunt to clear.
अगर waterfall पे बर्लिन को मार दिया ना, राउंड है खत्म.
Waterfall control is theirs. Autumn is there with a crosshair placement. And White now have to deal with these players.
खत्म बोल रहा.
It's all down to
भाई
1v1.
1v1 पे आ गया.
And this is it.
Viper diff.
Continuation of the series, or will it be that slam at Dunk? Tomasi wraps it around. 20 seconds left. Spike still not retrieved.
पता यार था मेरे को, पता था मेरे को.
Before you know it, and it's a 2-0 wrap to the series for Karmine Corp in their opening match of Madrid.
पता था, this was on the cards.
That's a great way to get the nerves settled.
अब GENG versus Loud. Let's go. So guys, तुम लोग देखो, enjoy करो. I'll be coming back. मैं आता हूँ 5 मिनट में, थोड़ा सा ब्रेक लेके. 2 maps are done. 1 series is done. Loud Genji, I am predicting it for Loud 2-0, but let's see. अगर कुछ Genji करके देती है पैसिफिक रीजन को. चलो गाइस, वी आर हियर. गेम 1, हमारी प्रेडिक्शंस आर करेक्ट. कनेक्ट कर लेते हैं गाइस इसको, बाद में करेंगे, बाद में करेंगे. गाइस 6 लाइक्स हो गए, लेट्स मूव टू 10 लाइक्स यार. एवरीबॉडी इज डूइंग वॉच पार्टी भाई, सब वॉच पार्टी में घुस जाते हैं. अपन ट्विटर पे चलते हैं, थोड़ा सा मूड ठीक करते हैं. अरे ट्विच नहीं रे बाबा, ट्विटर चलना है. यहाँ हमारा भी नाम होना चाहिए था. People are reaching to it. Valorant Masters. Fun plus Phoenix is done for. VLR.gg चलते हैं. Wait for it, guys. Wait for it. Tournaments. Madrid begins. Kind of अगर एक भी pics are locked. If and if. ये पोस्ट कर देना. अरे फोटोज क्यों क्लिक कर रहा है रे बाबू. चलो ठीक है. यू क्लिकिंग फोटोज. इट्स ओके. ये अब जाएगा ट्विटर पे. ये अब लिटरली ही जाएगा हाँ ट्विटर पे. दिस पीसी रुको डेस्कटॉप पे ही सेव कर लेता हूँ बेटर. मद्रिद पिकेम्स ओफी. Now let's move to Twitter. Post. Desktop. Guys, what do you think? You have hit 6 likes. Madrid Pickens. These are my Pickens for Madrid. भाई मास्टर्स कहाँ है? I hope I don't jinx anybody this time. And get my every prediction correct. By the way, well played. So guys, let's upload this. By the way, well played, Carmine Cop. On to the next map. Now, that is GENG versus Loud. भाई लाउड का हैंडल है भी कि नहीं? मेरे को तीसरी बार नहीं मिल रहा है लाउड का हैंडल. GENG versus Loud. If you wanna watch it together, tune in to the watch party on my channel and get a chance to win giveaway. पोस्ट कर दें? Let's do it. पूछो जरा पूछो हमें क्या हुआ है. अच्छा लाउड जीजी करके है. We are back, guys.
The question is if it's at the same utterly ludicrous level that it was in their last two series in Pacific. I think that's a lot harder to achieve.
But honestly, I don't think that we cannot, expect him to do super well. Also because of the rest of the players that he has on the team. You have the Munchkin, you have you have Texture.
I mean, Texture finally on a team where he can just play the role he wants to play. He's just on Jet and he's great.
Yeah, exactly. So it is very simple to...
Guys, we are having 7 likes. Jaldi 10 likes karwao, man.
And do not expect every rookie's debut on a big stage to be like Narrate's.
I expect every rookie's debut on a big stage to be like Narrate.
Well, me too.
I expected him not to lie to me, and he did.
Agree.
So.
I mean, we talk about rookies, right? I mean, at least with the players like Narrate, he played in Americas. We had
Faith is doing watch party. Bro, every other creator is doing watch parties.
Ever. Sadak has 46 global games. Not just
global.
Just globally.
And if you tally up his time in Brazil, his time in America.
Yes.
46 global games.
He's the kind of rookie going up against, the old guy we're talking about. But is this going to be the one that settles it? So if Sadak wins today, are we still believing, the old guard, they're here? Or if GENG wins, is it time maybe?
Let's predict.
I think we also need to think about solos. Yeah, I like it. I think that, you know, we were mentioning all the upsets and surprises that we had throughout the year. This could be a
यार
major
गलती से GENG पे click
one
कर
that is
दिया
not
भाई.
in many people's votes for this match. But I think that we also need to think about what I was saying, solo, joining the team, having that experience, and maybe changing things up and giving this team a different identity. We have to be fair and talk about all the coaches that we think make the difference. And I think after seeing them today on stage, maybe we can draw some conclusions about it.
To answer your question though, so I think that I haven't moved on, but I think the world has moved on.
If they win it, they win
has
it.
moved past the old guard, the old teams. That's why so many of them didn't make it here. The teams, though, that are still here with those IGLs who have been here since day one, who have been grinding, that's the proof of the pudding that those are the cream of the crop, which Shadak is already.
And guys, मेरे को बताओ यार,
after event.
what should we do
However,
with our
that's
hair?
not to say that if GENG plays great today, that's not more faith that there is so much talent out there in younger players. Because I mean, how many times do we have to see that? We've seen it with KC, we've seen it with this team domestically, we've seen it with like half the teams here having rookies debuting.
I mean, the interesting thing is, you know, we talk about how Karen wasn't there when Loud won the championship, but if we want to cast our eyes back to old, not just old guard, but like old guard, Lakia was there. Yeah. Lakia was here from the beginning.
He's like the oldest guard.
Yeah, but are we counting him as like the old guard, or are we counting him as a new blood?
I think that it also says a lot about him that he is able to adapt into, you know, newer
Let's
times
see.
and just play with the youth,
It's
right?
GENG versus Loud time, baby.
As old guard.
I count him as old guard.
He was there before Sadak was there, I feel like.
No, he actually was.
He was there before Mimi was born.
No, honestly, when the last time we saw Lackey at a global event, DRX was still Vision Strikers. That's not even like a troll. Like, that's just what it was.
Yeah. And
Good
they
old
also
times.
didn't qualify to a global
Good
all the way
old
back then. That was when Locky was on New Turn. I mean, so much has changed since this guy last showed at a global.
Yeah, and what are we expecting from him then? Are we expecting him to come out and have that experience and have a stable performance, perhaps?
Consistency. That's it. Like you say, Lakia is a steady player. He's always good at the initiator. He has good initiator utility. He sets up his teammates well. He also brings the level of experience that I think will help to kind of keep the rookies stable out there.
Totally.
For those of them that this is like their biggest match, their biggest debut.
Yeah, and I think we have to dwell a bit more into that initiation. We know from, you know, what the teams have been playing and how the meta is reshaping that initiators, just because of there's less and less every time, how important it is what you do with the information, how you gather the information, and I think that having someone
college गया.
like Lakia,
It was like कल रात को 4 बजे सोया हूँ. सुबह college गया.
I do want to talk about Loud.
College आके आया, return stream किया, stream करते ही 5 बजे सोया. I woke up at 8:15. I got to know about my AdSense account. वो सही किया. We came to stream at 8:45. अब वहाँ से अब तक stream ही कर रहे हैं.
In a way where he gets to play the role he's comfortable with. Every single map, the guy is playing Viper, and he is odds out the best Viper that we have in Valorant. The guy's mechanics and aim are absolutely sublime. You don't need me to tell you that. Watch any game the guy has played before. His timings he chooses on lurks are ridiculous.
Yes.
This team lost Osbos, and that's everyone wants to have Osbos on their team. But what we get instead is people to see how good Les has always been, now that he's the real star of this show.
We can draw a comparison between what Les is doing with Viper and at the beginning of the game when everybody was playing Jet. I mean, you at least like one dedicated Jet player. How good and how fast they were escalating, and how fierce the competition was to see who's going to be the best Jets. I think that for Viper,
Best Viper.
it's very difficult for him to have a competition because there is no other player that only plays Viper on every single match.
No, I'm not just saying he's the best Viper. The best player.
The best player in the entire world.
Yeah, he was my
I like
number
it.
one.
Yeah, I had him up there last year.
Did you
in my
forget
top 10.
Zekken again?
No, he's
last time.
Last
Okay.
number one.
I mean, I'm actually fine with that, but I do think we should quickly address, because losing Aspas, as you said, is a big deal. And we talk about how, you know, Lakia is back, but we...
I guess Loud जीतेगा.
Surely QCK
मेरे predictions
is
गलत
under
नहीं
the
होने वाले.
most pressure
My
ever
predictions
from the
would be
fans,
great.
from the expectations, because he's got to replace Aspas.
See, you think he
Guys,
would
let
be,
me make a phone
but
call.
I really don't
एक
think
text
he
ही कर
is.
देते हैं.
I think Loud is set up in a way where they're intentionally moving his role to something that makes sense for him. And I think that with the experience of the rest of this Loud team, they are the type of team who will do a good job at shrouding him from that scrutiny, not making him feel like he has to fill in for Osprey. Sure, that might be the case for the community. There's definitely going to be fans who are putting that pressure on him. Don't open Twitter. It's not that hard.
And not only that, again, I think that we need to be fair. The fact that QCK is not having probably the Aspas performance, can we just remember for a second that Aspas is Aspas? Like, no other player is going to be on that
He's not
position. He's because less is more. But seriously, if after, I think that this tournament could be literally like eye-opening for many people and probably big in his own development, because we cannot expect someone to just arrive in here and be Aspas number 2. You don't need that.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why Loud have reset themselves. That's why they're a new Loud. Loud was Loud before Ospas, back when it was a different team, but now they're back to it again. They actually never were Loud without Ospas, but it was Sadak. But it
was loud, and it was kind of loud.
But they were loud, but they weren't loud.
Okay, we have Loud. We have some old guard. We also have the old guard.
But we don't have the guard.
In Latvia, we don't have the guard, but we do have map select. So let's find out where our teams.
Let's go for the map select.
This best of 3.
All right, welcome to match 2 map select presented by Omen. We will go ahead and jump in. GENG, you are the higher seed. Would you like Team A or Team B?
We Team B.
Team B. So Loud, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
पहला ban Loud का. Lotus banned. GENG will ban Bind.
We ban Sunset.
Sunset ban किया. Okay, 2 बड़े maps ban.
One from Loud.
Icebox.
Icebox.
खेलना है.
On Icebox.
क्या खेलना है? Will you play Split? I guess Bind ban होगा.
We attack.
Attack, and then map number 2 from GENG.
We pick Breeze.
Breeze.
They picked Breeze.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, next set of bans starting with Loud. You have Ascent, Bind, and Split.
We ban Ascent. They want to play Ascent
Split.
actually.
You're
They
banned
will
from
play
Ascent
Ascent.
and
भाई जो Phoenix comp है crazy है. They should ban Ascent. Ascent बहुत खराब है भाई खेलने के लिए. GENG ban कर दो. टाइम ले रहे, डिस्कस कर रहे.
Ban Bind.
Ban Bind. Okay, so we will play map number 3 as Ascent.
Ascent खेलना है.
Defense.
All right. Good luck to you both.
Thank you.
Bye bye mates. भाई म्यूजिक कड़क है. हेलो एडवांस मेंबरशिप खत्म. हाँ चलेगा. अरे वो दिक्कत क्या हुई है ना एडवांस कि एडसेंस अकाउंट में कुछ सीन हुआ है एंड एडसेंस अकाउंट मेरा 3-4 दिन में वापस आएगा. वेट फॉर 3-4 days, you will get memberships back. सब कुछ वापस आ जाएगा, टेंशन मत लो. I was scared because of memberships going, but it is okay. It will be back. Don't take tension. मैं स्ट्रेस लिया था बट I would say स्ट्रेस मत लो.
This is GENG's Masters debut, but they have to take on
Munchkin GENG.
in Loud. But hey, this is how they got here, by pulling off upsets. But the question is, can they do it again?
It's gonna be tough. My
Come back. Bruno जल्दी जाना भाई.
Waiting to be answered is how good is GENG's prep? Can they figure out a way to crack this Phoenix?
टेंशन ना लो एडवांस भाई. एक दो दिन रुक जाओ, मेंबरशिप वापस आ जाएगी.
What else in the world is doing right now, and I think this is really going to be a test for this GENG team on how well they can come up with the game.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about the game plan, I think that we need to go back to that map, Vito, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, I was very surprised. And I think GENG was just as surprised when they saw Loud banning something else that wasn't Breeze. And of course, they needed to take a minute to digest. What is it going to be the plan? Not only they decide to bind something different, I think that if this was a bait and that Breeze had always been ready, GENG just...
Loud करा लो.
I think it is really interesting to see Loud leaving that open, going into that one. A lot of teams,
I wonder
when
what
they
Lex
feel
is
like
going to be playing.
Probably Viper. Very
Thank you, Mimi.
surprising.
God,
Yeah,
thank
you're
you.
really welcome. Yeah, but I think it is really interesting to see them go into this map that can a lot of times be more flippy. It can a lot of times be one that is one more of gunfight individual performances. But let's rewind and talk about Icebox, our first map in this series. I think the comp head-to-head here is really interesting. Loud play the Harbor Viper that they have played for a long time. But GENG are going into it with a Gecko KO composition, which I think could actually
let's see. Vamos! Chillenge.
Flash combos, I think, are better than with that, say the Reyna Gecko that we saw in that first matchup.
Okay,
It's a comp
attention
that you
nahi
can
hai,
kind of
membership
flood through
lenge.
these walls, fight forward on your defense, and
Are you ready?
Loud doesn't play against that a whole ton.
The thing is ना कि AdSense account में जो problem हुई है मेरे को सिर्फ एक डर है कि जो threshold में पैसा था it was around, अगर मैं तुम लोग से नहीं छुपाऊँ right now, if I would say ज़्यादा नहीं था, it was around $20, but अगर वो $20 गए ना दर्द होने वाला है.
That's how I'm gonna call the incident. But I think that this is probably the best testing ground, the best, you know.
Problem
if you
वो
wanna
है.
turn things
I'm
around
just
on an
scared about
international
those
stage, this is the
$20
best. This is the way that you do it. It
जो
has
मेरे
to happen
threshold
on
में
high
थे,
level. And to go back into the
लेकिन
compositions, I think
AdSense
that
account
is
के
going
कुछ
to
तो
be a very,
एरर
very
की
big
वजह से
clash, and it's going to
अब
come
मैंने
down to a
AdSense
lot of
account वापस
preparation.
बनाया.
And
YT account में वो
it's going
पैसा
to be like
वापस
a
आता है कि नहीं वो देखना
seriously
पड़ेगा.
had into how to read onto the opponent and adapt bit by bit, because of course you're going to have your ideas and they're not going to align with what you see on the server.
Yeah, and for GENG, you know, they have to come out here and prove that they are the #1 seed from Pacifics. You know, DRX didn't even make it here. So for me, again, I'm looking towards them.
भाई
to
हाँ
see
ये
maybe a
पैसिफिक की
closer
नंबर 1
level.
टीम है बाबा.
Yeah, absolutely. And
और ये अमेरिकाज़ की नंबर 2
we
है.
talked about this is a team that deals with pressure well because of the experience. But I think they definitely will want to prove themselves that losing that final to Sentinels was just an upset, that they still are the kings of the region. They've never had a moment, be it back in Brazil or once it came together into the Americas League, where Loud wasn't the best team coming from their
Guys,
home.
मैप लगेगा
This
तब
is a
तक
rarity for
देखते हैं
this
ट्विटर पे क्या हाल
Yeah,
है.
exactly. They have a lot to prove, not only today, but throughout the rest of the tournament. They know that the world is watching, but we also know that most of the teams, by getting those reps into kickoff, they actually developed a lot more into how to read their opponents and how to overcome every single problem that they
I
see
hope
on
so.
the
I
stage.
hope so.
Now,
मेरे पे कैंप सही
I
जाए.
don't know if Loud has had enough. In my opinion, I think they needed a bit more.
But this is Loud we're talking about. I mean, we've spoken a lot about Sadak and Les, but they still got Tui's there, they still got Kawa there. These players, they don't really crumble under pressure.
I've made the mistake a lot of times of doubting this Loud team. Every time you doubt them, seemingly they come out no matter the roster, no matter who's
me. Every
on
time
it.
I doubted, I was like, when did I doubt them?
I think everyone has made the mistake at least once in their life. You know?
Will
Like,
be sending
No,
your
I can tell you, when
excitement.
they were playing against Fnatic, I literally wanted to take a shower, and then suddenly Fnatic just won.
Well, let's talk about this agent Saleh here. You guys have mentioned it already,
Yes.
and this is what we're gonna see.
Yeah, exactly. But when
Bhai
we were talking
sahab.
about Loud, no. But when we were talking about Loud, no, still having the Sova that probably has lost a little bit of his effect. I think that maybe when you combo it with the Harbor, you can have a little
अन्ना
bit
तोड़
more
क्यों रहे?
sectioning and actually getting the exact information that you want. But I am a huge fan of Gecko, and especially with KO here, I think it can have the right edge.
अन्ना ने तोड़ा है भाई.
GENG can win this map.
On this attacking side, GENG is going to be really willing to fight for.
Feels good to see the numbers again. आ रहा है ये stream snap को.
I'm looking to see how well
Heck.
Loud can contain that aggression and play up against these flash combos, because their strength does come into those late rounds, into the retakes when you have this super oppressive double controller utility to work back in.
Yeah, and also we don't know what we're gonna get on Breeze either. So I can't wait to jump into this map. We talked about the old guard, the new guard. Let's send it over to some new kids on the vlog, eh? How do you guys feel about Pansy and Hypok?
Oh, it feels good to have you back, Michael. How you doing?
Yeah, it's good to be back.
Yeah, missed it?
Short little stint.
भाई साहब.
Love that. Love that.
Yeah.
Crazy
But you have a
shits.
great matchup to come back to here.
What a delight.
Match
So
जल्दी
nice.
लगाओ यार.
It's really interesting to watch from the desk. For me, this composition
What has
is
happened to
such
her?
a beautiful head-to-head. And it's
Yeah.
partly you down to
My
one
sports best sir never wrong.
and how this is kind of just designed to counter 2E's utility and put texture in that danger zone.
How fun to see him really under the microscope here. But we have to
20
kind of talk
रुपए और
bigger
11
picture a
रुपए.
little bit. It'd be
Oman bhai.
amiss. A lot of people
Absolutely.
at home have been rating GENG.
The stocks are high. Yeah.
Talent, analysts,
Omen
backstage,
bad
I mean,
is serious.
everyone's been talking them up. Now,
And
it's
it's
been
definitely
quite
not.
a few people's first and last mistake to doubt Loud in the past.
Never said that.
Am I wrong to still put so much faith in Loud here? I don't know where I sit.
I'm kind of with you. I haven't bought in fully to GENG, but I think this matchup is the one that could potentially validate a lot of that hype. If they can come out here, even, I mean, dare I say, in a loss, put up a good performance.
No, I think you're right. I think it is just kind of how do they look? What does GENG look like on that international stage, which is what this is all about. Does it translate well? Have they got what they need? We know that Loud can do that. They've got, you know, the previous reps. So there's a little tick in that box for me. But beyond that, we wait and see how they look. Because it's not like they've been flawless throughout their regular season. A lot of doubts have crept into people's minds. But
has the map started? Okay, the map has begun.
GENG are on the attack, Loud on the defending side. And actually, we've got a triple walk up middle. That's going to be Munchkin's duty to try and deal with it, at least note it early.
Munchkin by flash karo.
Come through. The attention is there from mid as well, so
Kyun
Townsend doing well to dismantle Munchkin and open up the options.
Why not flash, bro? Flash tha.
Focusing a little bit of that pressure towards CT.
Yeah, taking some space elsewhere, getting themselves set up. Ahead of now coming back through, but Sadak
Loud सड़क gets two. He might get to भाई knife निकाल के कूदने वाला था ये तो.
Less with the response, but Diffuse already coming through here, Lauren.
भाई ये तो knife निकाल के कूदने वाला था सड़क भाई.
GENG unable to really convert that space into anything, any sort of.
सड़क से उठा के star बन जाते हैं
You've got to
अभी.
say Sadak was the big proponent of that, right? The one who kind of cracked back through, dealt with that site pressure. It felt like he was really just lucky at kind of taking that CT space in the end. He kind of fell a little short when it was only him doing it. And as I said, you lose so much of the presence on the site itself. But
Short यार.
explosive start for Loud here. That's not
He's
gonna
just
shake off any
enjoying
sort of
it.
doubts. All right, we got a good little beginning. Buyback here though for GENG coming in on the Stingers.
Yeah, interesting to see what the plan's going to be. Well, I'm just going to run it down towards a side.
Is it going to be a one-sided map? I feel so it is. But I don't know. Because GENG number one team है Pacific region की. Whatsoever thing was there, but they are #1.
Pretty well equipped for this.
चाहे वो पेपर एक्स वाला अपसेट हो चाहे I won't say it by luck or something, but yeah, upset to था. Les gets one, Tanozen gets one, Karen gets the trade.
Can GENG break into securing this
Karen gets a weapon as well.
The fact that actually been able to maintain control. Two is going to find
एक मिला.
PTO will fall, and there's two left to find here. So unfortunately, well,
Munchkin
does find one
nice,
range. I was going to say now that it actually slows down GENG in a tricky position.
1v3 winnable है. Guns है नहीं Loud के पास. But he is only 55 HP right now. एक गोली और वो गया. पता था एक गोली गया.
Adding that little full stop to the round. No threats in the end.
Just one bullet and the game is done for.
But they're fine. They're back in hand and they weather the storm. And GENG, that stinger bite, where'd you rate it on this?
I mean, again, if they're able to convert that into getting a little deeper on site here, once this utility kind of fades out, and Loud have these open sidelines, that's where the stingers then become a little more difficult. Once you're still stuck ahead of site, nobody's in nest, nobody can really pressure towards spawn or towards heaven. Stingers feel a little flat at that point.
Yeah, they fall short. Now we're gonna.
We are flabbergasted, guys.
Again, beyond this, I'm just looking for the game to almost settle in. The tempo is very high right now, very broad.
अब 5 sheriffs third round जो majorly buy round होता है, लेकिन second round जब से forcing वाली strats आई है कि भाई force करना है, तब से third round भी जाता ही है. 3-0 वाला खेल बन जाता है फिर.
Can they pull these rotations? Where's the space?
Kaunzi maybe spotted 2 or 3 members. GENG there. Happy to give up the spate, but Sadak actually almost catching the cross back here. So Loud with a very good read on GENG's reposition here.
Is
find anything on the other end.
There, क्योंकि tubes पे कुछ नहीं लगा है.
A very lax hold towards B, putting QCK in a
क्या
position
tubes
here,
short है QCK?
Munchkin will fall.
He's not backing away yet.
भाई QCK?
Yeah, decides can't fall away from yellow. That's not particularly a problem. He's still got the KJ utility to support him. You've still got Sadak controlling middle. The one thing I'll say is that Meteor's got some good info here. This might have to then.
मैं यही बोल रहा था कि tubes का info नहीं होगा. बहुत problem है tubes का info नहीं होने से. Sadak gets one. Sadak. Les gets one.
Now just carry on. 1v4. Spike could not be.
Khatam.
And comfy for less.
A clean start here for Loud, a 3-0 scoreline. GENG toying with a little bit of investment here to maybe try and catch them off guard.
Any ults nearby?
Nothing really on the brink for GENG. A couple
Sadak has one, Knausen. Sadak के पास 3 ults पे आई है, 3 ops पे आएगा, Knausen पे एक.
See a response here from GENG though, because the credit's starting to stack on the side of Loud.
लेस को लिए 4 ops चाहिए, QCK के लिए बहुत ops है. 2 ults online है basically. QCK has that operator online in the 4th one.
Again, very different setup. Hard to get a bit of a beat on what Loud are up to, and it looks like Munchkin right off the rip.
भागना पड़ेगा Sadak को.
Sadak has to respond, respect that he can't do this alone, because again, look at where they were pressured, where they were looking at the start. Sadak just waiting. He's got the support now. Calling in Kaunzin. Tui's as well towards CT. So they've responded.
Will it be possible?
I think that knife was going to really locate much. Clearing close, so they know
Perfect
that yellow
wall.
is the next step.
Yeah, not a massive tell on the back of that. Usually still. We'll take the space here. Loud happy to concede. Doesn't really seem like there's any pressure point here for GENG to try and exploit.
No, I'm looking for that late mid presence, right? Meteor maybe starting to drift that way, but Sadak will be
Harbor
watching.
wall
Whether or not he
kati.
can win the fight, yet to be seen. Looks like the deep flash is being set up. Anyone going to try and utilize that? There's the high
Okay.
Sadak does find Lucky, but that's not the mid lurk. Texture breakthrough towards CT. And
भाई Sadak का aim cracked चल रहा है.
The pressure on the site was too much before for GENG to handle.
Less help कर दिया.
Less punishing. It was Sadak before. It's less now, and his texture with a
nice.
Less out on top.
Poro.
This again, Loud have lovely positioning on this side hold.
A great awareness from Loud to understand how GENG are going to approach versus this composition. Talked about the possibilities behind Munchkin and Lakia to set up texture. See Loud just concede all this space. They anticipate exactly what's going to happen. Sadak actually shutting down Meteor at the perfect time as well.
This position is going to be the death.
Even that didn't even catch that. The recon pinging just behind the wall, anticipating GENG had stacked up, ready to challenge 2E's utility.
Are we going to witness a 13-0?
I don't think I heard it rattle because it was.
I know I'm saying it too early,
so I don't know if
but
quite got that. Maybe
the way teams are playing, I hope it doesn't happen. Because Masters जैसे stage पे अगर 13-0 होता है ना, और आप Pacific region की number 1 team हो, then it shows that how weak we are as a region.
There's the flash to force him away. That was a kill and a half if he got the chance, but lovely side pressure. This is lovely. That's much better from GENG.
जैसे ही मैंने बोला, stepped up. Perfect.
It's forced them into a retake.
Perfect, perfect. Trash is online.
There's few around the lockdown available here for Loud though, if they choose to invest. And actually, weapons haven't been recovered, so these stingers need to tuck into sight here. Still find value. 2E's caught off guard.
Texture nice.
Love that from Texture, staying a little bit deeper, willing to put his life on the line, and they're just willing to brawl it. Willing to fight it out. Sadak trying to take the space back, but there's still some players. This was
okay, 13-1 is not, 13-0 is not happening, and that's a good thing.
They want Sadak dead. Trying to get out with the operator, but he's hunted down. Texture close.
Nice shot.
Can he keep hold of this? Sadak desperate to. Trying to leave a little note for them on the way out, but yeah, it looks like he's made it away for now. I'm just keep eyes on this because that is a prized possession, and Munchkin
gets that. A thrifty round, good round. मेरे को 13-0 नहीं चाहिए. भाई बहुत जगहों पे मेरे को 13-0 नहीं चाहिए. बहुत सारी जगहों पे.
Nothing really from the operator, no pressure on an early angle, and straight away Texture and Karen find kills, and early on we see this one.
Guys, जितना ज़्यादा हो सकता है शेयर करो, तुम्हारे लिए ही बेटर है. अगर हमने concurrent 20,000 views touch out कर लिए in the WatchParty streams, जो bundles giveaway हैं.
They have tools, they have the Hunter's Fury, the lockdown to come back into that, but
and if we hit
feasible for them.
50 concurrent watching, 100 concurrent watching, तो उस पे अलग giveaways हैं. और जितनी बार करेंगे उतनी बार giveaways है. It's not like कि एक बार किया तो एक ही बार. जब हमने touch किया उस वक्त ही giveaway होगा.
GENG showing us what they can do here. Obviously known for the individuals, but this execution works well. Now we see Loud with numbers though. This could be the difference. There's the lockdown. There's the counter utility. They're starting to build back in and force them away with the spike planted. How do they deal with the back line though?
So what did Loud get done whilst this lockdown's going through? The Hunter's Fury post.
Oh!
On the flank, found by Texture.
The Jet Div!
Beautiful headshot here, and Loud seemingly just get nothing but space. Look at the HP bars here.
Nice shot, Les.
Les will remove Lakia.
Shot, but they're still not on the spike.
No.
The defuse still not started. There are problems here for Loud. Sadak with the first tap.
Nice shot, twist.
Still numbers sitting well enough for GENG. They're gonna break that.
भाई ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं?
Texture, he's on it.
The hell, भाई well played, Texture.
So active. He came all the way back through
एक ही को करो
kill in mid.
कर लो एक ही को
Wow, closes out the 3K on site. Cow and Zine did for a moment slip the net there, unnoted, but couldn't find another kill. Like I said, it was crucial really what Loud could achieve in that time of the lockdown.
Nice shots भाई मेरे को वो वाला ऑफ पे जो शॉट लिया वो दिखाओ रे टेक्सचर का that was a good shot
or anything with the cove. Early timeout called here from Loud.
Probably the right choice because I mean they've been presented something that they don't have a solution to yet, and that was with
a thrifty and
Fury and a lockdown.
Yeah,
that was meant to be the one where you think, oh, okay, well the last one they caught off guard, maybe didn't have the opportunity to use all that util. Okay, well this time they're still on the full buy and they've got everything they need. That still worked out just as well. So credit where it's due, and starting to see texture warming up here. That's another tick in the box.
And I don't believe this time I was really to make many adjustments this early on, especially with this scoreline, maybe to just quell any sort of momentum GENG are going to get off that thrifty and a fast hit. Definitely keep our eyes on what the response is if GENG decide to continue with this pace, because now obviously Bladestorm invested, there's the pit available, a lockdown of their own in the hands of Meteor. Munchkin went off the null command as well, so definitely tools to continue with that sort of pace and seemingly get a site for free off the back of the lockdown and secure with the pit. Now, I'd have to have a bit of awareness here. Well, they want to dig a little deep. Obviously, QCK now no operator to play with. A little bit of a broken buy, actually, if you look at Cow and Zine.
Yeah,
on top of that.
2 players be able to get that full
X2 is brought down to 600 as well.
And it looked like GENG were considering readdressing that B site, but back to
Knife
okay. Beginning on the
but nice कुछ ज़्यादा info देगा नहीं close का है नहीं कुछ
and drift back over, so maybe a little bit of different look, but GENG
ulti के पीछे Munchkin का ulti भी आ सकता है, Karen का ulti आएगा.
Actually, the response there, yeah, Les going to put out the pit to try and prevent any sort of value on site. Can he get back
बोला ना
into
Karen का ulti आएगा.
Oh,
hello.
That's a little bit of an upset for him, but he took down texture at the very least. I guess you're going to have to get what you're given.
मेरे को लगा 2 frags निकाले, लेकिन नहीं, पहला तो खुद ही के बंदे का frag निकाला, तो QCK gets 1.
And now into a 2v3. Numbers favorable to GENG, and that post plant again brutal to break. What can
But that shocked that.
Luckily, yes, QCK did get a rifle now, so maybe a little better equipped. But that back line, it's always that last sentence in this Icebox chapter. How do you get around it? 'Cause look at the util again. QCK with a glimpse towards the spike gets warded off. Meteor willing to live close by. Again, the utility poured in. Meteor getting closer, just ensuring it. He doesn't want to even let it.
Frags निकाल लो जितना हो सकता है.
But the time's already lost, and again, GENG.
4-3. It is a good one. थोड़ा सा competition बनना चाहिए.
To shut down any sort of re-aggression from Loud as soon as
because till the time वो competition नहीं दिखेगा, वो competition नहीं बनेगा.
Catching maybe a couple of people with their backs turned.
It will be somewhere very much problematic और दिक्कत आ जाएगी
Obviously lose less in that situation because he did post the pit. I was curious whether or not he had the timing to get back into that to maintain, but
oh, they're loving it.
Texture and Lucky are feeling it, man.
Things up, and even with that broken purchase previously, Loud able to maintain.
They are freaking enjoying the stage right now. That's it.
So they can get a buy out, right? It just felt so out of kilter.
Texture catching a stray there.
It's the first time we're starting to see GENG re-explore a little, already show something towards B. It's not a great deal yet, but the pace feels different already. So Loud knows something has changed. It's just what's changed.
See the pings here. They're also going to hear QCK fall back from B main here. You can see GENG stacking up behind this, leaving Meteor the solo lurk. So QCK will be called upon here.
This is a lot to have.
Shot, yaar.
And he takes the scout.
Hey, वो छोटू सा peak था.
He's going to fall back safely. Probably the right choice here, but they did lose less on the other side of the map, so almost trade out here, right? You've got less gone, Karen gone, but now where do they go? GENG have a little bit of the run of the map here. They can try and pull those rotations.
दोनों Vipers are dead.
Being left in QCK because they're going back towards A.
And now with a decent read on this, on the back of that information, Cow and Zine's Al drone, but Are they expecting everybody? Yeah, it's a very late hit here too. He's throwing up another wall.
Powerless.
Will be the catalyst.
अब fast hit आएगा, zoop 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 करके.
Brute force their way on here. Texture to lead the charge.
Accounting so blind. Again, these side takes between Larkia's flash.
बोला ना अब zoop 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 करके fast hit आएगा. Flash किया, flash पे entry की. Still Molotov is left. Knife भी आ गया Munchkin के पास. Knife used.
This asks a lot of QCK. He started well. He's going to have to end even
तोड़
better. Third.
Nice shot.
Yes.
NT.
He was almost on for the
NT, भाई NT.
Meteor there, safe pair of hands, and GENG.
This was crazy, actually.
I mean, able to overcome Loud in a situation where, like I said, they actually timed that perfectly with the Owl drone.
Guys, those who are watching, make sure you hit that like and subscribe.
This is something that I noticed, especially in the secret matchup regionally. GENG really struggled with some of these later round hits where, you know, they don't win out on the initial plan. The perfect example here of something maybe they played up in the downtime.
They're happy with it. QCK trying to get in their faces though. Oh dear.
QCK detect हो गया बाबू.
भाया. The awareness, obviously the knife is diligent by GENG, but Meteor, a very deep position.
Oh ले जो भागा है.
All the way up to Boiler here.
Right click ही चिपका दे.
Not what you wanted
try, though.
Yeah, no support, no flash, nothing. And there's Meteor striking as well. They've just found layers to this. They found availability.
Nice
right?
one comes in.
Really turn the screws. Sight still.
Shot yaar.
A little bit of damage, yes. Don't get me wrong.
They are in the lead now.
A 1v3, but you look at the HP. Look at what Les is working with. Oh, he's barely breathing. Gonna wheeze his way out of this round probably. Texture though, he fancies his chances. Deeper angle, tricky to clear.
If he gets जैसे मैं वो बोलने जाता हूँ ना भाई चटक जाते हैं.
Scales now into their hands. 5 now to the good, and Loud haven't had an answer. And I love seeing this kind of little bit of a look back towards, you know, testing middle a little bit here. Didn't do it instantly after learning of that space that Meteor garnered way earlier in this game, and now starting to flex into it into round 9, starting to really punish this stack that they've had to put towards A, but still not able to break GENG's approach.
Guys, those who are new, make sure you hit that like and subscribe.
It was on the attacking side where GENG looked a little lost for, you know, any sort of mid-round ideas, how to really pivot out of tricky situations here. I'm not even really seeing what their win condition was, which was Munchkin kind of dominating late rounds on solo efforts, Texture doing the same thing in the early round. A little bit concerning here that GENG have relatively easily taken total control for the first half of Icebox here. Only 1 round separating them though.
Deep flash, trying to work off the back of it. Texture
quarter, yeah.
Little
Nice one comes in.
Les
का भी एक भाई साहब 2 shots अच्छे मार दिए. Well played. तू इसकी HP देखो. Meteor somewhere with.
Munchkin, rough position. Does at least have time on his side, but he's got a lot of targets to handle. Goes up.
Nice.
Lovely adjustment, but now there's problems. 9 HP and a bit of a
Hug this.
Is not where you wanted it to go. Still got to do more here. Pressure up close
Okay.
and personal.
Hug this. वो मौली hug this. वरना एक frag और मिलता.
The defuse coming in from 2Es, but again, Loud's problems weren't on B. It was that A take that we saw GENG running against them that worked.
Similar to before, where we see them obviously concede this space. They're happy to have somebody watching the backside of this Viper wall, but they anticipate all of this aggression all the way towards Snowman. Less actually the one to shut it down, seal the deal.
सी मौली hug this.
Control, but GENG already built up a bit of a bankroll.
कमर की वाट लगने वाली है guys.
In the purchase, just about getting back towards some of these key ultimates coming online. On the side of Loud. Kaunzine and 2Es, who have theirs available. Operator back in the hands of QCK as well. Curious what he can get done now.
Okay, well, it's been noted early, and it's a 3-2 split for now, right? So they're going to try and keep touch on both sides of the map. But Sadak, are you ready for this? Absolutely not. Karen was holding this. We've seen a couple of rounds of them holding deep like this. It got checked on maybe once, but it's not every round. So a little bit of variety, catching Loud out once again. Opening up that
Mid push हो रहा है with that operator. हल्का सा भी पीक किया ना operator बहुत बारी पड़ेगी लेकिन QC के nice. aha the trades 1v2 पूरा DM बना दिया रे मिड पे,
Still getting the spike back to hand, and it's just
पूरा DM बना दिया.
They've no idea where he is fully, right? They're going to lose track of that. But with 50 seconds, what does Les do?
I'm curious now whether or not he's even caught a step. Knows that obviously the turret was removed previously. Whether or not they have a read on where Meteor's utility is going to be, I guess by default. We'll be here to hear the plant at least.
He's guessed correctly. But it's just...
Nice shot! Ah, yaar!
This guy is impressing me. You got Texture kind of the headliner, right? The guy towards the top of it, yeah, absolutely ripping open some of these rounds, but Caron mechanically looking sharp to close. So again, very impressed with GENG here. Very impressed.
I'm curious if this is kind of something that Loud want to drill with Sadak to be the one to force the issue all the way out of B. Whether or not it's just the turret's there, the heavier lean for GENG is outside A here, and Sadak's going to maybe have a 1v1. Or maybe somebody lurking up towards Sport.
The coaches are pumped up, the coaches are hyped up.
So quickly that it gives GENG so many options. With the Killjoy falling first.
Lakia be like, आओ भाई. Spam खेले.
Close. Not going to be rewarded for that, but again, kind of GENG slipping into more of a default, right? Maybe expecting that Loud be going exploring, which they've been rewarded by in the last couple of rounds. That mid presence, that lurk up B. They've truly got that kind of. I'd say understanding of the tempo that Loud wants to do.
Almost trying to bait it out here with Lakia posturing a little bit with the Odin, but Loud not biting. Obviously less down on a stinger, so whether or not you see any sort of aggression here or wait to maybe retrieve a weapon off a trade or something like that. The knife going to give things away. Up on 45 seconds left here for GENG, but their sights set towards A.
4-play stack. High flash goes in.
Command's going to come out here.
Yep. That's going to be ready to go. So again, we were crediting.
Flash तोड़ना कोई QC के लिए.
Late round hits. Loud have numbers, but do they have the ability
At least खोदना QC के लाकिया को ही तोड़ दिया भाई QC के ने. Better.
It's so comprehensive from GENG.
अरे तोड़ो ना भाई.
What are you going to do against this?
So many tools there. Hang on, Caron just got warbanged. The pit's down.
Oh
Lockdown's going to expire here, and actually the re-aggress here on 2E's and Caron Z's ultimate.
Texture, hold on, still in a good position.
Hi.
Oh, the try from Sadak, ridiculous.
Everything is going to be down.
Okay, and there it is. GENG forced to respect it, have to drift away. Still trying to keep eyes towards the spike. Where is this? Great shot towards 2E's.
Shot!
Gets the follow-up.
He got detained.
Oh no, he just jumped a touch forward. Munchkin now, forced to go in here, has to hold it together.
खत्म.
Loud fighting back in the last round of the first half.
6-6. 4-0 से 6-6. Good half for GENG, I would say.
Round of this half. So many ultimates in play.
The round of ultimates हो गया ये तो.
Really swinging. And such a crucial kill to shut down the Viper's pit. That's the stranglehold that GENG had, Lauren. That drive-by is ridiculous from Sadak.
It just felt inhuman. You know, Loud will give you a couple of those, I think, but I think credit where it's due. That 5-round run that GENG was masterful, outstanding. Let's see what the depths.
They are showing one of the best Valorant games.
Happy Icebox is back. What a start that was in a great half of Valorant, but it's time to jump into our HyperX reflex of moment of the day, and this one goes to Texture.
Yeah, exactly. I
खुद
think
भी
that
मारा
this is
भाई,
probably
खुद भी मारा.
the moment
ये राउंड में
where
तो
we
सच्ची
see
खुद भी
GENG
मारा.
back into the game after Loud gets all those rounds, and his Texture getting all these kills and doing so in a couple of rounds in a row, actually being that determining piece into, hey guys, I cannot go alone. I need you to follow right after me because they're very well positioned. But if we overwhelm them, we can make it through.
Texture and Caron, both these players who were great in Pacific, showed up here in the first half. But I think what made it for GENG was that flash combo and how they built those execs. The KO Gecko combo, especially when going A, was excellent, and Loud was always forced to play into retake. But towards the end of that first half, Loud
6-6.
really started to
I hope so. Map 3 तक जाए ये.
rounds where they're kind of
अपने को
intentionally
थोड़ा और अच्छा
waiting
Valorant
until they hear that flash
explore
and
करने
then
मिले, कुछ
instantly
सीखने
swinging
मिले.
forward to flood. It was really great adaptation by Loud to bring a half 6-6 that really seemed like it was going to be dominant for Gen G.
Yeah, exactly. And now thinking about the switch, like how is this going to look from the defense? I want to see Texture just jumping up on them. I want to find that balance that I've seen from them in many other maps. Just knowing when to aggress and knowing when to give the space. I feel like there was a bit of overheating coming from Loud in some of these rounds, just because they wanted to show they're the better team, they have the upper hand, and I think that calming things down probably gave Gen G some advantage here.
Yeah, Loud on this attack side, when they're playing the Harbor Viper, they're really good at kind of playing the mid round a little bit, using the cascades to take extremities, and then having these powerful late round sight hits. But again, this is going to be about the retakes. The Gecko KO comp is really strong at that. Gen G honestly should be favored here.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys. I smell a little upset coming over. Let's
No,
jump into, back into the
it
second
is
half
loud,
and
it
see
is loud.
if
Upset.
we are indeed going to get an upset.
I would say Loud is getting
Yeah,
it.
so I completely agree. Smooth on that one.
It stinks in here. It stinks.
You can smell it. The upset is in the air. 6-6. There is something in this game that we can't ignore. Gen G coming out looking good, backing up the words that they were happy to bring out that, hey, we weren't here when Gen G, when Loud were winning champion. None of that. So it's like, okay, we'll see. We'll see if it's actually there, if it's all just a little bit of hype talk. But for now, quick pace coming out from Loud. Making no secrets of this. Luckier, they're all there, and they are all winning out these fights.
सीधा 1v3 हो गया, खत्म कर दिया. टेक्सचर पागल हो गया.
A smile on his face as well.
Love to see it. This guy is getting fired up.
And this is a pistol round that's almost designed to take control back, get themselves back in control of the tempo after that first half. But Loud absolutely shut out of B site. Bodies in place here from Gen G.
Nice. They are just feeling it, man.
A good boost for them as well to try and carry this across into the second half.
Oh, that's huge. All the things that can go right have been, but this is
Charlie did.
could punish this.
Oi!
Not.
पागल है?
Munchkin just gets away with murder. Eventually goes down to less, but he's just left a massacre on the ground by A. GENG gonna be smiling about this one too, looking clean enough.
6-8.
Not flawless at this point, but still, what can Les do with this anymore? He can maybe claim pride's sake. He's being toyed.
I guess upset
He's got
incoming
back off from
now.
that one. He's not liking what he's seeing, but still, what a start here.
Yeah, it was Munchkin really putting up numbers versus Secret that individually just looked absolutely phenomenal.
But if Loud wins just 2-1 as well,
Like
क्या ही
that
फर्क
here,
पड़ जाएगा?
with that round 2 of the second half. Already off to a good start in that regard. Les is going to be given a consolation here.
Maybe.
मतलब क्या ही फर्क पड़ जाएगा?
Yes, it's Karen to be the first, but once again, shut down here. Gen G. 2 rounds to kick off the second half. An early response here. You saw how quickly Gen G were able to carry away once they did get control in the first. That was after Loud started 4-0.
एक शॉट, 2 शॉट, 3 शॉट भाई. फिर खुद मारेगा तो एक और अल्ट पॉइंट आएगा. The coaches are pumped up.
You can't ask for much better, can you? You have your probably, one of your big name players. Texture already having a great start. Then you're pumping up Munchkin as well, starting to feel out the game. I mean, Munchkin's one away from his ult.
Yeah.
It's
in round
right
3,
there.
yeah.
Wow, got to answer back here.
He's going to get it. So the orb retrieved here outside A.
Job done.
QCK had a chance there to swing onto Lakia, but respecting it.
Lakia spotted.
Contact found, and QCK actually dashes all the way out.
Munchkin has 50 HP.
Going to pull those rotations in.
55 to be precise.
Munchkin down to 55 HP, but obviously with the ultimate, maybe a second chance at life here. They do decide to invest. 2 Guardians, 2 Bulldogs. Next year with a scope in hand, so...
Okay, no damage dealt. Still.
A little bit hesitant here.
Yeah, well, there's a pause here.
I mean, they have successfully baited out the ultimate, but Munchkin still delivers. QCK will fall.
And you know what, if he didn't just get
Munchkin
that
gets
round,
one.
Prior, I don't think he's swinging that on the HP, but he just delivers it again.
Karen gets one.
Great shot towards Sadak, and they've just
Two is just trades out Karen over there.
which is very
Luis
anti-Loud.
gets another one. Let's go. 3-2 now.
Still delivering.
He's still holding. He's buying time for this flank. Look where Texture is. Look
15 HP में अगर एक और मारा ना इसने, मैं पागल हो जाएगा.
So he's going to tuck himself in, make him try and hunt him down.
भाई कब से जिंदा है? हाँ बच गया.
But there's Texture. That's what it was all about, trying to buy time for him. But now the position's noted. But 13 seconds, this puts two. He's right under the gun. He's got to get that plan, or he's got to toy with the time and try and catch out Texture. But Texture's looking ice cold. He's looking like a killer. He's moving in, closing in, and he's got it dead.
क्या राउंड निकाला है जेंजी ने भाई. Crazy, crisp, clean round. It's not clean, but it is clean.
Actually, the kill comes through. It's traded out at the perfect time by Texture. Tui's just so many question marks after that. Tries to get the cove down, tries to bait it out with the first tap of the spike, but Munchkin, man, like I said, 15 HP, still delivering, digging his heels in here. That's a 3-0 start here. Loud back down to a broken purchase. Some pistols, a stinger. Tui's an ultimate to work with, but not much else really to pin your hopes to.
And this point, unless, you know, Loud do rekindle a little bit here.
Hey.
That's rough.
He might have got him.
Didn't work out. Now down to the 3. This is when I start worrying about the larger picture of the map pool, because we are walking into the unknown after this.
I didn't want to talk about it. Yeah,
it's early, but it's looking like
Meteor
10's
gets
just
2.
around the corner. So it does make me worry about seeing
6s to
threes.
10.
So I'm sure the desk will, you know, hit on that afterwards, and we will, I'm sure, harp on about it. But this is certainly scary times for Loud and the fans, as GENG looking meticulous,
Crazy.
flawless in this.
They are hitting it crazy.
Loud. Very precarious in terms of their finances here as well, because they're going to buy back in here potentially if they concede this. It's 11. This is a pivotal round in terms of the outcome of map 1 here. Sadak's unable to really convert the damage through the wallbang there. Again, I don't think it really would have made too much of a difference. GENG well equipped on both sides of the map.
They're having fun. Every round just seems fun to them, which is, it sounds silly, but it makes such a difference.
Yeah, and the concern being coming into round 17, there aren't enough real playmakers in terms of the ultimates here to string together. For Loud, they need to do some heavy lifting
The wall is failed
to find their way into this. Yes, Tui's is there, but feels a little flaky in a full 5v5 execute to throw that ultimate out.
उधर अगर जाके सदाक को 1-2 फ्रैग्स नहीं मिलते हैं then दिक्कत है.
GENG are pushing now. They're so happy to continue this limit testing here. And forcing Loud, I mean, look at the minimap now. There's no other options really.
Too risky to go anywhere else, so.
Well, Loud are still considering it. With 60 seconds on the clock, they're going to potentially re-explore mid or A.
मिड पे का नाम बहुत डाला हुआ है. ट्यूब्स टरेट देख रहा है. 2 प्लेयर्स ए पे देख रहे हैं. इट इज अ डिफॉल्ट डिफेंस सेटअप. इससे डिफॉल्ट सेटअप कुछ नहीं है. केजे एंकर वैंकर कुछ नहीं कर रहा. मिड छोड़ा हुआ है विद यूटिलिटीज. खुद के स्वॉर्म्स है. Okay, nice spam.
That is huge, but again, I'm looking at the 2 players on A. Now, less court Texture. That's the one that mattered. There is still a man close by. That being Lakia. Can he do any damage? Can he be the man?
Nice shot, QCK.
Not this round, not now. QCK with a quick beheading.
अब यहाँ अगर ये राउंड नहीं कन्वर्ट हुआ Loud से, then it's a GG for this game.
It was worth it. A long played fake coming out from Loud.
Nice one,
Very
QCK.
valuable and very
Okay,
well
nice try.
handled. It's just Meteor
Okay.
now. Position is noted. And Loud.
4v1.
One back here.
Khatam. Let's go.
Keep it clean here. I just want to
Let's
see
fucking
Meteor
go.
getting any other consolation. A must-win round for Loud, and they deliver. Obtaining 4 rifles, a little bit better in terms of the progress towards these ultimates now. A crucial
The spam
kill
was good.
from Sadak and Cowanzine to remain outside B site here. Try and catch a rotation. It just so happened at pretty much exactly the same time. The other half of Loud did find success on A as well, catching, I believe it was Texture to fall first, and Akia second on the chopping block. Operator back out for Texture here, Blade Storm in hand, but I said with that round victory, actually Loud now with the upper hand in terms of this ult cycle. Nothing available just yet, but look towards the Hunter's Fury, obviously the pit and the lockdown in this composition.
Mid push with that operator, tubes
Within touching
push.
distance.
Mid-walk will have limited success, at least initially, because of the turrets. That should alert Loud that there was an attempt, but no one particularly fussed by it just yet. Still very focused on this approach. Again, these 3-2 splits. Last time it was more kind of 4-1, Sadak being the one to pressure towards A. And look at the pull of rotations. 4 players in response. This could be quite, you know, the masterclass if Sadak can keep calling
timing.
pulling the rotations. Lucky his timing was just out of this world. QCK caught unawares.
Shot.
Cowan seems there to back it up, so still going to keep players close by. But now Loud need to strike, right? They need to kind of find that timing to hit B here.
They do.
Caron is holding.
They need to capitalize because Munchkin's slowly edging, making his way through mid, under tube. Plant will come down. I don't think Karen can deny. Oh, nearly catches
Sadak.
Okay.
Tam kaya
late Hunter's Fury here though, so whether there's any backline awareness or Munchkin's going to be the one to potentially try and shut that down.
होमी छोड़ा तो है, but होमी ज़्यादा वैल्यू नहीं निकाल पाएगा.
Yeah, not going to find anything on the back of that.
होमी ज़्यादा वैल्यू नहीं निकाल पाएगा.
Does that pressure start mounting? Can GENG break the back line? They've already pulled Munchkin back through towards a standardized approach. This is now going to get scary, right? There's the Hunter's Fury, going to be drawn out from the tap of the spike.
Nice.
Is good.
Nice.
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 Going down on 2 E's. Exceptional work there. Loud finding life. Finally.
भाई साहब तू इसने पूरा प्ले बदल दिया.
To break the funds of GENG. Actually, even looking at it here, Karen's down to 2350. Maybe that's why we see the timeout here. You have to string something together.
That shot was good. Actually good.
Well coordinated here. It's
Repositioning कितनी काम है भाई.
He's just a split second away from maybe slipping into a more dangerous position.
But the overall picture, it's Loud achieving great success on these kind of fakes. To an extent, I say fakes, but it's just kind of showing presence on the other side of the map. I mean,
yeah,
it's
just a widespread default that they are finding value on both extremities.
But it is so widespread, and it does make me slightly nervous. For now, it's working, so I'm not going to doubt it, right? It's silly to doubt something that is proving fruitful. But as said, when you saw QCK catching some really bad timing, fortunately, Callan's was there. But it's quite precarious. They're willing to
enjoy karo, rest karo,
bhai. Out for them really well here. Forcing the timeout from GENG. The gap getting close enough, they thought, okay, let's pump the brakes a little here. We don't want that momentum. Almost a response.
Resting is important. भाई सब अपने अपने जोन में चले आते. In the timeouts जिसको बात नहीं करनी है, भाग जाता है जोन में. IGL बस बेचारा दिमाग लगाते रहता है.
This isn't just back in Loud's control. I think these have been some quite precarious rounds they've run. Obviously, Loud being as good as they are, they make them work. Exceptionally done. Now we're into the meat of it, though.
The concern being if you have somebody that's going to deliver for GENG, I guess across the map and from an individual standpoint, players like Texture.
I think buy नहीं करना चाहिए था Texture को. इतना heavy, I don't think so. Because अगर ये round गया, you are going towards the death trap and नहीं मिलेगा तुमको buy वापस. बहुत tough है फिर buy लेना.
Yeah, so Texture going to go for the operator, soloing out A, it looks like.
Ooh, yeah, very, very early indication here of some aggression on the side of GENG. Loud have to respect it now. I think initially they were going to throw a little bit of U2 out. Texture.
Miss out कर गया. And now they A पे op है.
Op shot could have been rewarded wrong. Karen.
How did he get seen there?
Not entirely sure.
और Karen के उस इतनी
now doesn't really have the security to play up.
ज़्यादा aggressive मौली से ये भी शायद पता लग गया होगा कि जज है.
So question mark still here.
Audacious from Munchkin to be the one to go back.
भाई.
Come on. That's filthy.
Judge पता नहीं लगी थी.
For Loud as well, just to lose out to that judge.
But it is still winnable 2v4 with
Cameron was willing to die for that. That's fine. He'll take that every day of the week. You guys lock it down afterwards. I've done the damage. Less than QCK now in that position at yellow could be the end of the Munchkin. Still holding on to this one. QCK going to try and check.
भाई साहब.
Loses out and less now.
खत्म कर दिया.
And so little opportunity.
This is so bizarre. I think at some point Karen spotted whether or not they don't see he's got a judge, I think is the issue. The knife obviously removes the owl drone and immediately GENG re-aggress. They post up close once again. You see here just under the mini-map. Obviously the suppressor.
भाई instant zop करके दो निकाले, एक को 60 का damage दिया. He was like, आओ अभी इसको आने के.
But a nice gambit, right? A nice little just, okay.
Sure.
Get the judge, play up close, see what we can do, right? And you're willing to give it a run. we're back into a more traditional looking round, it seems. I think apart from QCK, but he does have his ults, that's not a problem. But a brawl looking to break out. Lackey the first one.
Nice shot.
To scalp of two. He's looking for the follow-up. He's going to get at least
Where?
but backups arrived. Caron, Munchkin, all here. Dizzy goes out. Lackey is still buying time.
2v3.
Sanak still putting up numbers though. Body's starting to drop here.
2v3.
Damage. Lackey is holding his nerve.
अगर इधर लाकिया को पिक किया राउंड पिवट होएगा हो गया राउंड पिवट लेट्स गो बिकॉज़ अटैकर्स लॉकडाउन लगेगी आगे जाएंगे तो वाइपर स्प्लिट लगेगी रीटेक के लिए ज्यादा कुछ सामान है नहीं
Oh my word, Meteor. Scary to me.
भैया
A little bit curious.
Yeah, don't know what the game.
भैया आपने गलती की
Mike, did I miss something?
A little bit curious. There is a space in that, so he had a chance to at least, I don't know, take a 50-50 back up into the corner there.
Better than a zero. I mean,
because then Tex is completely caught off guard.
now Loud might also
Scratching my
move
head a
to
little bit over that one, but
they won a
maybe
round and
just
they
a little
took a
frantic.
timeout hello
Maybe expecting Loud to push up and maybe I guess lack a little complacency
ये
after the
अर्ली
start
राउंड
of
में
this
कॉल
round.
कर लिया
GG
होगा
time and time again have
इतने बार
shown
बंदे मरे थे ना तब जाके
really
अर्ली राउंड में कॉल कर लिया होगा
Yeah, left scratching their head as well.
maybe we missed something. Maybe so did GENG at that point.
I mean, I did touch on this initially. The plans for GENG, and talking back to some of these series that we saw recently, the initial plan, and things kind of just going really skew if after that falls apart.
Let's go, let's go.
Really know what to do. You're not really having any direction when, you know, there's sort of a little bit of chaos, or there's some questions to answer mid-round, and a reaction is really required from them. But yeah, I'm not sure.
And funny enough, it's a timeout from Loud here. Maybe to let them just
take stock of things. Yeah, we're obviously getting towards the end of this GENG up on 11 rounds, but
look at the string of rounds though. It has been the two back-to-back for Loud with those lovely kind of, you know, wider defaults, you know, more exploratory towards A as well. The one right back into it, and then the answer just then, there was a very uncharacteristic round, kind of caught us all off guard. But we refocus and we look towards what we're seeing, and GENG's money has suffered.
Yeah, I mean, two Guardians and a...
Two Guardians, one is having knives, एक के पास Sheriff है, एक के पास Vandal है. You are buying this kind of... ठीक है, अगले राउंड में kind of एक buy मिलेगा.
QCK will operate a back in hand once again.
These guys are crazy. A main का कंट्रोल ऐसे लेते हैं जैसे भाई A main कंटेस्ट करने के लिए कोई नहीं है. Shot.
Shots.
Les absolutely decapitates Lakia.
Les is pretty decent at this game, isn't he?
Texture gonna swing on it as well. Yep.
भाई साहब.
The baiting though, they tried to play him in off it, but it looked like Lauder starting to really get that.
Munchkin को देख तो लिया ही होगा.
Comfortable seeing a little bit of that diligence, kicking back into place. Meteor and Munchkin just trying to make anything happen.
भाई साहब लेस का ये लर्क पकड़ा.
He's already got his ult.
Hello.
It's not gonna happen there, Munchkin.
Really well handled anti-eco here, and that's the sort of composure we expect from Loud.
Flawless खींचा.
These sort of plays keep GENG in check.
लेस का अल्टी है, हार्बर अल्टी है. सामने भी कायो अल्टी और केजे अल्टी है. Let's see. Retake काफी crazy रहेगा.
Lockdown, no command, and the pit.
Retake will be crazy.
Right, there is that slight worry. It's just kind of hanging over the head.
I mean, I'm worried because we're already at this scoreline here.
When do they
to
pull
be
the
honest, with how GENG have performed, the nature of some of these round victories, it's been really telling. They were the ones really that set the precedent at the start of this map, and in my eyes have continued.
I agree. Now, operators come out for QCK this time.
Retake is just crazy.
Clearing the space towards B. We do see there is a player tucked in by yellow, and massive rotations actually. 4 players being called back in towards B. Maybe just off the back of a lack of any audio cues, any presence towards A. Maybe putting stock in this now after falling foul for those A presence plays. But already you can see
Caron gets that wiper. Caron gets 2 actually.
Finding less, finding Counting, and they are running.
Yeah, Texture. The anchor
बड़ा ultimate गया.
He's seen him.
Does catch a glimpse. But a crucial 1v1 here.
Does he go again? Texture. You can
No
see him,
one
he
even
was
taken.
considering it for a second, but he thinks better of it, right? Play safe, play your life. The double pump.
Nindare.
Tui's just completely faked this out with that utility.
Look at that spike running. That's so good. And the lockdown. Oh, and you know what? If Sadak
This is
feels like
devastating.
he's being a Galaxy Brain, get into middle if you feel like he could, but he's going to back up his boys.
Plant
Get back
karo.
towards the side. They're going to get a plant out. They don't know the level of success they've had, but they could not have asked for a better outcome, making the impossible possible. And now how deep does QCK go here?
Shot.
Oh, that's perfect. Meteor's out of there. Fair now.
KJ ulti use करवा दी. अब Munchkin की ulti आएगी कि नहीं? That is the question.
Not much utility outside of that though.
Munchkin की ulti आनी चाहिए. Munchkin की ulti पे knife आएगा.
Flash to really open things up here, so it's going to be a dry gunfire on the way back through. Munchkin drifting pretty deep here.
Here we go. This is a scary time. Spots him
spot
for a
him.
second. A pixel out of place, but he's worried about the fuse texture.
यार ये timing गलत है wall के पीछे की.
Maybe it's just a stray shot. Dewey's now getting paranoid, getting pulled in, and maybe Texture going to close that gap. He's trying to. Sadak in the same.
फंस गए लाला फंस गए.
GENG. This time is down to the wire.
बोला ना फंस गए लाला. टाइम था.
No way.
And again, it's a little chaotic there because I don't think the communication is clear on whether or not the diffuser is being stuck.
No, they had no idea.
Both individual players from Loud, I think, spot out two members of GENG, but
भाई अभी भी weak है. अभी भी OT लेके जा सकते हैं.
and they just need to get bodies off the spike. But this kill onto Sadak here almost seals the deal with Tui's spamming so much. 0.26.
Yeah.
GENG
Texture
to
is
map
so
point here.
feeling it, man. Texture is so much feeling it. Let's go.
Oh, wow. That is a kick to the guts for Loud, though, isn't it? Feeling winded after that one, after calling the perfect rotation.
That felt done.
Yeah, but Texture
Loud have done
again.
everything they needed to.
He's going walkabouts and Sadak. He's missed his timing to catch this. It will eventually show, sure, but by now,
That's
space gone. This scares me. This
yes.
scares me. Look who's lurking, look who's
Texture
waiting.
को आवाज तो आई गई लेकिन
Here
डायरेक्ट की
for
सीधी
a
बात.
blinding round. Bear in mind, he could get played in Balakia here as well. There is that opportunity.
This is rough because the pings are coming out. You can see on the minimap here, Nest and Pipes have been pinged.
नीचे देख.
No idea about Texture.
Oh my god.
चमन नीचे. हाय हाय. Texture got 2.
Balakia swings into that last minute, punishing Kalanzine. This is looking like Loud is on the ropes in map 1 here. Opportunity dwindling. Less than 2. He's going to have to dig deep now.
काठा.
Up on Pipes here, it's less. You're left-handed, but Lakia will fall now.
They need more.
अल्टी भी खींचने नहीं मिलेगी.
Won't be enough. It needs to be more.
कायो अल्टी आ गई.
2v3. Spike still in the hands of Tui's, and let's try to control the site.
Does have the pip, but obviously the null command going to
Shot.
remove that. Meteor will fall here. That's going to get another.
Shot.
Yes, indeed.
Oh my. Yes, hello.
What an absolute
Crazy.
when Loud needed him, he was there.
And GENG
भाई
seemingly
साहब मेरा हो
no
गया.
awareness that he was going to stay tough
जमा कर दिया
into
भाई.
that corner.
Because I thought there was going to be Texture's moment, right? You're looking at that round, you run it back, you look at the minimap.
सबसे पहले तो कोलैट में 2 ले गया.
From Lakia coming in
फिर
less.
ये लेफ्ट एड़े जैसा मारा है कि
So
गोली.
clean. I mean, even here to react to Munchkin,
Like
throwing
Toxic
his
corner
life
as well.
on the line.
भाई.
God tier.
GENG to pump the brakes a little bit after
The
a
heck?
round loss.
अभी भी
And that
वाइपर
will
अल्टी
break
यूज
the
नहीं
bank
किया है.
as well. Ultimate's invested. Karen's still with the pit, but I feel like Loud come out of that gleaming. Definitely with the upper hand.
Null
here.
command use
A bit of
करवा
their own,
दिया.
1 away from the lockdown, 2 off the Hunter's Fury as well. And a shot to the heart of GENG, who probably felt like they were closing out map 1 there, Lauren.
Oh, man. Yeah, oh, come on, you're feeling that, right? Like, you, as said, you look at that mini-map, you play that back in your
Bro.
mind, you think, how does that play out? You're
Oh,
putting GENG up there.
hell.
Anyone would. But then there's one man less standing
Absolute
there. What
superstar.
A talent. What a talent. And that is again, when you talk about value of kills, Les has got 25
Oh,
kills. He is
hell
currently
of a
leading by
game.
a country mile. The value of those kills just then have kept Loud alive in map 1.
In the value of round 23 alone, sorry.
And he's broken the money.
Yeah.
Money's in tatters for GENG. It's never stopped them before, but in a moment like this, gotta still those nerves now.
Sadak,
Hell
if
of
he
a
can sniff
mind,
this
man.
out
Hell
early
of a
on.
mind. B main का push है
Sarak's
ये.
gonna go out. Yeah, Sadak.
They are taking
B main
Taking
control.
away, yeah, exactly.
He can feel it. And Sadak's calls, I've got to say, have been quite nice, especially on this half. I've been liking what I've been seeing. Now much info does he get? Okay, a little bit of info. Not going to have the full weight
That
behind
should
it, but
be
it
the
should be
green
enough.
light. Absolutely is.
अब
Utility
KJ
invested
utils
now.
पे
A side
everything is depending.
up for grabs. QCK happy to take this space away. Meteor, will he get a chance to find anything here? But he's only got a guard.
Oh,
He found one.
Massive work. And now they're halted. The rotations are going to be in. Loud might have dropped the ball at the final
Shot.
hurdle. But Meteor getting
might go back. और जेट को अगर बीच में सुनाई टेक्सचर को अगर बीच में सुनाई दे गया ये रोटेशन पुल ऑफ करवाएगा.
Doesn't overcommit, but it's a little bit of a fake. It's pulled Lakia. So potentially going to pull Karen as well. They spotted the cross, but Loud immediately drift back towards A. And look at the map now.
They've been conditioned to respond to this. This is what Loud was doing during those string of rounds. So now it's all on Munchkin. He's trying to play ahead. This is so brave, so
Gun दिख गई Munchkin 2 ले गया.
But it's massive. The site is open though, and with Les still alive, there is always going to be a chance.
And he has a pit to play with here. One snake bite left. Tui's commits to the plant.
Plants in.
अरे पेट खींच दे बाबू.
He's got it. The drop down, did he spot it? It doesn't matter. Tui.
Nice.
And now just Caron. This guy has to
Okay,
step up.
now
He's
it's a
gotta try and do
2v1.
something. But so much against him. And look at the reposition from Les. So hard to find, and Tui's going to try and play his life. But Karen takes it away. 1v1. He knows where he is, but what are you going to do
Les is
about
wrapping
it?
heaven. It's
He's
buying
toying with
so
him.
much time.
But can he get a safe defuse here?
I don't think he can actually get a...
He
Hang on.
might stick it.
Stop this, because Karen ain't stopping. He's going.
No way!
He sticked it.
GENG steal away the 13th round.
He sticked it.
Break for the hero Les, having to watch that slip away.
Man, he sticked it.
The rookie
Ice
closing
cold.
out with a Red Bull clutch versus none other than Les. What a ridiculous way for this map one to conclude. And the penny drops just too late here.
Bloody hell. What a map one. What
That
a
was
map
ridiculous.
one.
He just freaking
Caron,
sticked
this has
it.
been unbelievable. I've got to have the desk thoughts. I've got to have map 2. Let's get out of here.
Rule 1, they were fake. They never faked. Guys, I'll be back with my water bottle soon. I'll be back. Map 2 से पहले I'll be back. Sorry. Guys, washroom gaya tha yaar. You know nature's call. I hope you know what is nature's call. It is important. If you don't go, it is somewhere GG. मैं बैठ ही नहीं पाता. But yeah, ये वाला we predict cloud. We predict cloud. 100 points. 5.4. K by K. पूरा लाउड पे डाल दो भाई, पूरा लाउड पे डाल दो. 1.7 रिटर्न्स में आएंगे ना. ओके 1.97 रिटर्न आएगा. एक का 2 रिटर्न है मोस्टली. अरे ये निकाल जाएगी लाउड. Loud is winning this 2-1
to see today for Loud, period. And if so,
anyways, Loud is winning this 2-1. Let's go.
What's the response to that? Because if you look at the rest of the map pool with QCK coming in here, and I mean I was having this conversation the other day with GB. You make anybody play that much Phoenix and they don't come out looking like the best duelists in the world. I'm sorry, they just don't. So to come in here and sure it could be a bit of a
Texture is
reassurance
enjoying
on the Jet.
vibe right now. Actually enjoy करना बहुत important है. If you win, if you lose, doesn't matter. जब तक आप international stage को enjoy करके खेलोगे ना, you will get the results. और पहला मैप उसी हिसाब से जीता है. Rookie versus experience का गेम था. Rookie जीत के गया. Because they enjoyed the game.
It's weird because it feels like a small sample size, yeah.
But for what it is, it was their perma takeaway, and then to adjust and leave it open as an option. You know, if you're Gen G, you think, well, surely that's.
But Breeze is such a, for me, it always becomes such a question mark on the day. Another team can simply just out-frag you and beat you on Breeze. Unfortunately, that's just the way it happens sometimes. So to have it as kind of like a maybe, that's why I'm hoping for Loud. It's just something.
Gen Z, I don't know them. Gen Z, I just know them.
Is your permaban your pocket pick?
My brain hurts and I'm scared because if I'm going to be honest, you know, I'll be transparent. First time for everything in esports. Icebox I thought was going to go Loud's way, just because.
Sure.
From what I'd seen, what I expected, I thought, okay, I'll put it there. Close game, but Loud's favour.
For all intents and purposes, this should now be a 2-0. In my eyes.
If we're going off
don't get me wrong,
what we've seen, what we expect, I don't know.
Gen G didn't look fantastic at this regionally.
No.
I mean, they struggle versus RRQ, and to come out now with a new composition, something a little bit quirky, which Loud have stood the test of time playing against teams like, you know, international teams, the teams that bring out curveballs, your Fnatics, your Paper X's. Is this going to work? When you take map 1 in the nature that it did, it might.
I don't know. There's a lot of theory crafting, right? We can sit here and just kind of talk it around the houses. There is a little bit of delay. If you didn't notice, there's not like a tech pause delay. Like they haven't done the houses.
They haven't flown it.
क्या delay है भाई?
I think they did that
so that's a short
purpose.
One. You know that's a short one when they're not doing that, which is a good thing.
Hey, cutie.
So sorry, watch parties. You'll have to actually say something to your chat for a little while. You know, get to work. You can just chill out afterwards once the game starts like normal. Sliggy. But genuinely,
that's who you were throwing shade. I was curious of who you were directing at. Actually.
The referee.
Sliggy's definitely drawing something right now.
You reckon? He's on the map?
Well, he should be.
That's probably just a chair on the string.
All the dead footage we've got going on here. And for once, they didn't pass back on camera. Usually it would be.
It's because of producer Kevin. We've bribed him enough, and we just start swearing at the camera, so he knows better. But no, we love producer Kevin, one of our favourites. And now you said that, there is a very high chance he'll just throw us on camera. So I'm going to sit down.
There'll be a flash of us ahead of the map starting. I do see.
The countdown's begun.
I do see a clock ticking down.
Sorry for the delay, folks. It's us. So since Mike's back, thought I'd for you again, but. Roll your mind back just a moment or two ago. Map 1 was
the default lineup. GENG is not going default. GENG is going for that Yoru with double controller. Let's see.
No one knows because Breeze was Loud's permaban. GENG didn't look fabulous, but the new comp, it's all
Loud to default जा रही है. This is default.
GENG on the defense. What the hell's going on, Dan?
Sure. And really, for me, early on, we need to see some sort of comfort from Loud because obviously there were a few hit and miss rounds, few 50-50s that didn't go their way on map 1, but coming into the question mark here on Breeze.
Default.
Them composed, in control here. They're going to drift very quickly over towards B.
Retake wall भी काट दिया है.
Confirmations, I mean,
A main का smoke डाल दिया है, B main पे smoke भी डाल दिया है, B main का pull भी ready है.
GENG, but Munchkin and Karen posted up here, as I say that. Munchkin actually drifting out, but contact.
पता है पुराना ही
Look
है.
how quick Les has got
Shot.
as well. He was so deep by that point.
Trade
By the
is
time they got
done
contact, he was
for-
just by the pillar anyway. Good trade out for
Munchkin
who has
might
to
upgrade.
touch somewhat on this. But again, it's not like QCK is stopping. He's really trying to take a lot of space here. Meteor and him very close by, but doesn't really make much.
Flank देखो बाबू.
You then look at it too easy. It's kind of, you know,
Flank
trying to
dead.
fight, but who gets
Dead.
coming on each other here. And actually, looking at this, Munchkin's got a lot of room. Finally
देखा.
spotted by Tui's, good timing to turn. QCK not
Nice,
responding
nice,
to aggressive
nice.
and
Pistol
loud.
winded up.
Very comprehensive pistol there.
Never really in doubt. The trade comes through.
Pistol
and
winded
they
up.
just steamroll their way onto B site.
Are they gonna force
See
it?
if we do see GENG toy with the idea of any purchases once again.
Yeah, because they went for that stinger bite,
Yeah.
didn't they, before?
We're thinking purchasing the Sheriffs to follow up as well. Let's clean up here from Cow and Zine. Maybe looking for, I mean, we don't say this often, but maybe looking for some early confidence boosters for Loud. It's not often they ever really have to rely on those.
But hey, it's. I think seeing the teams that have come out to this. Hey, nice. There we go. Not bad at all. Did actually take damage from that too, but
yeah.
Seeing the kind of change of the guard, right? Yes, I'd say that Loud are one of the only remaining old.
Nice shot
There's very
actually.
few who've
You
been
see
able to stand out. And yeah, of course,
Ding पड़ा था, but वो ding को texture को पूरा मार के ding ding कर दिया.
It's a whole different world this year in Valorant, and I think a lot of teams know it. And right now, GENG showing us a great deal.
Hi.
Unfazed by the pressure over towards pushing out B.
Ew.
Attempted middle. This round somewhat of a throwaway. It feels like as it is just kind of that Marshall 2 classics. That's it.
QCK looking to explore though. Hey, Les actually pulling a rotation here, we're not.
Bridge कोई नहीं देख रहा, पूरा walk in कर ले.
Not with the rotation coming through, so Karen will be called upon here. Sadak just turns
Nice.
into the wrong moment, but Tui's from the back lines. And QCK
Nice shot.
Position, punish lack his rotation. Meteor just going to try and get an orb. Constellation. We'll find a third from his death. There's some early progress towards it, but really much else for.
टांगों पे भी पड़ी ना अगर तो भी मर जाएगा.
QCK does catch a glimpse.
QCK भाई टांगों पे पड़ी ना तो भी मर जाओगे.
49 HP though. Did take the
अरे बच
tank.
गए.
Classic. The third on the round for him.
Outlaw wins. But still, I mean, it's just like in my mind, I don't know what I make of this yet. It's still so.
The Kurunami bundle just give vibes
That
actually.
one's left me reeling.
This bundle just give you vibes.
I'm nervous
to play.
about this game, Michael.
Yeah, I mean,
Genuinely,
already,
I don't know
like
what
I
to
said,
expect.
if you look at this veto, obviously, Breeze's surprise, yes, but like I said, I wasn't buying into it too much, but I still would have expected Loud to come out on top on Icebox. Just seeing regionally where GENG struggled and where you'd expect a team like Loud and what we know of Loud to really excel at. I mean, Loud losing out on clutches, right? Coming down to 1v1s and then losing a map because of it.
Yeah, that doesn't feel right, but a little bit of a different look here. Loud, straight up tube.
Nice flash. Timing of the flash was bad actually.
Ring the dinner bell, and everyone's
Nice.
response. Actually, Sadak the one to succeed there, taking down Meteor. That opens up the map. That causes such an issue. You put Munchkin now on his own, basically. If they can hold this, make it a problem.
Vandal
Texture's gonna
retrieve
have to bail
कर
him out big here,
ली.
which maybe he does. It
दो
is
and
Texture.
तीन vandals actually.
Finds away from the prize, and Texture
Whiff.
with the punish. Oh, not quite there, but the
That's
headshot
124. Phantom.
living through that, and pressure elsewhere.
Nice shot to his.
I'm really surprised they're drifting at these times, trying to find this, information or trying to take
Close left check
space.
करना पड़ेगा बाबा.
Karen's been noted, so it's no surprise he's here either. They know that he's going to be still around. That spike is still in spawn. This one,
Close
I
left!
don't know what to make of this map. Tui's going to go down, and now Sadak overwhelmed. What is
Bro, close left क्यों नहीं check हुआ? वहाँ smoke बनाया उसने play के लिए, ठीक है. Fake smoke पे कैसे भाई?
Drifting out in a number of different positions. Meteor gives his life up
Yes,
early.
sir.
A rifle retained, but Loud unable to really convert that into any sort of snowball throughout that round. It seemed like a very, very strange round to watch back. Some damage done, but GENG retain I mean, it's, as much as they need, Lackey's going to come into this with a Guardian, but it's about
Just
as even
one
as
question.
you'd expect coming into
कैसे?
round 4 here. That's how this started.
Fake cell कैसे हो गया भाई?
2 off the null command, actually Meteor 2 off his as well with that early orb retrieval.
And it just feels like, okay, previous round, Loud, walk tube. This time, all right, we'll do the same.
Yeah,
Texture.
GENG, yeah, very quick to try and respond to it. QCK already top mid. Kawanzine in, I was going to say, in a position to support him there, but Munchkin shuts
Munchkin
down.
gets one.
Yeah, and I was
Early
waiting till
position
Genji
and he
gets
gets
played
one
in
actually.
further on this, possibly, but as it stands, this is just.
Hey, Hagdish!
Meteor gonna grab that one, but that felt like a 50-50. 5v3 now,
Okay.
Sadak less than 2Es, with no real foothold in this map. Losing 2 towards middle gives them very little beyond it. They're gonna have to re-clear tubes somewhat diligently. Walking into it late.
पूरा tubes walk in
Shut, and
करके.
now Sadak, gotta be careful, there's 2 players here. Again, individual fights. You're kind of banking on 2Es, finding some value here, maybe catching a rotate after Sadak's taken contact.
Yeah,
You've gotta be
okay,
looking at
2 gets
2Es.
one.
And
पीछे
yeah,
भागेगा.
right, it's lucky to go down, and now the round feels,
Molly!
I don't know.
3v3!
Feeling like it's all
Nice,
down to
2Es!
2Es, right? Like, how much more can one man
Nice!
do? A great deal, apparently. 2Es can do so much for them. Munchkin now in the undesirable position of having to deal with 3, and his pressure up tube was everything.
Less down at 14 HP, but a 1v3 nonetheless. 70 for Munchkin. Doesn't even look like he's really too interested in going for this.
Oh, you look at Less's position, even if you just hold it, he'd be.
He might even
valuable.
catch Less here.
Oh, surprised
Okay.
Less.
Guns क्यों drop
I
करना?
thought he'd just maybe hold down by
पैसा
Pearl.
जाता है क्या?
Maybe looking to remove the rifle from Munchkin. But again, these rounds feel scrappy. They don't
छोड़
feel
दो.
as refined as I was
Let
hoping.
them save.
Definitely not.
Go
Again,
to
obviously
3-1.
talking about where
Let's
this
move to
lies in
another
the
round.
The overlap of these 2 teams. No surprise really, but you'd hope really with this being left as an option, potential to see it.
One round at a time, boys. One round at a time.
3-1 scoreline. They're able to keep GENG in check. No nonsense from Meteor on the Yoru just yet. But yeah, I mean, 2E's just doing 2E's things here.
That was very nice. I mean, that's how you basically save a round that wasn't his.
Sir,
his
Peter,
favourite draw.
भाई.
I think it was like Sadak who was
I
stuck.
mean,
towards
yeah, they
entrance,
didn't really
right?
have control of anything
Mood
else
खराब
outside
हो
of where
गया.
the spawn barriers are, so
Yeah. Well, hero rifle left on Munchkin. That's it. The rest are down on Sheriff's light armor. I
ये
think, behind it.
okay. ये mid वाला है.
Arsenal. You got Meteor's ult, but you're not gonna, bring that out now. I feel.
Shot!
Ah,
definitely not now.
no, very little chance of that actually. Clean work from QCK. And well,
Let's
we're
go
going to see the
खींच लिया.
rifle shown off there. So Munchkin, they're going to note his positioning. Not a surprise.
40 का damage खाया, खींच लिया.
Time. That's not gonna be a,
85 HP. Wall
head
bang भी
turner
पड़ा
really,
तो
but it's gonna, if
मरेगा.
anything, maybe force Loud to commit to this a little harder.
The utility sent in towards A here, but
भाई कूद गया ना अगर.
Loud happy to give QCK some time
QCK?
to explore a little deeper. See the goal
Clear
here.
out
GENG
करो.
did a little bit of damage on the way in.
Drone करें.
Posted up close with a ghost, but yeah.
Drone करें.
Sends the
Drone ही नहीं करला.
drone out. Going to be spot out very quickly. Munchkin. See on the X-ray here. Trying to find a
Flank पकड़ने के लिए खड़ा है Twist.
2E's posted up for it.
Left, 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 left,
No way.
left.
That
Time.
timing is ridiculous.
It felt like they were pausing for this. Genuinely, and now can they get away with
Nice.
the robbery? No.
Nice.
Well aware of the possibility of them pushing
Nice.
closer towards
भाई
the
ये एक चीज अच्छी थी कि साइड पे किसी पे weapons नहीं थे.
Sight here for Loud. Again, Munchkin was really the only one coming in with a rifle for GENG this round, so he was the only one
Spam
who was able to
खाएंगे.
do a little more perhaps, but again the post plant very difficult.
He
to
will
break.
try it. जितने guns हो सकते गिराएगा. एक गिराई, दो गिरा. ओह भाई अगर ये लग जाता ना.
You're not meant to be doing that. You're not meant to be doing that.
Are you
I didn't
crazy?
feel that close. A valiant attempt, but it's a round for Loud regardless.
That would have been one hell
I'd
of
have
an
to eat my
ace,
hat.
though.
I might-
Bonkers हो जाते bro.
Starting to pop off.
चप्पल पड़ी.
Ridiculous.
दो चप्पलें पड़ी.
How close to the I mean, he was
भाई वो flick बैठ जाता.
not far off. Yes,
Okay.
a sigh of relief. For Loud to find their fourth.
He was like, nice try, man.
Loud rinse and repeat though, Lauren.
Yeah, but look at this quick attention to middle. It's Larky who's aware.
Shot!
Oh, the drop of that is just perfect. Teed up for it.
But the trades are good.
Smartly and rightly going to pressure the extremities, and he's actually going to be able to isolate the spike. That's gone down and it's in his hands, but he needs the rest of GENG to back
Shot.
up and then not.
Nice one. Uta bhai, uta le.
It's going to be, again, Karon is your last line of defense, right? Like, he's the one holding that spike back. He knows where these remaining players are. They know where Sadak was because he was taken down earlier, and obviously QCK with the res. So now how do they approach this? I'm surprised that Munchkin's drifting this far away. And it's going to be Karon on the chopping block, right? Like, how does he handle this pressure? You got presence from both sides. Does he commit towards one side of the fight? Does he try and just live in the corner?
I mean, Karon seemingly, I'm just looking at the minimap here, it looks like he has a decent read over this.
Munchkin
Munchkin to
ka
find
chappal khaya.
QCK.
Beautiful.
Sadak 60 HP now, has to retrieve this spike. Still plenty of time to work with though.
I was worried the Munchkin might have left Karon out to try, but that's not the case at all.
Round tare baba, Loud yaar, ऐसे round क्यों? ऐसे rounds कैसे throw कर? कैसे क्यों भाई?
It's just some really bizarre round. Like I said, Breeze can be whoever frags harder on the day, and there's very little nuance to what we're seeing.
Oh, that's
Okay,
what he
that's
Angle
what he
खींचा.
called.
I was like, where did he just get that?
Fuck!
Beautiful. Risky play as well to go all the way around top mid to that and hope that he didn't cross ahead of it.
Yeah. But yeah, already what I've seen so far, Loud obviously trying to keep GENG on red alert that somebody's going to constantly pressure up halls, be up towards switch, and really cause some problems on A. Potentially opening up the rest of the map for them, but...
Nice shot.
Lakia now posted up with a Guardian. Shut down
Nice shot.
on that very mission.
Meteor TP is out.
Whoa!
Chappal!
Less with a quick shot. And Texture now feeling quite vulnerable. There's a little bit of room that he's not safe in. You can see the response potentially as well. Meteor getting
One
a bit
more.
closer. Lakia trying to apply a little bit of pressure. Trying to give him a way out of dodge here. And
Karon gets
so
one,
blind.
but
There's 2 to punish Meteor.
Tuis gets
And Middle's
2.
being won out by Loud until now. Can Texture change?
Bye, 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 bye.
Sadak with just a pistol. Gonna put him to bed in a 1v2 now. Karon before did so well to isolate that spike, but I love this quick read from him.
Yeah.
Really smart and quick adjustment. Does he expect 2Es? He does.
Nice.
2Es.
तू इस अलग level खेल रहा है.
Adjustment. Loud stretching the lead.
Third on the round for him with the Guardian. Loud coming in, definitely disadvantaged there. Yeah, GENG maybe feeling a little rattled after that one. See some investment thrown into it. Loud, yeah, definitely looking like they're happy to just commit to gunfights and feeling confident that in terms of just, I guess, the basic fundamentals that they're going to win out in some of these rounds. Will GENG have anything cooked up in terms of proactivity on the defense that, you know, whether it be around Meteor or anyone else in that regard?
It has been a quiet beginning between Texture, Karon and Meteor. I got to say credit for Karon there. One of the rounds was pretty much his gathering as well. You know, the nice little catch of the cross as well. But I'd say they're a little bit quiet, not seeing those individuals finding that impact.
Sure, I mean, also for GENG, this could just be damage control in the first half. Obviously expecting this composition to be able to deliver and excel when they are able to attack. But
sure. But there's going to be a limit.
That feels very risky, especially if it's such a question mark with Loud not showing anything here.
Well, that's the thing. You can't come in with prep for GENG, right? There's
no, and
no tape on Loud.
If anything, Loud should be in like the upper hand because there's so much tape on GENG. They showed everything from the map pool, and yeah, we've seen a little change here, but the fact that Loud aren't really tried and tested from kickoff on Breeze themselves, you can't then just bring that in as well, it's blank canvas, really.
Yeah,
Guys,
and
1 second.
GENG might have to learn on the fly, and I think this is a really good test of can they learn on the fly? Is there something they can maybe implement into this game in this half specifically to be able to try and get a grip on Loud here, because Loud's starting to get quite the firm upper hand, and this round feeling very uncomfortable as well for GENG, considering they are down to the Sheriffs. I think there's a Guardian there, yes, for Meteor. It's Karon actively playing this, going to play into the smoke. Yeah, there, he's dead.
Yeah,
there it is. This is site control. They have rotations, but again, this could be a plant pretty quickly. Wall dropped, and now away we go. Texture here. Already you can note Meteor has drifted up closer as well. This is a tough angle for QCK actually. He could be overwhelmed here, but fortunately he's got the boys by his side and it's comfortable for Loud. Look at this.
No real threat whatsoever. Munchkin last year, he's got a trip in front of him. Nobody saw. We didn't see that. We're going to kill though? No. It's going to be a flawless coming through here. Allowed to find their sixth. Feeling very comfortable in terms of the pace of Breeze so far. And GENG not really taking the fight to them in the majority of these rounds. I mean, the pink didn't even come through there. He was dead before the Aldroid even revealed his position.
One enemy remaining.
They're going to need to see a switch up. Maybe in this round, yeah, exactly. Ultimates available here.
Decent
Operator
purchase.
back in hand of Texture.
He's going for it, right? If he's willing to stick on this, he's in a bit of danger. Flash will catch, but he's going to be able to retake the angle there, and they are falling off. So now look at where they're starting to commit. Look at the difference. Look at Munchkin.
Munchkin
is
is just charging.
Full W.
He's going to get hurt.
They haven't turned.
Well,
Guys, just a
down
second.
the minimap.
Yeah, okay. Oh, it's laboured, but a 1-for-1 trade. I don't know what GENG are up to as well. This allows Texture Room. That's nice. That's the spike. That's huge.
Noted, yeah.
That's huge. Win out in middle, though. So varying wins on varying fronts. No one's finding comfort. The spike's back in hand. And now Texture trying to control A, but they've lost middle, so you can already see that Charon's gone down because there was no structure to support. Lockett playing ahead here. Nowhere to fall back to. What is going on?
Really
This feels
uncomfortable
horrible.
viewing, yeah. Allowed able to just pick GENG apart across the map. This sort of play style not suiting them here on Breeze.
No.
They've only got anything to set Meteor or Texture in motion on the defensive side here. Munchkin, like I said, was on a mission from the get-go. He was not slowing down. Desperate to look for a flank and commit to it.
But the way you said it then, desperate. It felt very desperate. It didn't feel well thought out.
Remaining.
And again, all of them trying to make these individual plays to try and maybe get something in favor, but there's no trades coming off it. There's no space going to be taken off the back of it that's favorable. They look really lost here. And maybe they don't want to hit another timeout, but they've got to do something. Look to a different site now. First time we're really seeing this B side tested. No look towards middle from Loud, so this is going to be quite all in if they continue along this path. Already
Hello,
might be
guys,
taken by
nice
GENG, so hard to fall back away from, but they are.
एक
So
second.
now do they punish rotations? If you're Loud,
काम था
you're
actually
looking to
कुछ
catch
वो
one of
कर
them. They're looking
दिया.
for players out of position.
He'll be
Texture
back.
may be one of them.
आ गए हम वापस.
Could sing here though. It's not gonna
थक से गए हैं,
hold
but
tune at
yeah,
this point.
we are doing it.
All the way towards A, and they're
भाई
just being
सुबह से
drawn
the
out of
day has been haywire.
Similar to what we saw
सिर्फ
last
2
night
घंटे की
in
नींद
Ice
पे हूँ.
Force.
3 घंटे actually.
Your presence one side and very quickly try and catch rotations or even get ahead of rotations.
कल रात को भी 5 बजे
Drift
सोया.
slowly back into a little
साढ़े
bit
6
of
बजे
control
उठा.
here towards bottom mid.
अभी मेरे को 5:30 बजे नींद मिली. 3 घंटा भी नहीं, मेरे को नींद ही नहीं मिली. 2 घंटा ही नींद मिली.
That's
तो
punishing
पूरा
the other
टोटल
side,
4-5
though.
घंटे की
Finally
नींद
finds that pick onto Meteor.
in last 28 to 30 hours.
No, I thought maybe Lackey had spotted a rifle
I'm
barrel.
heavily tired. Oh, and the shot could have been better.
Easier target than most down.
Karen gets
the
one.
It works.
Was that completely through the smoke?
I think it was.
बाकियों के HP लाल कर दिए
Now it's
वैसे.
getting scary 'cause it's 20 seconds.
बट
And
QC
QC
के
goes
पूरा
into
ब्रिज वो
build mode.
यही तो दिक्कत है अगर साइफर नहीं है तो.
It's Texture playing bodyguard duty, trying to keep it safe. Pressure from the left.
जो ब्रिज वॉक इन आता है ना उसको नहीं कर सकते.
Spike should go down uncontested. And what can Munchkin do now? There was a little bit of hope there. There was a heartbeat, a new lease of life, and that
Nice.
put down.
It is true.
Keeps things going loud. Fully in control
It
here.
is
GENG
true.
looking
Let's go.
Unprepared here.
Yeah. To be honest,
Compared to map one,
there's
night
just
day.
there's not enough coordination here to really put either of the power players here, this composition, Texture and Meteor, in a position to really deliver. I mean, obviously Lackey can only really do so much on us over here to put his duelist in, you know,
Let's go.
an opportune scenario to really find anything. But we're not even seeing GENG rely on that.
No.
To be honest,
it just feels so
it's
solo.
dry, individual, laboured fights across the map, and now I mean, I said it before, they're completely dissecting them.
Oh, they'll lap it up.
भाई माउस गया मेरा. I can't move the mouse.
Time counting. Texture notes on this utility potentially, so that could tee him up for some success. They are.
अरे माउस क्यों जा रहा है?
Munchkin's position.
माउस के लिए फंड्स खोलने पड़ेंगे गाइस. प्रॉब्लम है.
Have support from Caron, but starting to get a little anxious about this.
Powerless. Woo woo woo.
Oh, it's absolutely atrocious. He's not going to be happy about that. Again,
उठाओ भाई उठाओ. कयो को उठाओ.
Really favor Loud. 4 standing, make it back to 5. Texture going to catch, I think,
the
wall potentially.
Just off the res, yeah. Standing back on his feet for a second, but immediately shut down.
QCK with this position, yeah, he's feeling himself. He wants to get ahead.
भाई हगा से.
Need to do that. Could have been patient. Deciding he wanted to try and make a bit of a difference.
अल्टी खींच दे. हाँ 11वां राउंड है खींच सकते हो.
How much of the spike that covers? Kalanzine though going to feel the scrutiny here.
Shot.
Spotting a pixel out of the place, and that's Texture dead. Kalanzine looking
indeed.
with the trade bits a little late. But now a 2v2. Tap on the spike and the spray. Not going to get what they want here. It's still going.
हाँ किधर? बच गया. बच गया. भाई अगर स्टिक आउट कर जाता ना जेंजी वो दो एक राउंड तो वैसे भी वो स्टिक से जीती है लास्ट.
The consideration from Loud, the null command comes through, removes the poison orb. Basically,
guys, make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Like and करें.
Judge up close and personal there. On the brink of a 10-2 half here.
Yeah, this feels like this map pick is a complete and utter shock.
माउस क्यों भाई माउस क्या तपली के भाई.
So prepared for it. Keep in mind this is Genji's pick.
रात उठे माउस की भी बैंड बन जाती है.
Yeah.
But it's just, it's
really bizarre.
This could have been the intention of Genji to play damage control in the first half and then really try and run away with this composition in the second. But it's a tall order to work back from 2 rounds.
I don't think 2's enough. You know, I just don't think it is. And prove me wrong. I'd love it. Texture.
गया.
Thought he might fancy a go of it there.
In setup mouse देखना पड़ेगा.
He's going to hear some of these rotations. I think he is. So he's really quite poised in the right place.
Right, he's going to get cleared here.
Oh, from quite far away, so he is on his own. Lovely from Texture, that's what they needed. Get him a 3rd, and maybe there's a little bit of hope, a little bit of something. Have to see a great deal on that second half, but for now, finally seeing Loud with a disadvantage of numbers.
Sell नहीं है बाबा.
Well, Spike still heading towards that A site. You can see them waiting patiently. Caron, one of them. Divide going to come in. Oh, Kalanzine, the combo with that is just rotten to handle. Texture still trying to be pivotal to the outcome.
Battery is critically low. मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता.
He's just out of it and Les gonna lap
How
that
are
up.
they flipping this?
I don't know, but Meteor just right up.
मैं move भी नहीं कर सकता.
Nice this. But there's nothing fair about that.
2v1.
Just too late to the party. Tries. And actually might do a little bit of chip damage to Tui's here if he doesn't get himself out of danger. And Tui's taking a lot of damage from this. That's a little surprising.
गलती किया. उतना डैमेज नहीं खींचना चाहिए था.
3 rounds, Mike. I don't know if it's enough.
रुको गाइस मैं आया.
They'll have to have something crazy to execute here in the second half, but they said the margin is so small for error. It's a team like Loud who just look, I mean, they've come out of map 1 looking pissed off.
Yeah, they do.
Like they're happy to just dig their heels and commit to these engagements. Nothing really too special or much flair to Loud's gameplay.
Simplistic.
Either very simplistic. It's what you'd expect with this composition coming out.
Yeah, very vintage, classic, good spacing, good executes, nice pull of rotations. But as I said, nothing that's going to change the world. But 3 rounds, that is a lot to pull back from. They're going to have to really pull this one forward into that second half. We're going to the desk.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. Loud, they've not played this map the entire kickoff, and Genji, they picked it against Mimi. Do you think they walked into a trap, perhaps?
I mean, I think they walked into the aim test map, and thus far they have not passed the aim check. Loud's players have been looking so good individually, and I mean, I think they were clearly spending some time practicing this one. They are applying the default comp, they're doing the boring stuff, but the protocols looked good. Everything you expect from this Loud squad, they were showing on.
Yeah, exactly. And on the other side, we saw a Genji that was over-pushing time and time again.
How many times did Munchkin just sprint down B main like a psychopath?
Yeah, exactly. Time and time again, and the duos are so isolated one from the other. Loud had to do minimum work to get the entire map under control. I saw no apparent impact from the Euro. I don't know about you guys, but you know, in EMEA, it's a force to be reckoned with. Here, it was nowhere to be found but on the death counts.
Yeah, lot of depths in that regard out of this Euro pick.
Guys, finally, I just bought.
Started to go for these aggressive
जुगाड़
plays,
करके
like
एक
Munchkin
sell
running down. Like some
Yeah,
of
but
these
why is it Munchkin?
forward
What I
fighting.
mean. Like, you have a Euro,
But the
he
thing
can
is,
be
that's
aggressive
Munchkin.
and then go back.
He's the ultimate feast or famine. If you're from EMEA, you know Angel. Same guy, I'm convinced.
Let's
But-
talk about 2Bs real quick because it's not less on the Viper this time around.
But same Vipers for Loud, evidently good.
Finally,
Dude's
जुगाड़
building
करके
up.
sell मिला यार.
This guy was so sick in the Americas kickoff, and he's continuing that here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that his positioning, his off angles, how he's using the utility, everything is definitely looking very good for a map many people did not think we were even going to see from Loud.
Well, Night 3 is a fantastic start. Surely Panzia Hypog Loud will never
Hagamos.
lose a Night 3 lead.
Hagamos क्या होता है?
Why have you done that, Sue? Huh? See that smug little look? Don't turn around. I'm next to you.
It's an interesting throw,
Yeah,
that.
all of the desk are being obnoxious right
Yeah.
now. They're like, oh, they wouldn't come back from this, would they? Not a chance in hell, Michael.
यार ये अगर मैप क्लोज आउट नहीं किया Loud ने, then it's a very big
I'll
question
either
for Loud
overreact
actually.
or say I told you so.
Look, I'm the play-by-play caster.
ये मैप क्लोज आउट करना चाहिए Loud को.
Texture just came bounding in, and he's still alive.
राइट क्लिक चिपका है, तू इस बोलता है ऊपर से आता है चप.
And that's, oh God, what? What is going on? Munchkin's a mile away from being relevant to the outcome of this round now. Spike is so deep in enemy territory.
10-3 it is.
Pivotal. This was the only one that could, like, if you lose this, I'm going to be honest, the odds become near on insurmountable. And Loud.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a shame. Pissed around as an indicator here. It looks like GENG have worked on a couple of maybe, you know, geeky executes around this Yoru, but I just don't think we're going to have enough rounds to see them, to be honest. Texture looks like he TPs into sight there, but unable to really string anything together with Meteor. And
10-3 it is.
Absolutely dismantle them.
Yeah, he knows it. You see that little smile starting to come on Sadak's face. He's like, yeah, we've got 10, very early. Okay. I think this is the difference of having tape and not having tape to a massive extent, and completely walk into a trap. This was Loud saying, oh, did we leave our permaban open?
Oops.
Oh, I can't believe I've done that. Can't believe you've done that. And now, well, there you've got 3 rounds and Loud of 10. So, it's a long old road back, Michael.
It starts with a ghost in the hands of Meteor.
This isn't Cadian's clip. This isn't how it goes. You know, this isn't it. It's not Mirage. Right? Do you believe Meteor is the one? You think he's gonna what?
No, I think they're gonna walk into Lester's crosshair.
But they make it out alive.
It's on the first
Let's
one.
go.
Then what happens in the story?
10-3 it is. Force PD किया है. 11-3 दे रहे हैं मतलब. कहीं ना कहीं 11-3 देना ही पड़ेगा. Sadak.
Texture actually almost finding on the backside here. Cow and Zine.
He just whipped.
Oh, that's fine. Munchkin will
Trade
fall, but the
comes
pass
on.
should come through here.
Conzin is
Gives you
taken
an
down by
opportunity to reset
Texture.
at least.
Sadak भी low है.
Don't jump onto that, but that's fine attack. That's down to 24 now.
Lesh भी low है अब तो.
Able to stabilize a little bit.
Timing for Carol.
Kind of a doable round.
Okay, lucky.
Kind of a doable round. Actually doable. Doable. मैं बोल ही रहा हूँ ना doable. भाई जहाँ पे इतने बंदे लोग हैं ना, वहाँ doable हो जाता है.
Considering we are now down to a 2v3, and Lucky is still hitting with the classic. Dewey's left rear with the ball.
ये throw नहीं होना चाहिए था.
Any other way than he expected. What a ridiculous round, and GENG.
ये crazily throw नहीं होना चाहिए था. ये throw है भाई.
You still had to get past Texture, and you don't have a chance at it. Time to back away, try and keep that ball.
Kind of a thirsty
hand.
win.
What a turn of events here, GENG. They're not out of it yet.
See actually what the knock-on effect of that is. If I mean now, I don't think saved enough to really get SMGs or comfortably get anything back into this, but I mean lucky. He's got definitely the GENG.
Gotta be
hitting a little different there from range.
Oh
yeah. Was that a right click? I couldn't actually see the ammo counter, but it was a right click. Beautiful. Love to see those.
Oh, let's go. Munchkin 14-10. विनेबल है जेंजी के लिए, इस तरह से तो पक्का विनेबल। भाई ये तो टॉटी है। फुल टॉप टीम हैपनिंग्स। भाई साहब टेक्सचर 3 ले गया, वो एक फ्लैश पे एक्चुअली बहुत अच्छा कैपिटलाइज कर लिया। तू इसका एचपी ऐसे ही 5 पे हो गया। अगर 1-2 फ्रैग मिला ना इधर तू इसको तो बोनस फ्रैग्स है।
GENG going to try and repeat that here on Breeze. They definitely need to. The 6-round deficit soon.
बोला ना तू इसको एक आधा फ्रैग भी मिला तो बोनस फ्रैग है। 4 मारा, जाए इसके लिए भागो। Ace, let's go.
That's how you get warmed up. Those are the momentum builders. GENG up to 5 now. Now we'll be back on a purchase here, but there won't be anything left in the bank after.
क्या मारा है भाई?
Ultimates at their disposal. GENG on the brink of a blade storm. Texture already taking control of this second half, and QCK unfortunately just face plants into the bricks.
क्या दिया है बे?
For the purchase here, you do favor GENG.
इस मोमेंट पे एस कैन बी गेम डिफाइनिंग। वैसे भी एक मैप प्लस हो। Bro, I can end your highlights.
Wow.
बात करते हैं आफ्टर स्ट्रीम, बात करते हैं। Right now,
they're up to the good. That'll be all right.
अभी जो काम कर रहे हैं वो कर लेते हैं।
It's not scary yet. Loud still have a 5-round buffer.
Hang on a second.
Is just ripping them apart, and as are GENG. This guy has been truly let off the leash. Straight in there, no messing about. Ferocious on approach, and the site's theirs.
Absolutely sweeps a site.
And if you're QCK, you're saving, right?
Oh, definitely,
that
yeah.
operator's not going to be risked.
ये क्या राउंड शुरू होते ही गायब? तो राउंड शुरू हुआ था खाली,
How's he done that? Was he
खत्म कर दिया 10-6।
Was he actually peeking out from like back B side?
भाई ये कुछ अलार्म है, ये अलार्म है एक्चुअली लाउड के लिए।
But a beautiful continuation of this pace by GENG. You can see Loud just get absolutely sucker punched, to be honest. Completely caught off guard.
And it was almost so disrespectful how confident he was at getting in there. Like 1, I was like, oh, fair play.
Well,
2?
Again, seeing, I believe Sadak flashed up behind yellow there.
Yeah.
Was that off Meteor, or is that maybe a high flash from himself? And, you know, GENG get ahead of that utility?
Hoping we can see it again here, if possible.
There was obviously a stun set up here for Texture. Oh, it was just the stun, actually.
Yeah, it was the stun that caught.
But the snake bite landing made it very easy. I think Sadak trying to relay now what maybe the game plan is for GENG, whether or not they have a read on it, or actually how versatile GENG can be with Meteor on the Yoru here. We talked about maybe being the approach of damage control in the first half. This is where GENG can run away with it. They become the question mark here, not Loud.
Exactly that. And a second attempt for Munchkin there. Gonna note Kaunzine. Spotted him on the first attempt.
Kind of 10-7 की तरफ जा रहा है। 3 राउंड्स अगर नहीं निकाले ना भाई, बिगेस्ट अपसेट ऑफ दिस मैड्रिड हो जाएगा। पहला FPX वाला तो होते होते रह गया, ये हो जाएगा।
In their face, almost brash about it, and it worked really well, but looking to identify the adjustments from Loud.
एक ट्रैप क्यों नहीं है ब्रिज पे?
3-2 split, it looks like, and there's the ult.
Actually, 3 players.
Meteor भाग रहा है, zoom.
Are they trying to catch him? Are they almost hurting them back here as well to an extent, right? Like, Loud is sitting deep on this. They don't want to get caught, so the site will now go to GENG.
पूरा साइड मिल गया, एकदम
just a straight exchange.
Freest of free side. Shot यार किसी के.
Belting shot towards Texture, who has been.
Lakia is also 29 HP.
Can anyone else from GENG step up? You still have a like.
Frankly speaking, round doable है for the team of Loud right now because it's 5v3 and 5v3 में भी Lakia का HP खाली 30 है. Post plant गया जरूर है. The RNG worked.
tease up Cowanzine.
लाके और पीछे जा रहा है. He's buying the time actually.
Certainly in terms of the clock, it doesn't feel comfortable. Cowanzine actually going to send one out.
Nice, Munchkin. Gaya. Will the ulti come out? I don't think so. The ulti would come out. Stick it hoga and Lakya gun बचाएंगे सिर्फ. Lakya will just save the gun.
Just peel away from this so quickly. GENG almost left, wondering what to do with a free site.
And I kind of like what Loud were up to, right? This is lovely, but it's more how they almost held back utility for this sort of play, right? Completely clearing their way back through perfectly, understanding that they can't hold it front line.
Perfect ulti thi. Perfect, matlab ekdam perfect.
The previous Salax, like, yeah, I mean, we just got overwhelmed. There's nothing we
The
can
map
do
is going. The
again
map
there.
is going.
This
Actually,
is
the map
other
is
side
going.
of the coin.
मैं
Loud,
थोड़ा सा
once
headphones
again,
मेरे सर पे बहुत
happy to
pressure
see
डाल
us
रहा था
making sort of
इसलिए
the
बिना
same thing on ice
casting
as
सुन
well.
रहा हूँ.
A good read on
का
what
मतलब
GENG
सुन क्या रहा हूँ,
wanted
देख
to
रहा
do.
हूँ.
And now with a much more comfortable scoreline, they have a few more rounds to figure it out, should they need to. GENG definitely slowed things down for the first few rounds. Bladestorm, Hunter's Fury to work with. Comfortable in the purchase other than texture, but...
They've been trying to be quiet about this. Beautiful control and a beautiful
Nice
form.
QC के double लेने के लिए बहुत बढ़िया.
Early information, everything they would have wanted.
Neural theft आ जाना चाहिए यहाँ से.
Meteor don't really have a big
If possible, ulti खींच सकता है.
on the spacing. GENG punished for it.
और
They'll find themselves in a 3v4.
अच्छा खासा flank पकड़ने को पकड़ सकते हैं भाई.
It's only really going to be Cowanzine that's going to get any audio cues here, but the rest of the utility from less.
Recon आएगा, a hit का mood बनेगा.
Post plant will look like. GENG commit to the spike now. In 30 seconds left, Cowanzine already in the back line.
एक लर्क यहाँ से है, दूसरा लर्क वहाँ से है.
So little safety.
लर्क पे लर्क है. Hug this, Munchkin, you got that man. Munchkin का खेल था.
He's going to say bye bye
Sorry.
Heavy.
Heavy.
No value to be had as Munchkin now.
What, you're dead, Munchkin.
Slipped through his fingertips there.
Munchkin threw that round, man.
It's a round-winning moment there for Munchkin.
He just threw that round.
Too many targets to shoot at.
आपको क्यों देनी है?
A
दो
little
ना
bit
तू
of a
इसको.
fumble, but this will be Loud on
हाँ,
12 now.
बुलाओ तू इसको.
They said GENG were comfortable in the purchase, but now no room for error. Has to be flawless from here on out for GENG. Otherwise, we will be going to Ascent.
ये डबल अच्छा था. स्प्रे कंट्रोल हो उसको. ये मिस आउट, एक्चुअली वो मिस आउट नहीं करना था वहाँ पे जब ब्रिज पे दो शॉट्स मिस आउट किए ना मंचकिन ने. मंचकिन का भी मूड खराब हुआ रहेगा कि ये शॉट्स कैसे मिस हो.
3 players up there. What a difference that could have made. And it would have been a small lifeline, bearing in mind that GENG were working uphill, to say the least. This has been an incredibly hard game to come back from. That first half was not good. They're probably not very happy with it. Second half started off with a bang eventually, but then somewhat slowing down. Losing a little bit of that spark to it. You see Kate looking to take heads. His texture creeps closer up middle, but he's alone. This is a solo somewhat endeavor. Yes, with a little bit of utility help from Caron, but that's about it.
See how quickly Sadax over here to try and support Cowanzine. QCK
मौला मेरे ले ले मेरी.
We're almost there with.
Is it a B hit? अगर B पे hit है तो साइफर के traps रहेंगे. साइफर is playing कहीं भी भाई साहब. भाई को जहाँ मूड हो रहा है भाई traps लगा के खेल रहे हैं. भाई के traps detect ही नहीं होते. Because भाई कहाँ खेलते हैं भाई को ही नहीं पता ना. ना यार Sadak, you could have got one more.
Gonna let Meteor work his way in here. It's gonna be less holding from CT, 1 on site. Still some problems.
Nice shot, Les.
And Les making himself the problem. Good trade for Meteor, but he needs a bit more. Plant gonna come down. And they still haven't fully
3v3.
Cowanzine's still here.
And that's
कौन भाई सो. अगर main नहीं आया कोई.
But QCK's position might be unraveled. Munchkin this time.
then ऑफ लगने का कोई मैटर बनता ही नहीं है. Munchkin. इस बार मिस नहीं करेगा लौंडा. Nice round. 9-3 से 7-12. Still it's pretty much doable for GENG.
Loud able to still.
It's pretty much doable for GENG right now, but let's see.
Comfortably, and actually with the pick coming online here, an opportunity for Loud to maybe counterbalance that a little bit, leave 2Es in a position to anchor here, because GENG have slowed things down. There's an opportunity for Loud to maybe exploit that. Go exploit, they do have rounds to play with. Well, they're happy for, GENG to continue making, in their eyes, mistakes, I guess.
Are they going back to what we saw before? Or no, definitely not the same pace to what we saw, but looking to maybe deal with QCK. Yeah, they've been noting that jump spot that you've mentioned, just that round prior, but that has been a constant. This time punished by texture with the operators, not able to kind of do that same presence in middle, but look at this. On the other side of the map over by Elbow, Counting going to spot one. That could actually cause a little bit of confusion almost. For Loud, do they continue to commit to being close? They're going to be both spotted, surely. They've got to make a run for it. Two's got to get out of danger. Texture trying to close the gap a little. Counting does find Munchkin, so the backline worry should be gone. Ult going to come in and Meteor plays ahead. Big pick towards 2Es. But again, they didn't expect Sadak so close by.
Okay.
I think it might do. But the plant is in, and they are going to sit deep.
3v3.
See already now. Tricky position for Loud to try and recover from. Actually, get the tag on.
Plant is done. Post plant ka scenario.
For the time being, miss from texture.
Actual post plant scenario would be
timing isn't
pretty
going
much
to be great.
tough.
They've got to get back to having that.
Shot Sadak जो crouch करके बैठा था, that was crazy. Spam खाएगा.
Another tap on the spike now. It's going to get so difficult for Sadak. One in front, one to the side.
दोनों side से
and
peek
no
आएगा.
time to play with it.
8:12. It is pretty much doable
Step
still.
by step, they are not out of this game.
अभी भी GENG के लिए doable है ये.
Bring it through, and a couple of members of Loud yet still above 2K.
But मेरे को मेरे pick'ems सही चाहिए यार. मेरे को मेरे pick'ems गलत नहीं चाहिए. नहीं चाहिए.
Expected to see the timeout at this point.
हाँ ले लो time out. Loud को जितवाओ.
Rounds been saying they've had rounds to play with. The investment comes here.
जितवाओ Loud को.
There's a chance for GENG to
जब तक time out है guys.
turn up the heat here.
Let's witness अपने profile पे कुछ आया है क्या?
Yep.
Because you might get. I want to add into this as well. We've got 2 ults already on deck. We've got Meteors
Giveaway
on.
plans हैं.
Then you get
लोग
Lucky
देख
not
भी
too
रहे हैं.
far away too for his. So these are big ults, round-changing ults that can completely turn it. So they're going to have that as a fallback plan if they need it. But if they keep going like this, they've got some nice little reads. Again, just that almost assassination of QCK holding tube, completely isolating the rest of the players.
Which is exactly the sort of thing you want to see there. But if they are going to slow things down, you want to see them have tangibles to action upon. Find somebody to be able to isolate. So that's a huge positive. The problem being is there enough? Like I said, with absolutely no margin for error, is there enough for GENG to really fall back on? I mean, now you've removed the operator, maybe there's not as much of a requirement to find out players like QCK, dig them out of spots. What the adjustment is for Loud coming out of this.
Okay, so they've got
Tempered purchase, they're trying to keep that. I mean,
Let's go.
Close to their chest.
8:12.
Danger players. Less, Sadak, and 2Es. 2Es no armor, keep in mind, so Less and Sadak are heavy hitters. Actually, switch up?
Handle drop out करके चाहिए.
Flash sets QCK
That badgy?
motion, but
नहीं चप्पल दिया.
Ballsy on the
वो ऐसा ना मजा आ जाता.
Lucky not to get punished.
मेरे को लगा हो गया तभी तो बोला चप्पल दिया.
Oh, the timing on this. Texture, did you miss him? You absolutely
Texture with that operator.
And it's at the perfect time. He was about to shoot Karen in the back there.
बिना info कैसा भाग के जाते?
But he did. Karen's down to 5 HP.
Expect कर सकते हैं ना? Most probably eco है. पैसा देख के दिख रहा है. ज़्यादा पैसा है नहीं eco हो सकता है.
But they're hurting them. 3 players can be waiting on that.
अच्छा damage 145 का damage दिया lol.
Classic though again, but the rest have rifles.
A little bit of a misread here from GENG.
That 145 always hurts.
Themselves to
Man, this is not good.
Maybe be in a position to punish this.
But actually जब ऐसे eco rounds और ये सब होता है ना, try to get outlaws. 140 एक classic it's done.
Fallback plan because look at the flank from
QCK, you could have got that.
They have to clear him somehow. They just have to run. You can't stop. There is no stopping now.
You could have got that. भाई
A little short on the day there, just needs to. There we go. Does get it through. Spike gonna go down. Nothing should be able to stop that here. Karras can try and play out his life, buy some time.
प्लांट भी नहीं रोका तो भी अभी 2v4 है. शॉट बहुत क्रेजी कनेक्ट करवाने पड़ेंगे एंड टेक्सचर वो कर रहा है. One more and it will be 1v1. That's it. He missed that on Twist. भाई आज Twist की किस्मत चल रही है. Twist का aim चल रहा है. Everything is just for Twist.
There's a world there where Tex is able to compose himself.
Everything is just happening for Twist. बहुत crazy चीज चल रही है. Guys 4 लोग देख रहे हो. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. आयान बात करनी है कुछ. गेम के बाद Discord आइयो. Loud of it. Yeah. गेम के बाद Discord आइयो. पट से Discord या फिर WhatsApp जो भी. we won. Actually, we won. हो गए 11,000 points. Still, I am having a pure thing that जो है वो है और मेरे जो पिक-एंड्स है वो सही हो सकते हैं. Still. At least no compromise on security. अरे ये सब नहीं दिखाओ भाई. Made it to Valorant Masters Madrid. Finally gonna make a sign for every team. Here's my genuine and the cute wingman cause. Why not? He's more than the spike bitch. Kim gang, more like kings making waves. भाई यहाँ पे अपना भी नाम आ सकता है बिकॉज अपने को भी मिला तो है ऑफिशियली. I know this happens when you are in I am universe friend. What the fuck, I put him on the air too, bro. What the fuck, they said if it's a tie between, we'll decide later. Who did it better? Mask. हाँ हूँ मैं 5 बजे तक. 5 बजे तक हो. Made a new video about how debuted and every angles too. Okay. भाई साहब the comp your girl tells you not to worry about. ये क्या कॉम्प था आज रेवेनेंट का एक्चुअली. रेना रेस चेम्बर सिंगल कंट्रोलर विद स्काई नो सोआ नथिंग. Hi everyone, let's get to winning again. Reign Supreme. Autumn is the first player to make it to an international event from SC League. Okay. Little brother decides to go back to Counter Strike. I can't lie, I don't know how to feel. One part sadness that I'm not going to play with him in the same team anymore. This feeling of sharing the same dream with him was indescribable. On the other part, feeling happy to see my brother go back to our childhood game where we spent there. I fully believe in his talent to come back. God knows he's been beating me at every game since he was a kid. I wish you all the best in the success. I'll always follow you no matter what happens. Bro, स्क्रीम तो ठीक है. मेरा जाना डाउट यार. बहुत बुरा लगता है वे. लाइक निवेरा का जाना बहुत बुरा लगता है. I was standing next to me. Where are you? Congo champ. Does this mean your collection is complete now? अच्छा उसके लिए था Chamber room very very naughty. Love our brothers are true rippers a bit too much, so we tip them for real. भाई ये क्या बकचोदी है? पैसा देके जीते हैं. Thanks, but we'll stick to the upper bracket. We win to win. Esports medal. अरे यार. SK Rossi, ladies and gentlemen, operator buff. Bill Gates playing versus Magnus Carlsen. Let's go. Yeah, he said that. काली चीची. भाई ये हेवी लग रहा है मेरे को. अपने प्रोफाइल पे क्या हाल है? Let's go to map number 3, man. Ascent. Loud ka craziest map.
Because Ascent is going to be that map, and we're finally going to see QCK play something that isn't the Jet Bear.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is what exactly. That is the question. Maybe we see some changes coming into. We were talking about a very short window.
Loud ka frankly speaking craziest map है वो. Phoenix Comp without any KJ और Cypher इतने flashes खिलाते हैं जिसका कोई limitless तोड़ ही नहीं है.
That's true. So this is the map where Loud is playing what they've kind of made to be their standard throughout the kickoff in Americas, where they're running this breach Phoenix composition that no one else is playing.
Just be there.
But in my opinion, it was the weakest showing of this idea. Like we mentioned earlier, EG counter strategy.
Exactly.
The way they did that on their defense, a lot of using 2 Odins, constantly spamming and pressuring mid, and also being very proactive to re-clear that space. This comp relies on getting mid control on your attack side, then splitting into sites. If you try and strong take through main without dive, 9 times out of 10, you're getting destroyed by stall utility and losing the round. So I'm really interested to see if they take the risk in going back to this comp, or if maybe they try something new and like go back to the default comp, because I think that's also an option.
Exactly. Stallion utility, it has like double effect on them because they do not have, they're lacking all of that mobility and all of that explosiveness into sides. 1-3-1, as she's saying, on the attack is going to be the common thing, and at the same time, they do not have a sentinel of their own to be covering on the defense. So the same thing that GENG struggled with on Breeze, they might struggle with when it comes to the defense and that mid part of the map. I think that if GENG is able to spot that weaknesses and come back a little bit also mentally for what happened on Breeze, maybe, you know, this could go their way.
Yeah, GENG's a team who I think definitely will have been watching those VODs and have looked at how EG managed to best this comp, likely expecting to see it in play here. They're a team that has really good fundamentals, is solid on their attack at planning the slow mid-round setup, right? I mean, that's the defense solution. On attack, you just kind of have to feel out where these flashes are, bait out util, and not lose out to these strong retakes. But let's spin that around. Those are some of the downsides of this comp. Well, then why the hell is Loud picking it? Because the amount of flashes you have gives you a ridiculous amount of options for mid-round reclears, taking extremities way easier with this comp, stun combos with a Phoenix Molly, that's really strong. Your retakes are much better than with the default comp, again, because of combining all the different flashes, but you're giving up a Sentinel, and you're giving up the damage.
Okay.
What do they choose? It's not Jet, but it's also not the Phoenix. Okay, so they're still playing Breach. They're playing Viper still, but they've locked in the Yoru instead. This actually doesn't change the idea all that much. This is basically the same comp. You still have flashes, they're equivalent of curveball, but now you actually get dive with
better flashes.
Yeah.
You also have a lot of mobility. Maybe they know that we're going to be playing on the Phoenix. They might be playing to cancel those orbs, to maybe, you know, deny that's ults coming online all the time, and maybe to twist some things around because everybody has seen us playing this Phoenix.
To me, this fixes the primary issue that this composition has. It adds the dive into the mix. Loud are so good at cooking things up, at having creative comps. I'm so excited to get into this.
I can't wait to get into it either. Sadak has been cooking. And on the other side, though, if GENG can pull this off, Pansy and Hypog, it will be a tremendous effort and an upset.
You're absolutely right, Sue. And I think at this point, no one can then question GENG. When you look at Breeze being in the mix, it's a bit weird. And, you know, Icebox close, could have got... Nah, if you can beat Loud here, and they've adjusted the comp that a lot of people had issues with, and they still come out on top.
Sure. For me, it's a huge positive to see Loud come in with this, because I think the desk have absolutely nailed it. It addresses some of the main issues with that Phoenix. Now, some sort of pressure towards the backline possible. QCK,
TP जाएगा.
I mean, both teams pulling out the curveball.
Market का knife है.
Map 2 and 3 here. Definitely excited to see it. And fitting.
Breach दिखा, market का knife गया.
For the closing of this series.
Wall up होएगी. होनी तो चाहिए.
I'm not mad about it. Not mad about it.
एक का 1 में आ गया. Amen fight ही नहीं करेगी.
Timing's perfect for Meteor, yeah.
They're just going to find value from it though. Trying to bait it in almost. See Lucky at trying to set something in motion, but yeah, it sadly goes to nothing, which is always a little bit of a disappointment. Oh,
nice.
The swing!
Trades.
That flash to the swing was fantastic. Lucky.
Amen से entry done.
At least trade that back into touch, but at this point, GENG have already
Texture
got
gets
cycles
dark.
out, right? So Plant's going to come down. Bit of a strange exchange in middle, but also
if they get 4 rounds as well on the defensive side, attack पे बहुत निकाल सकते हैं ये लोग.
All the way around. I think did note that QCK was chasing him, but now in a position.
His timings.
Yeah, to cause an issue back towards short. QCK trying to deal with.
Good paranoia.
The door on the way back through. Yeah, slowing things down.
Try तो करना पड़ेगा.
Look at Lakia now.
It's got to get there in time.
Nice shot.
Because Munchkin's fallen, maybe very late, but I guess the plant is for it, right? Look at the plant position.
Okay.
That's perfectly placed for it. Karen's done really well here. Texture trying to get their attention.
दोनों ने whip
QCK
किया.
Agasso. That plant position. Does it come into play? Lucky's gone down. QCK over-delivering, overdoing it, and Karen's getting in it. The Clutch King himself gonna pull this one off.
Boom.
GENG with the first.
Got all 5, but at what cost? The round cost is.
I just think the whole time there, Lakia is the one to really throw a spanner in the works, but dealt with very quickly. Beautiful aggression from Loud to come out here. It's actually
nice shot.
QCK's flash to open things up initially. He finds 3 on the round here, but forced into a very tricky position. Try and stick through this first half to fuse. GENG pissed around on the board. Only a ghost in the hands of Tui's. See what resistance there is here. Only noting one as Sadak to drift away from main. A preemptive rotation comes through from Loud. Definitely the firepower suiting GENG, though, as we've said.
Nice one. Texture, हल्को सा damage खाया.
Poised very nearby though, just at that jumper point. Oh, the timing.
थोड़ा और खाएगा.
Sadak lived through that. That feels like Texture was good for it. Paranoia.
Sadak's 1 HP.
Oh yeah, the paranoia actually catching.
Got down, Sadak. Karen.
Finding value from the door now. Texture feeling a little bit pinched here. Turning this one back on its head.
No, this is something very much questionable.
Yeah, they're both at the same spot. This is rough. The HP is really low though, and GENG just need to try and weather this one out. Les doesn't have the HP to play with, but he does get himself a nice little upgrade here, so could do well. He knows it's coming though. He's read that. Oh, you couldn't read that one though. A really nice attempt and made it very costly.
Touch and go for a moment there.
Yeah.
I think with Tui's fall.
निकाल सकते थे ये round actually, but थोड़ा सा रह गया.
Cut sight lines here. Obviously noting the fragment and the nano swarm still available from Munchkin and Meteor. So
after match मेरे को हिला देना.
Yeah, Loud definitely making things work. Like I said, Sadak swinging back through 1 HP and finding a kill.
Let me check.
Some damage done. Obviously GENG be suffering from that. Just 2 guarded. Well, actually now Meteor rifle in hand as well. The Sheriffs to round out the purchase.
Server issue पे बैठे हो. मैं आता हूँ. मैं हिल जाऊँगा. कहाँ मैं हिल जाऊँगा. Tension ना लो.
Rifle with Meteor is the interesting part to me, and a pace change very quick to this. Sadak is going to get the drop on them, sure, but does get a keep away with that. He's going to try and post the paranoia. Texture's ahead of it though.
RNG!
Check him. Just straight body check him on the corner. Texture's going to go down. Nice still underhand. Flash again, still stalling out here. Costing them a great deal. Sadak is being a nuisance.
Hey, yeah!
Tries to flash out.
I thought he was good for it then.
Maybe with the door would last another second or two. Cowan Z. It's a better
कौन से?
Iraqi up.
क्या गंदा हागा?
Now brings it to a 2v4. And Sadak, the only one that NG able to really pin down.
Timing.
He takes down.
Brilliant from Les. You'll take it every day of the week. You're smiling with that. And Caron saved him in the pistol. I think this might be a little too far. Although
Nice shot.
Really wants to give up his life. Does he expect less? No, he doesn't. Les catching crosses twice now.
2-1.
Happy with it. Loud going to make it through that first hurdle. It was the bonus for GENG though, so how'd you keep 3 rifles? They'll be okay with that. This is the big test though.
Yeah, great work from Sadak and Tui's in the last round as well to isolate, really create some space between Texture and the rest of GENG's numbers. As I said, Meteor doesn't actually land the molly to try and force Sadak out there and is punished. If that's a focal point for GENG, because every single round here, Loud running with a different setup. We know how they like to play around the breach, create as many possibilities as possible.
Flashes! Both were flashed actually.
That's actually horrific for him.
भाई ये क्रिकेट खेलते
ये
टीपी मार
right nearby and they are
नहीं
just
मारी
getting mauled to death here. Loud in aggressive, pushing them in spawn. Loud unrelenting now. Karen again in a
भाई देखो सदाक 5 HP है, एक फ्लैश है और एक आफ्टर शॉक है बस, और 2 मॉली है. That's it. Winnable है.
Try and run the clock down now. Still 60 seconds for Karen to work with, so plenty of time to make something happen. We've seen the clutch ability of this player in this series so far. This is a tall order here. Les, Sadak and Cowanzine to overcome.
Spike दे दिया because they know from the shadows है.
Question marks as to exactly how Loud have retreated.
The whole map feels like a threat.
I mean, you see he's clearing every single angle here. And those 60 seconds now turn into 30.
आधा मिनट निकल गया बेचारे का.
Where'd he go with this? There's no smart guess because there's no way you can put together where they are, right? There's no way you can just gamble an informed choice. It just doesn't work. So you're going to try and bait it out with the smoke.
Nobody's going to see that smoke though.
No. So not really going to have the impact he wants. 15 seconds now and he's walking towards the site with 2 players.
They're both tucked
गया
as well.
गया GENG के लिए राउंड भी गया 2-2.
Time for adjustment. There's the smoke and they're going to close the gap here. Yep, he knows it. He's a sitting duck. He takes down 130 HP now and he's unthreatened. Spike is in.
Planted.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I thought.
अगर ये मार देता, FLS को मार देता.
Oh, regardless.
Okay, all good. All good.
Seals the deal here. We'll give an orb across to Sadak. The Karen man.
Whoa, you saw a window.
भाई वो मॉली गलत हो गया actually. मॉली के vulnerables.
How did he get away with that? The fact that he
Sometimes
stood there,
it's
bullets
just
flying past, tracers just real close by. Give him the old nose job at that point, just barely making it out. Wild. But again, this whole round, Mike, they're literally pushing him in spawn.
Yeah, beautiful setup here from now to open things up. Sadak catching his breath after that. We'll see how much Loud have cooked. Again, because a lot of these set pieces they have, we'll hold that thought for a minute.
It's pacey. You can see the exchange of the knives, both going to note each other's positions and progression towards it. Texture disrespecting the utility. Doesn't care, goes straight through Stinger in hand. Still wants more, gonna get more. Meteor follows up towards QCK, but there's still Tui's, and Tui's is holding on.
भाई साहब, Tui's with that 4K.
That's his site.
GENG have previously run away with a few rounds like that in this series, but
यार just Wing भाई 8 ulti है. 7 ulti है. एक और पे 8वीं ulti आ जाएगी. This is the round of ultis, guys.
All the way into tree.
This is the round of ultis.
Really make too much progress on the other side. I think Sadak slowing things down with the fragment. Able to keep things in check.
Vamos!
Maybe a little bit of aggression outside A here. I've seen Cowanzine set up.
भाई 8 ulti है. 7 ulti है भाई.
TP comes through.
Commitment behind this. Caron's above you. Both! And he gets both! He waited so long for that as well. Real patient play from him there.
Can't even really say it's a little complacent from Loud. Caron kind of waits out both pieces of utility. Munchkin now looking to reaggress with him. There's still 2 members of Loud on the other side of this.
You're surely thinking, no one's going to be sat here, right? Like, you're doing your diligent work here from Munchkin. You know, he's checking, but GENG, I mean, the aggression has been there. They get rewarded for that heads-up work, that diligence in play, and even might catch that. This is lovely.
4 bande
GENG reading Loud like a book.
Site pe 4 bande the.
And delivered. Scoreline looking much, much more even.
Absolutely, but a full house for GENG in terms of the ultimates. So plenty of options for them now. The other side of things, less obviously 1 away, Caron 3 off, but Caron able to turn the tides on this early round aggression. Tie things up. So with this lineup coming through, GENG might look for a pacey set piece.
8 ultis. 5 ulti for attackers. Ye round jana hi nahi chahiye.
Slow down some of this aggression previously. Once his Fury invested as well.
Oh, but Munchkin
Instant Hunter's Fury jayega.
Sadak on the back pedal. And I'm looking for the lockdown.
Attackers lockdown gaya.
That's looking like the site is very
Caron ka posi dekho सीधा B पे बैठा है.
But Caron's TP'd onto B. Yeah, this is just a fake around the lockdown.
I reckon Tui's can do anything about this. I
Tui's just TP'd ahead. Oh, he actually cancelled.
I thought he might commit. I was almost hoping he does, but decides to back away. Won't have much info from that then. But his positioning's good to catch Meteor. Potentially, no. Really tough.
Angle.
Less.
Pulled away from the dash, but gonna have to fall off from this. Respect the cross. Spike made it to sight.
A really strange round here.
कुछ भी खेला ये तो.
Oh, and another
अब सामने से ulti आएगी.
Yeah, QCK now looking to try and find some information. The stun on the back of
that
info, punished by less.
Spam किया.
The value found here, but Munchkin responds.
And then you got to look at the late positioning coming up from Meteor as well. Good positioning on this. The weird
Munchkin का पोजी देखने लायक है.
This is all. Oh my word!
Munchkin का game देखने लायक है. मजा आएगा.
Now you look at the backside. This is Caron, the guy who's super clutch, the guy who gets some
थोड़ा
great
सा
work done.
wave.
They're doing it right now. Munchkin falls, so now they know where that last player is. Tui's. Can he close the gap? Can he find them? He can't. Caron is so sharp with it. Yeah, that round was bizarre, Mike, but it works out.
कुछ भी round गया है ये.
It's a very well invested
round गया है.
Obviously with Caron the one to TP across early does confirm obviously Loud's reposition, but I mean again something goes wrong in the mid round here. Tui's commits to that TP for some reason. Somebody catches
you
know, catches the rotation, through Link.
अगर cancel नहीं करता ना, cover में रहता मिल जाता.
Looks snappy from the other POV. It looked even worse from Caron's.
He's stepping up, he's warming up. We've seen a lot of texture moments here and there. We've seen a lot of the other players as well having their time, but Caron this map certainly leading the fray. And we're looking at what they've got. Pistols, Stingers, Guardians at most for the Loud side. So a little rough around the edges and hoping to maybe find an advantage where there probably isn't one. At the moment, Tui's is currently holding back 2 players who are looking for the orb there. No chance to really do any damage on it either.
नहीं, बहुत close map जाएगा.
GENG just trying to get a good feel of the setup here from Loud.
क्योंकि दुनिया भर का default नहीं खेल सकते इस comp के साथ.
Maybe on contact here. Could set things in motion as
KJ ने turret का contact मिलता नहीं है. Normal contact plays खेलने पड़ रहे.
TP's already sent across as well. So QCK can be here pretty quick.
Actually, he got
First one there, and the stun does
and he's
slow things
alive
down
still.
as well, Lauren.
Fantastic.
It's not traded.
Isolates one. That gives them a chance. They pull the rotation. 3 players on the side now.
He's not traded. He is still alive.
Cleanly take this. They've still got a little bit of kit though to play with. Not a massive amount, but Munchkin and Lakia's kit is in play. But
they just might go towards the stacked area.
Sadak's here though. This is becoming messy.
Messi? It's Ronaldo.
And Tui's comes out of the flash.
भाग रहे.
Gonna lose his life. And now where do they go? Do they go back towards A? Do they run it
down
towards
B?
They're going to go into the unknown and it's the right choice. Munchkin holds them
1v1.
And now the 1v1. There's upgrades around. So QCK going to get himself the Phantom. Caron with the plant. This guy has been good. Leading the board for GENG.
It's open as well. So plenty of opportunities for Karen to reposition, play a number of different angles and plenty of question marks for QCK.
No kit for QCK either, no additional utility to maybe work with.
कुछ नहीं बचा.
The time probably going to decide this one, Lauren.
Feels like it, doesn't it? Unless it's a fumble from Karen, but it feels like that guy is not making mistakes there. And you're right, time you can hear it. Clock's starting to tick faster, and QCK has to at least get this to half. He knows it. His options are very limited. That open plant, he's got it to halfway. That's not bad.
Aim fight.
Across, dragging QCK's aim way out of the comfort zone. He's going to get the round. I mean, this guy's worth his weight in gold currently. 11 kills, 4 deaths. And a good couple of rounds that he's been tipping scales on.
I mean, already what he's done so far in this series, but delivering here in map 3 versus a team like Loud, you can't ask much more of your rookie. Compose in the clutch here once again.
Let's go.
And giving it on stage as well. The energy's still there for GENG. Almost riding the wave here. Loud, I don't want to call this a desperation timeout. It's a 5-3 scoreline, but
they do feel behind the curve. If we're talking about, I guess, round pacing, the way the rounds have gone down, I mean, it's 3-5, sure, but it's been a correction from GENG. They brought it back from those 3 rounds on the trot that Loud claimed. They've got a good grip on the game. We're seeing the individuals show up here. I'm not seeing Loud determining pace, it feels like. They're a little bit behind on that, which normally I credit quite highly towards Loud. I think they're a very good team at demanding the pace, either defense or attack, it doesn't really matter. So seeing them a little bit behind the curve here, still want to say a little bit more from that Yoru coming into play, see if I like a bit more of it. It's
Let's go.
Had masses of time to show.
No, there's been a couple of small pieces we've seen around. Obviously, the ultimate, the fault line coming on the back of that. Obviously, that early aggression with QCK finding his way all the way into tiles and pressuring into GENG's spawn. But certainly, again, we're not really expecting too many switch-ups. Obviously, the Yoru really addresses a lot of the issues on the attack.
Yes.
In terms of getting through choke points, addressing the back line. And
give it an operator.
Yeah.
Well, this is set for his success, right? He is in the place for this if they do continue on this pathing, but there is that question mark.
Shot, TP down.
That was a very wide peak from Caron to stand
similar to the last round.
Yeah, this time a little earlier in the round than before, but now Meteor with 3 on the plateau. Going to spot the first and slip across. He does have support there in the form of texture.
No way they retexture.
Surely not, especially by finding Munchkin, right? Like this event plays him in even further, but he's got to play patience, and he's going to pay dividends. He's going to find one, and Lucky claims less. So this battle in middle is somewhat going GENG's way. QCK tries to regroup. That's heartbreak. But the second bite of the cherry potentially could be the one. This could be it. Could he find him? Oh, the angle! It's
right click!
Texture just dancing around him. Leaving 2, he's just drifting around like there's nowhere to go.
See some of the weirdest rounds of Valorant.
I
mean, such a strange exchange in mid here. And Lakia finding that. I mean, I think it's the kill onto Less, if I'm not mistaken, that really throw things into disarray. And like here, dashing past, and then Tui's expecting them to commit towards B. GENG really starting to feel themselves.
Oh yeah.
And getting a good grasp on some of the chaos in the mid-round here.
That's an elusive thing to be able to do. It's a very small list that people have been able to handle Loud in some of those more chaotic moments as well when they try and get in their faces too. So you saw their aggression from Loud just a couple of rounds prior. They were literally pushing them in spawn. So they've weathered that, but now we go again. We look at this. QCK quite aggressive towards B. But he's going to fall away from this. We can see all the attention is towards A. That knife is very, very important.
Problem being R2 lurks elsewhere, so Less has to consider the possibility. You can see he is trying to get a feel for things elsewhere. GENG drift away from this, sending 2 up catwalk. Texture. Caron to try and find something. The rest of the setup as well. Now tucked into the corner. Oh, come on, committed here as well.
Okay.
Spam it.
Whole lot of targets and very little time, but they are damn good at this. Clearing through well. Tui's still going to draw blood, but it's GENG sweeping the side perfectly. Lucky here on the follow-up, and it's QCK tucked away, quietly waiting this out, but there's problems here. He was noted on the knife, so what are you meant to do at this point?
They're going to know he's in hell as well.
Yeah, surrounded and hounded. Looking lucky. That's
reload
reload. Oh my word. Got a little scary there, huh?
Down to 12 HP there. But a 7-3 lead for GENG nonetheless. Loud missing everything but the null command committed in the previous. GENG, a Hunter's Fury, a Blade Storm, and a TP of their own. Really looking to stretch Loud out in this first half of Ascent. Well, I just can't believe it, but a string of rounds unanswered here.
5. That's huge. And again, oh, look at this combination. This could be really nasty. They have seemed to make it out alive. Karon does find Tui's in the meantime as well.
Oh, he's drifting out short here. Look at where the death marker is.
They can't stop succeeding, it feels like, this team.
QCK, though. They've actually pinged out exactly where QCK is repositioned to. A couple of pings elsewhere, but
I want to see
the awareness is here from GENG.
See how well you clear this. Oh, that's how well. A pop flash. He does turn it, so QCK so quick on that. Can't do much more, though. Finding one is really valuable, considering they already noted that position. They were already heads up about it. That is wild.
Retake possible.
Bloody impressive this side.
I think only noting texture there, but maybe a little bit of a red herring. He's noted towards short. Especially with the smoke coming through now. 2 other members of Loud have committed towards this B site hold. TP will come through, will confirm presence on back site. Cow and Zine and less do here. Rolling Thunder to work with. 2 snake bites as well.
25 seconds.
That's big.
Time. It's running short. Spike is still in the hands of Karon. He's the one to keep him in the back of your mind. If you see that player, look at his position. More stall going to be invested here. They've got to move further ahead. They can't sit back and wait anymore. The plant going to come down. They can't deny it. It looks like they're going to be held into the back of Boathouse. They can't escape it.
Nice shot, nice shot.
Squad, but Loud onto back. Karon and Meteor in perfect unison. And it's Sadak slowly working forward. Finally gets towards the B site.
The one way goes up.
Knife car, clear
That's
karo.
half of the entry points gone, removed. He now knows that Meteor was playing a little bit closer, tucked by the boxes, but so much to clear and so little time. And you can hear it, that spike ticking, his time dwindling, running low, looking like another 8 for GENG here, who are under the gun. The smoke just coming back up. This guy has no hope in it. GENG playing an exceptional game here against Loud.
We could be in a similar situation to what we saw on Breeze, which is just too few rounds to really make this comp change. You know, get limit tested.
Give fair chance. I just don't know if it's enough. Maybe 4?
6 unanswered for GENG. Karon now 17-5, leading the charge.
What a game from him, what a map from him. Good series, I think Tex should be up there for series, but this map, he has been exceptional. Get out of my way. Right place for it too here though. Quite a lot of Loud on the other side on A. Wait and see if they fully commit to this. GENG tempering the pace a little, allowing Extra to probably get a little bit of work done with this operator.
To slow things down, maybe anticipating the lesser purchase from Loud, equating to some form of aggression across the map, but as the smoke comes up, a fragment comes out from Munchkin. And follow up on this paranoia. I was just looking to slow any progress from GENG.
I mean, the thing is though, GENG is so happy to do late executes. It doesn't even matter. If you're not going to capitalize on it, it feels like, they're still going to be happy to hit on 20 seconds.
TP sent out by QCK as well.
Cat stun there, cat stun there.
GENG have got themselves set towards it, and it's Karon again. Sadak will fall, a first blood will open up round 12 here.
Cat छोड़ दिया
so he has to respect this now.
Entry आएगी.
We'll still have QCK here, but tricky spots to work from.
Kaunzi maybe. Has he got what it takes? Oh, the flash, the little delay on it as well, bouncing off the wall. He couldn't even turn it in time. Less only good for one.
What to
and
say,
they're
it's
succeeding
just
everywhere.
bizarre,
now
actually.
it's QCK and Tui's split between the map and
Bhai, gale mil liye.
Texture gets there first, removing QCK, opening up the site for
It's
a
just
bomb.
bizarre. The
And
map is
Munchkin
going bizarre right
takes
now.
out Tui's.
Next,
This has
if they
been
don't win
decisive,
Athens,
Mike. Breeze was a
done
different
for
deal,
Loud and
but
the
seeing the
series right
scoreline
now
like
and they'll
this,
move
Look at that
bracket two.
timeline.
look at it. Look at that. What can you say about it? That was a masterclass from GENG there.
Absolutely is, and we do still have the questions, the competition in the second half, if this is what it's designed for by Loud, but I mean, coming out of that, it's a tall order.
The big question now is 3 rounds enough for us to even have a chance to see what that new Euro is going to look like, what they could do on this? I'm not
2
sure
minute
it
ka break,
is.
guys.
We never know, Pansy and Hypark, we never know. But the thing is, in terms of that Yoru and this comp, Mimi, what do you think about what we have seen so far?
I think we saw a few cool rounds, right, where they had these preset plans and they were working well. But I think where Loud got dipped was later into this game when it came down to the fundamentals. This is an example of the good, right, for Loud, where they have this really cool kind of variant of almost a shark attack, where you're crunching into B main and punishing GENG for it. But then as we got later on, we still saw Loud going for some of these ideas, but making little mistakes, not clearing the corner in pizza, not looking up when they're going for that fight in A main. GENG players are sitting there, they punish. GENG, I also thought did a really good job of slowing down, waiting for this aggression, knowing that this comp lacks information because its only active info is a Kaonic, no Sova drone, no Sova dart, and it lacks information because you have no Sentinel to hold space in the mid-round. They just had to bide their time, pick the right moment in the mid-round, and they were so successful at doing so.
Yeah, but it's still not enough because on the other side, Kakuka, Karon, he's here.
Hear me out. The performance that we're seeing coming out from him, we were talking about all the names that are going to be back in the stage, and the new faces that we're seeing. This is the controller that you want to see. We talked about all the rookies, how Narrate and the rest of Casey had a brilliant day, but Karon is on a track of his own. 413 ACS just in this first half. And not only that, we're seeing him on stage going crazy, shouting at their opponents. Even at the beginning of the day, he was like, who's loud? I don't hear anything. They're very quiet for being called loud.
Yeah, this GENG team is looking
actually too good.
electric.
Wait. थोड़ा सा शांत रहो भाई.
क्या खेले हैं?
अरे भाई तू रुक जा भाई. भैया बाद में देखूंगा, ये ऑफ स्ट्रीम देखूंगा. भाई ये क्रिकेट का एक्चुअली बहुत सीन है बे. आई एम सॉरी, व्हाट द फक. किस बारे में? ये क्या इंजरी हुई? I used to pray for times like these. Okay. You all remember Mike Tyson didn't know that Hasbulla is a grown man. What the fuck? If you're wondering why he is not forget to see, he's given you an answer. Mumbai Cricket Association. VCT Masters, Madrid. First set of exams? Sets of exams होते हैं? Sorry, I just missed it.
Lakia was visible there, but it didn't look like much.
Sorry.
Sadak luckily played in some favourable timing there. That mid-lurk.
Round by round.
No investment here from GENG. Haven't seen it since Icebox.
Yeah, only a couple of sheriffs. I think it's shorty there for Karon, but that's about it. So it needs to be quite the mistake
Short.
to go astray. And
One more.
isn't particularly, looking like he's trailing in this. He's still got that kind of confidence. He's willing to really
gets two.
roll out.
He might get the third one as well.
Doing rather nicely.
Okay, Tuiz
Yeah,
get the
this is
third.
Loud looking
It's okay.
almost automated in the way they're working through this. GENG not really having much of a
Karen
look
is the only player surviving, and he just gets down by Tuiz over there, and it's
Get it out of the
over.
way. Flawless
It's over.
second here in the second half. Loud now with an opportunity.
Yeah, you'd almost hope.
Lack
Obviously, the
with
conversion's
that
gonna
Odin
come
now.
through for
Lack
this round
with
3 as well. Make things as comfortable as possible. The start of
उधर
the
कौन
second
को
half.
पाया फ्रैग नहीं मिल रहे दोनों रो रहे होंगे फ्रैग दे दो
Actually, even getting things together here. Two Vandals, two Bulldogs to work with.
भाई फ्रैग दे दो
Not stacked up ahead of the spawn barrier dropping. GENG may be toying with the idea of getting aggressive outside B here.
Well, it looks like it, doesn't it? And the flash as well, Les. But Les will fight. Les will always fight. Tui's taking a look towards middle as well. We have seen a lot of attention to market going out from GENG too. But there's a lot of pressure points. Meteor's the first one to draw blood, dropping Cowanzine, and he
Meteor,
gets a
hello.
follow-up on QCK as well. He is dominating
bonus
short now.
convert करना होता
That's
है
a problem because that unlocks all of that stress and it allows Meteor to roam. He might even get a bit more. He's seen so much here. Paranoia, yes, is going to at least slow him down, but he running like
bonus convert करना होता है भाई
He's going to be punished on that. That
नहीं
was a round and a half from Meteor.
wanted
And
to-
honestly, Loud.
पता
just
नहीं
falling
man
short.
Pacific का
Absolutely.
region actually support करते
See,
but
with
I
that
wanted
round
Loud to
loss,
win
see what the
I wanted
purchase
them
looks
to
like, or at
prove
least
that वो
the
एक
funds
fluke
look
था
right behind this for Loud
जो
now.
Sentinels के सामने हुआ
Double digits found for GENG. Meteor, the stranglehold gifted.
I don't know.
The third on
They
the
just-
Tui's as well.
proved me wrong they just proved the fans wrong actually
If maybe he thought that Meteor had slipped a little further back onto short, but with the second player in mid, you'd argue, yeah.
But again,
5 rounds
that was the bonus now into the bite. But it was a well-situated bonus, and it wasn't because of the weaponry. So, you know, we wait and see. Texture willing to go walkabouts. It's all a bit of a look. In the meantime, we've got that mid-control. Oh,
भाई
timing!
साहब
That is
ये
ridiculous from
कैसे
Meteor.
पीक से कौन से
Makes
पीक
your
से
stomach drop a little. You can see Sadak wants revenge, but the Aldrone's going to check him. They know the position now.
Really solid protocols on display here from GENG. Meteor might even be played onto the second. It's a stab at it, but doesn't overcommit.
डांट अलग बूम बम दे रहा है
It feels like middle's off the cards. You can't work that anymore. They're 2 heads up about it. So where did they go now?
ऐसे मोमेंट्स में पता है एक बंदे को गार्डियन लेके बैठना चाहिए जिधर से स्पैम आ रहा है काउंटर स्पैम दो गार्डियन से ही
They
दो
don't know about Munchkin's position, who's just about to get his knife back as well. So that's going to be the grand reveal. Unless he actually gets shoulder checked first. Oh, I guess denied. He
Nice
doesn't get the
thoda.
full picture. Now Texture. Oh, that's
चप्पल
clean from Texture.
चप्पल
2 big hits, 2 headshots. Spike dropped and predicts Tui's just as
Oh
well.
my
कुछ
God.
भी
Texture, get another. Show us what
कुछ
you got.
भी
This guy is absolutely phenomenal. Map 3 finds GENG their 11th round. And looking so damn clean in the process. And we talked about it being maybe concerning if GENG have to rely on these individuals, but in rounds like that, it just looks so clean cut.
now they are enjoying the coaches are enjoying
Absolutely elated. 11, when you string together 2, it really turns it. 'Cause you know the Loud's money now is
coaches
going to
are
feel that
enjoying
pinch.
actually
It's not going to be in a good position. And they pumped the brakes. Loud know it. This game was, you know, recoverable on the half. They did what they had to do. They got that pistol, but the second those rifles came out, GENG re-emerging.
I mean, really, if you look at bringing this composition out, the fact that QCK is the first to fall in the previous, it takes away some of those options that, you know, Loud maybe did have cooked up. Now they come into the next round 5 of the second half with no ultimates to really fall back on. I mean, yeah, QCK won away, but he's going to have a stinger maybe to make something happen with. But I noticed it in the previous, the defensive protocols here from GENG, really well drilled. Nobody overcommitting. Players delivering in positions they need to. And Meteor, the prior example, Texture here, another. Really, really caught off guard. I said the map veto the first curveball of the day, some of the compositions along the way, but GENG have thoroughly impressed me.
Yes.
Loud, unfortunately, falling a little short in my eyes.
And not
but
because
it's not
of some
often
of the
we say that.
No, exactly. And it's not just solely, you know, oh, we didn't like this comp, we didn't like this. It was genuinely, I think, GENG outplayed.
Stun aaya, flash aaya, everything just came in.
But as it stands, we come back in with a shoddy buy for Loud. Stinger, Sheriff, and that's about it. The other side.
They pretty much have to make something work in this round.
Yes.
ये round नहीं निकाला तो 5-12 है, it's closer.
QCK online. That was the initial purpose of that play towards A, so that is in pocket. Maybe the Yori will make some difference, maybe not, because Karen's already.
It's closer, actually it's closer.
Less. Maybe gives away a little bit of the game plan here. The Owl drone definitely will.
Hello.
Here.
Loud's coming to my site, guys.
He does have an Odin. Opportunity to potentially slow things down here, but not noted just yet by QCK. Now he will be. The stun comes through, confirming that.
But Meteor
with 3!
पागल हो गया Meteor.
Oh my god, in between a rock and a hard place, Meteor puts himself there.
पागल हो गया है Meteor. He gets fourth in this round.
From Meteor. GENG make it to 12, and all of those problems, all those little fights that happen, get pushed aside. And now it's do or die. Loud have a purchase here. They don't have an instant ult to play with. You got 2 away for Sadak, 2 away from 2. That's not what you really want on Omen anyway.
Line up
nothing to depend on. And on the other side, you've got Knives Texture, lockdown for Meteor, full purchase. Loud, if you got anything.
गाली खाने वाले लोग बूट कैंप जाके गाली खाने वाले, होटल जाके गाली खाने वाले, कुछ नहीं है. 100%. The way these guys played actually third map बहुत गंदा खेले. In first map पे भी.
Well, at least less, much deeper into spawn. And a ton of information, a ton of map control garnered on the back of that. Lockdown available, like you said, the Killjoy utility littered across A site. But already, GENG are able to make their way over towards A site. The Loud commit here? Then they are.
Yeah, the lockdown, what's the plan for the lockdown then? Still that util, open plant. Can they get out in time? No, Meteor catching him on the cross. Big punish there. Anyone going to get caught by this too? None detained, but herded away. And look at Meteor, hot on their heels. Lakio who won down.
Khatam, defuse is happening. It's over, bro.
They can't stop it.
3 बंदे जिंदा हो. ऐसा प्लांट करना जरूरी भी नहीं था.
Map here. Incredible performance. And a lot of us now.
ऐसा पे कैम्सी गलत होने मेरे को लगा ही था. ओए अच्छा पीएसए बनाया मां कसम क्या था ये
That right here, that wasn't why
GENG won this
game. No, it absolutely wasn't.
And that's the best part. You even could argue the Loud draw them into a trap on Breeze. They still come out okay, not ideal, but they went to the storm on Icebox. They best them there, which is wild to me. And then absolutely smash them on Ascent. This team is very, very dangerous, I think, for anyone going forward who's going to face them. Certainly someone to look at.
Absolutely. Coming back to another point we made throughout this cast as well, probably one of the most preppable teams in terms of the amount of tape here. The entire map pool has been shown throughout kickoff as well. And a couple of bumps along the way. Like I said, some of those series that GENG had to play regionally weren't a walk in the park. And they didn't look good, to be honest. There were some real struggles throughout those, but coming here now, delivering this performance on the international stage, that's what we're looking for. That was the main question coming into today.
Yeah, and I think for us, it has answered a lot of those kind of earlier worries that we had. And it's just going forward. The depth of the map pool worried me because they play a lot of the maps where it was like, okay, well, how diligent are they on these maps? How